Hello there. Alrighty then. It is key day, vault day. Let's go. I did check my vault and it's not looking good. I'm not gonna lie. I got a RNG got me. RNG got me. Wasn't the best vault in the world. And I'll wait for my friends to be done with their Seed of the Triumvirate. I believe they're still farming some rings. I'm excited to play Guardian Druid this week. I suppose the goal is going to be give or take something like Brazil 16, I guess, is the kind of the goal this week. Thinking like all 16s, maybe go into 17s. Not sure how Keys will feel. It was a very fun first week. I will show you my vault momentarily. It's I got on the Druid. Not gonna lie. Every other vault so far was good. I did check some other characters, and everyone was like, "Nice, mythic tier, mythic this." The Druid, sometimes the world says it ain't your day, and this was this particular day. So I have to make a decision about what I'm taking here, but it'll all be okay. At the end of the day, it'll all be all right. That's how that works. Okay. We will be focusing on the Guardian Druid unless my friends maybe want to farm some 12s just to kind of like get their crests out, because my Guardian Druid, I'll have crests this week, but aside from that, I really won't have much. Let's go ahead and get started. But the idea today is big Guardian Druid Keys. Big Guardian Druid Keys. Kit Cloud Kicker. Wait, subscribing at tier 1 like right away. Oh, life sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Silent. Yo, thank you for the sub. That was like you literally, no one had even said hi. I just started stream and then an immediate subscription. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hey, Silent. Well, sometimes not only do you get got in game, but you get got in real life. If your real life is not feeling so well right now, hang out. We'll talk WoW. How is your vault, Silent? Do you at least have a good vault? If your real life is not going so hot, I am sorry to hear that. But you can use this game as a fantastic distraction. That's like one of the best parts about this game. All right, what'd you get in your vault? Here's the big question today. What'd you get in your vault? That's the question that we must ask. Basically, everybody. How do you deal with grief? Lost your lifetime dog, huh? 25, had your dog since I was 13. Let me think about that for a second. Silent, I'm going to be honest with you. You asked, how do you deal with grief? I lost my lifetime dog today. I'm 25. Had your dog since you were 13. Can I be real with you, Silent? Try everything? No. Let me. That's a good question, Silent. So that's a genuinely good question. I'm gonna answer that sincerely. Okay. You don't. I think that's the thing people don't realize about grief. When you tell people that you're going through a loss, people feel that you're feeling so bad. They can feel your overwhelming sense of sadness, of pain, and they want to take that from you. So they try to give you suggestions about how to feel better, about how to move on, about how to process. But the truth is you don't. Not with grief, not like that. Not when you've lost your best friend. You carry it with you always. That load doesn't necessarily get lighter. It does become more tolerable with time. And time is really the only thing that makes it any better. Honestly. It doesn't make it easy, but it at least makes it so that you can walk around. You don't feel better today. And Silent, you don't feel better tomorrow either. You still got to get up and keep going, though. I wish I had a better answer for you. I wish I had some sort of magic formula or solution that would solve your anguish, that would solve your grief. But the thing about grief is that it doesn't get solved. Not real grief, at least. Real grief is something that you carry with you, but it doesn't have to be poisonous. It doesn't have to be something that eats at you forever. That's the thing about grief that you understand, is that it's something you carry with you, but it's not going to keep you down forever. You don't have to be perfect today. Silent, at least let me tell you this. It is okay to not be okay. And I need you to know that. You're not going to be okay for a little bit. And that's all right. Don't expect perfection from yourself. Don't expect yourself to somehow be able to turn around and just say, oh, I'm fine now. You won't be for a little. And that's all right. Okay? Yeah. That was a good question. Sorry. I had started stream and Silent came in and asked a genuinely good question about how do you deal with grief. And yeah, there is no real answer. Like, there's no magic fix. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Hey guys. Sorry. I obviously got distracted. I really appreciate questions like that. Silent, I'm glad that you can ask me here. I know we'll talk about the game. I'll show you my really, really bad vault in a second. Got a really bad vault in the Druid, but that's okay. Yeah, no, I'm happy and I'm glad that you can ask that here in my chat. I am literally 8,000 miles away from you. I am across the world, and I am very happy that you can come in and ask a question like that, like a really heavy question. I'm happy that you can ask that to me here. That's amazing. In a lot of ways, I genuinely feel like it's so cool that people can connect across the world in my stream. Like, how awesome is it that we actually have that capability? I think that's the coolest thing. Genuinely, I think there's almost nothing cooler than the fact that when you're going through something all the way across the world, you can still hop into my stream and just ask a deep question like that. Hey, Karin, timed your first 217s today. Nice. I don't know what my team is doing. I think they're finishing up a key, and then I guess we're going to see. I got to catch up behind. Also, Kit Cloud, thank you for the gifted sub. I was obviously in a particular rant. I really, really appreciate those types of topics. I heard one big points last night before going. You did, Sam. It was the last boss that got us. Yo, Ikarin. Well, if you want to do some keys today, let me know. I think we might need a DPS or two. I don't know if random's around, but I've got an Affliction Warlock and some other people. I don't think keys are too bad, but my vault, guys, you want to see the vault? It's not looking good. What's up, Junes? Good morning, good morning. 6A, 10A, good luck, good lucky, Karn. I feel like that's still the hardest timer. Hey, Ginger. Good morning. Hey, Duder. How's it going? You can come. We'll see. Wait, clicked out another gifted sub. Yo, thank you for the 2 gifted subs, Kit Cloud. I appreciate that. You also, I think the seal pet is still alive, right? I don't remember if that drop is still a thing. I think it might have been a few days ago, but I appreciate the 2 gifted subs. That is a nice way to start stream. Thank you. My vault was turbo. This is the worst. It's probably the worst vault I could have gotten. Like, actually, RNG, there are 2 trinkets in here. I did check last night. I haven't taken it. You want to see? It's really bad. Like, I have to, like, deal with a little bit of disappointment, because this vault is not what I wanted to see. That's exactly what I got. Yeah, that's exactly what I got, Ikaran. The neck, I would have taken a neck. There's a weapon in here, but the problem with the weapon is I crafted a weapon last week. And I was thinking to myself, there's no way I get 3 bad things. There's this trinket, which is really, really bad. This does not work. It is a bad trinket. As far as I understand, this trinket has 0 value. And then there's this trinket, which is also really bad and has 0 value. I was testing it on the heroic version, comparing it to what I was playing earlier, and it was just, it doesn't work. Like, it's really bad. The problem is this. It's the free use of crests. I'm pretty sure that this vault actually is just 30, it's like 40 heroic crests. It's a socket angle, or I save 2 upgrades, which is probably more worth it. Yeah, it's not the best vault, and the reason is because, technically speaking, Mythic Weapon is obviously some value, right? The problem with Mythic Weapon is that I wouldn't use it for another few weeks. The only thing here, yeah, socket isn't valuable anymore, but what you could take is this trinket just to save 2 heroic, exactly. Just to save 2 heroic charges, you could take that. So that is one of the options. I either take this trinket just to save 2 upgrades. I wouldn't use this trinket. The problem is that this week, here's what's going on, right? Obviously, I'm going to do a mythic craft, but I have 140 crests, which means I'm going to have 120 mythic crests left over. I really want a mythic item to use these on because they're not going to get used. The weirdest thing is that technically every week, if you take something from Vault, you can fully upgrade it. But if I don't take something from Vault, then these crests just sit here. So I craft this week for sure. But the problem is, if I took this weapon, I wouldn't take off my current weapon, even with the weapon, because this is one of my embellishments. So I knew that if I saw a weapon in my vault this next week, I wouldn't take it, but I kind of assumed that I would get another item of literally anything. Like, I could get a ring or a neck, and I'd be like, not what I wanted, but all good. Could get boots or bracers, and I'd be like, not what I wanted, but all good. I could get a belt, or even a tier piece. That would be this, or I could get this. Instead, I got these 2 trinkets that actually have, like, I'm pretty sure this trinket at 289 item level, I would still play a different trinket. That's rough. That's tough, man. What's in the vault? This is my vault right here. So you got these 2 trinkets that are really, really bad. You have this weapon, which I don't mind the stats on it. Should open as Boomy. I should have opened as Boomy. Yeah, this is a rough vault because these guys are just, they're so bad, these trinkets, though. Got a question. Been using no Apex. Oh, what's up? For gear, do we not use? You can still use the tier set, though. None of the weekly quests give a spark. I have one right here. I got from the world boss thing. Take socket. Socket worth about 20 animal levels this season. There's no way sockets are worth that much this season. No way. There's no way that sockets are worth that much. Sockets are like they're like nothing right now. The build is fun. You're welcome. I'm glad you like the build. So yeah, here's basically what we got. I'm probably going to craft bracers. That's the plan. The plan is to craft bracers this week. The problem is this. Oh, super. You asked me that question on Patreon. I was going to answer that. So there is no video or resource that truly shows the specs profiles. I made a 6-hour tier list where I kind of dived into it. But you know what? I really should make a simple video explaining that at some point. That's not a bad idea. So the question is, do you think there is any world where I would actually use the Latch's crooked hook? I'm going to craft bracer, but I think that even just having this embellishment is still better than taking this 4 item levels on a weapon. But that's a tough one. Like, you could, because I just have 1 embellishment, and then I wouldn't have another one for 3 weeks. So now I have to make a choice about this. Sorry, I heal full time on Evoker. Nice. Oh, it's a fun healer. Prez Evoker, super fun. And Kit Kat Cloud, thank you again for the gifted subs. Silent, you hang out as long as you want today, but also just remember, take care of yourself. He's going to take the token, everyone. I don't know what I'm taking yet. I don't know what I'm taking yet, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know if I use this trinket. I actually would have taken almost any other trinket would be fine. These are the 2. You might have to take weapon for long term. That's what I think as well, is if I took a weapon now, I would never have to take a weapon again. But that would be a 3-week investment. Like, I'm basically not going to use this most likely for 3 weeks. And I'm just like, whee. That's a tough one. It's not the vault that I wanted. I feel like I've been a good person in the recent years of my life. So I don't know if it's the vault I deserved either. But sometimes, I guess there was an Instagram reel that I shared with a friend yesterday, and perhaps that's the reason why my vault ended up like this. Like, if there was a higher power, it's possible they realized that I laughed at this reel a little bit too hard because it was quite bad. It was like, there's like bad, and then there's like, oh my God, like you're not a good person type laughing. And it was more towards the second, to be honest with you. So now I'm like, I've done this to myself, I suppose. I should have shared the other thing. Show you? No, 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 no. No, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't. No one will ever see the reels that I laugh at. That's the plan. So yeah. Anyways, I have two options. Either I save 40 heroic crests, and remember, heroic crests are at a premium because all these gears get upgraded with heroic crests. So that technically would save a little bit of power right now. I just don't think I would use this trinket. Is the problem. So either I do that, or okay, or I just get a weapon for very, very long term, and that's the option that I have. So I either get a weapon for basically a few weeks from now, but the chances of you seeing another weapon in the next month or two is going to be very high. Thank you, Kit Cloud. I appreciate that, and I'm glad that people like my content. I'm excited to make more. I think that this week I have some plans, actually. This week I've got some good plans about what I want to be able to do, though. Should I stop by next time and talk to you since 2015? Wait, who are you? Wait. I have to bounce. Wait, no, don't bounce yet. What do you mean 2015? Who the... Wait. Hobie. You know me from real life? Hold up, wait a second. Wait, whoa. Don't bounce yet. Wait a second. No, wait, hold up, wait, no, wait, pause. There have been a few people randomly who have been like, oh yeah, we knew each other way back when. I'm like, what? Because my stream, like most people know me from game or from YouTube or from whatever. Hold up. Pause. I don't have my phone in this room, but message me. Who are you, Kid Cloud Kicker? Who are you? Bouncing. Message me. I miss Hobie, by the way. I was like it was a brief period in my life, but that was really cool. Who are you? You play Overwatch in like 2017? No, I didn't actually. I didn't. Who? Wait, bouncing. There are so many people you could be. There are so many people. I remember everybody from then, though. Who would you be, Kid Cloud Kicker? Who would you be? I wanna know. Oh, now I want to go get my phone from the other room and find out. Hey, what's up? Hi. Hello there. Hello. Wait, it's so random when somebody's like, oh, yeah, I knew you from way back when. I'm like, oh, what? What is this? This is it. By the way, this is exactly how my current relationship started. Is somebody messaged me and they're like, oh, yeah, we knew each other 7 years ago. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah. I was like, no, you're lying. Like, you didn't actually know me. I was like, message me on Facebook. And I checked my phone and I was like, what? It's you? And they were like, it's me. And I was like, oh my God, I just got divorced. You want to meet up? That's not exactly how that worked, to be fair. But then we met up and now we live together. So, yep, interesting. It's funny how the things fall. If you are from Hobie, just know I have very, very fond memories for me, genuinely. And I don't know who you are in that organization, but really... I don't, you Instagram message me. I gotta get my phone from the other. All right, I'm running to get my phone real quick before my friends actually log on and we do some keys today. Before a stream really gets going, I gotta check this. I wanna know. You want to? Because someone also went by a woo. That no, I never. I'm not good at reaction speed, so FPS games are not for me small. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go get my phone. I'm serious. don't see a message. Have I been debated? Wait a second. Have I been debated? I was your father. What? Wait a second. Who? Oh, it's you. I thought it was you. I did think, when you said that, I was like, I thought it was you. I miss you. I know who you are. I get it now. I'm in the loop. I'm in the loop. Yeah, I've seen your posts throughout the years. I've at least noticed you going by on social media. Yeah, thank you for stopping by and saying hi. I do really appreciate it, and I hope you're well. I do hope you're well. Yep. Thank you. I didn't realize that people actually did occasionally come to my stream and say hello from real life. But I do. Hello. I see you now. Yes. You remember, I swear sometimes people don't realize that my personality on the stream is literally exactly how I am in real life. I swear some people, they don't catch that. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah, no, I've always been like this. Even back in the day, like that was 10 years ago. I mean, that's a long time, like 10, 11 years ago. I was a younger version of myself. But the one thing I've always had is a genuine level of unhinged authenticity. Doing what you're doing, man. Thank you. All right. You have a great night. Thanks for saying hi. And thank you again for the gifted subs. Yeah. The one thing, I've always been weird. And I've never been afraid to be weird. I used to try too hard in real life. That was the one criticism I had. Like when I look back at like 10, 11 years ago, I thought that I had a lot more to prove. And I tried a lot harder to be liked by people. There was a part of me that definitely did that. But I think that after I moved to Thailand and became a little bit more of like an adult version of myself, I learned to let go of that and just sort of be myself and realize that I don't have to be liked by everybody to be successful. Like that's not actually the goal. The goal is to experience as much of this wonderful life as I can, pretty much. Even the bad parts. Yeah, you're ahead of the curve. Look at your life. Thanks. I mean, I liked myself back then, but I was like 17, 18, you know? Like I was I've always been kind of a rebellious person. I've always been a leader. I've always been definitely an independent thinker. I've always kind of thought outside the box a little bit. If people knew me from 10 years ago, I was always challenging certain ideas, and that has never changed. I've always been like that, you know? Yo, what's up? Wait, are you guys farming stuff? Are they farming keys right now? Hold on, wait, what's this? Are you still farming keys? You still farming keys at the moment? I'll come tank on alts, I guess, if we're just farming keys, or am I pugging stuff? I always wanted to make sure that everybody felt seen. I still think I tried to do that. I still think it's important. It's not good to, I've learned that it's not always good to like complain or really highlight all your problems, but I have always been the type of person where it's so important that people get the chance to be themselves in an area without judgment so that they can clearly examine their lives. I feel like so many people, they try to be authentic. All right, thank you. Talk to you later. Bye. Okay. Little group. It looks like they're farming a key then. Okay, so I'm a free agent then for a second. What's up, Abraxas? Yo, big dog. What's up? I wish I had a big dog. I still got to figure out what I'm doing with my vault. I don't know, man. It's not. Do I take the weapon for long-term power because then eventually I'll have a mythic weapon, or do I just settle for this tiny upgrade for this week though? No, all good. All good. I'll catch you after. I can catch you later. Take the trinket and disenchant for gold. That's tough. I mean, I could take the trinket, upgrade so that it's equal, and then disenchant it. I mean, you're not wrong. No. The first mythic vault I disenchanted, that would be so rough. There is no shot. I don't think I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. It's just that these trinkets, I will never use them. Like, I will never touch these trinkets. I think it's a weapon angle. It's okay. I think it's a weapon angle, and then that'll just be what it is, though. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go that far. Is the stats good on weapon? No. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I thought that was the plan. That's the plan. That's the plan. I thought we were pushing. Or we push. I'm up late to catch a stream. What's up, Trinkets? I'm debating on what bad angle to take for my vault. The thing is, I could take a socket and then, like, I can craft bracers and technically socket that, but it's tough. I still think I take the weapon. Long-term, 4 item levels on a weapon is still 4 item levels on a weapon. But, I mean, we're talking, like, 1 primary stat. Like, it feels really bad. Doesn't it? Like, it does not feel good. That's the problem. That's what I'm struggling with right now is, like, it's okay. I won't have power. It'll be long-term power. I take the weapon, but it's tough. Yeah, it's technically speaking, I think socket would actually be the play. These trinkets are just so bad. But long-term, if I take a weapon now, here's the logic behind this vault choice, right? If I took a weapon now, then I wouldn't have to take a weapon later. And then potentially, what if there's a vault next week that has a weapon and a chest piece? I wouldn't want to take the weapon, I'd want the chest piece. So I'm just going to take the weapon, and we're going to pray that my future vaults don't have this bad RNG with trinkets. That's the best we can do, I believe. I think we got to take the weapon and call it a day, basically. I don't think there's anything else to it. I know. Well, Guardian Druid can play with any stats, and the fact that you have infinite catalyst charges, plus you're eventually going to craft rings and neck, you don't have to worry about your stats at all. You're going to hit whatever you want. If it's not haste verse, like, it's fine. You can crit verse is absolutely fine for Guardian. I think people don't over-obsess about secondary stats when it comes to item level, because remember, infinite catalyst charges also means that you could, for example, just take a look and be like, yo, what, by the way, out of curiosity, you know, what are my boots catalyzed into? And then you could, for example, just say, oh, these are crit haste. And right now I can get more crit haste if I eventually use a catalyst charge here. What's my belt into? Crit mastery. I don't want that. Okay, what about my back piece? This is crit haste. Okay, so you can fill out your stats like super easily this season because of the catalyst thing. And plus you're going to craft rings and stuff anyways, or maybe a neck piece at least though. A static weapon, if this one is bad. Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Well, I mean, I have a myth track weapon already is the thing. Married, I already have a myth track weapon, though. If you want big power, craft your off-piece. Yeah. You have the new travel. I do have this travel form. Indeed, the Firebird. But that's all I can do. I mean, it is what it is. It's not ideal, but, you know, well, it'll be what it's okay. Now I just got to farm out some crests. I believe I can send the can't I convert these crests now? I'm pretty sure I can. I'm pretty sure I can take these crests and just convert them into hero crests right now and then start with a few upgrades. Pretty sure that is something I can do. The other option, by the way, and I don't want to consider this because if it does exist, it's going to be so expensive that I don't want to see it. I'm scared, guys. Is there a mythic BOE? Are there mythic BOEs on the auction house? It's hero. There's no mythic BOE, right? Okay. Because technically speaking, if there was a mythic BOE, you would have to do this. Like, that would be the right option. Because the main problem with the option of taking the weapon this week was I can't spend these mythic crests. I physically cannot spend them. And that feels kind of bad. I wish for a second that I kind of wish I could spend them on something. That's the one thing that does feel kind of bad. These are going to sit here this week. Like, I use 80 of them for a craft, and then that's it. That's all I can do. So, all right, I got basically. I got with the items. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, but it is okay. All right, so we got to spend some veteran crests to go get some hero crests, right? So we're going to spend all my adventurer crests to get these. I believe this is, yeah, you spend 30, collect 10 veteran dawn crests. Yeah, you spend, wait a second. No, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to downtrend though. I have tech for you if you really want. Yeah, what's up? What's the tech, Sam? What's the tech here? So wait, yeah, this is just how I can convert some crests right now. There's actually tech if you really want. What's the tech? All right, hold on. I'm listening. Is this like secret tech? Do you have to whisper this to me privately? You're myth into hero. They're uncapped hero. That's also what I was thinking. I just don't wanna do it. I know. That's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking. There's an overlap 2 weeks from now where you will have a craft plus an upgrade per week. But technically speaking, yes, Sam, you're right. And I know you're right. I just don't like that you're right. You are correct that the actual min-max of what I should do for power right now is deconvert my mythic crests into heroic crests. I should take my highly coveted mythic crests and put them as hero crests because Sam is correct. I will not physically ever be able to use all of these if I'm not mythic rating. He is correct. But you're right. That would be probably the right option. You can raid first too. Am I going to push for a title? That depends entirely on whether I have a team to play with all season super, but sure. If I have a team to play with actually this season, I would highly consider it. I would consider it for sure. If I had a team to play with is basically the big caveat. So remember, once I actually get this, now we'd have a choice about what to do with it. So the hero crests, I mean, you would get a few more upgrades this week, but goddamn, I mean, it feels so bad to convert mythic crests into the hero crests. That feels, that feels unbelievably bad. Like, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. But, you know, it's probably the right thing, though. What ratio is the convert? Long-term over the short-term? The thing with long-term is I just need to make sure that 2 weeks from now, I have 80 plus 100. And I'll have that because that's the only thing I would be able to do. Like best case scenario. And that's, by the way, anticipating the fact that my vault is going to be good. Because first of all, I think these are all my hero crests right here. This is like most of them this week. So we do this conversion. Also, another thing is that I never did the housing quest. You know the Endeavor thing? How do I do that? It's like 1-to-1. I'm pretty sure it's 1-to-1. So I would get a few more upgrades this week if I wanted to do that. This one. I need to do this one too. Are these uncapped? You spend 20 next week? Yeah. But I have, look how many I have right now, small. Basically, to clarify, these are all used. So I'm going to have 240 crests. They are capped. Okay. If something says uncapped, says uncapped. Okay. This is going to be, I'm going to have 240 mythic crests without anything to use them on. This week. Minus 80. So minus 80 from here is going to be 160 mythic crests that are completely wasted. Let's call it 140. And I can't do anything with those crests. I could downgrade 60 of them and still guarantee I have enough for anything that I actually want to do. Which, I'm not going to lie, feels terrible. But also a min-max, just in case I were to get a mythic item from Vaults, because it starts at 272, would be I could upgrade a few pieces. The way I would do it this week is you would want to upgrade to 272 on all these slots, not 276, which is something I did a little bit there, though. You got hero achievement over your alt. I mean, I like that, Sam, but I'm not going to be there this week. I think it'll be next week I get that. Your alt might not have enough mythic crests. So, basically, if we take a look at how many more hero items I still have, I think it's only next week that I would actually be able to get anywhere close to that achievement, to be fair. Because it's 272 here. I would need 272 in every slot, and I've already kind of messed up because I did 2 extra upgrades here, which I maybe shouldn't have done. I mean, for power, I did that, but it's a little bit, it's okay. So what I would do is basically you go 272. Let's do some simple math. This week, I only have 50 more hero crests, so I could go 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I were to downgrade crests, I could get it next week. The full hero achievement, I think. That would be possible next week, because I'm pretty sure you only need 272 in every slot to do it. But yeah, this is a big 6-7 moment. Basically, it has no meaning, and I just want to play a game. For Demon Hunter, do we open as Havoc or Vengeance? Good question, actually. This season is weird because technically speaking, you should not open as Vengeance because there are too many tank trinkets you don't want from dungeons. However, there are also 2 DPS trinkets like I just got absolutely messed up by. Also, hi Hera, thank you for the sub. Me and your off-meta monk build is now being used by everybody thanks to your monk. Yeah. Look, from Windrunner Spire, these 2 trinkets absolutely mess up the pool because Feral has these 2 trinkets and both of them suck. Like, both of these trinkets are bad, but they're not on Guardian. So those 2 are the ones you don't want to see. And keep in mind, I saw both of them. Like, I just saw this trinket in my vault, and that's why I couldn't get an upgrade this week. It's probably a net neutral. There are, like, 3 different Havoc trinkets that you would not want, and there are, like, 3 different Vengeance trinkets that you don't want. It's ultimately RNG either way, but at the end of the day, most likely to avoid a few of the tank trinkets that you might not want. Depends, I mean, unless you really want a tank trinket, but it's a weird season then, yeah, because also there's this trinket here, which is under Feral, like this would be under Havoc, but not under Guardian, and you don't want this trinket. Like, this is not one that you want, but if you spec Guardian, then you might get the Jelly Replicator, and honestly, as a Vengeance Demon Hunter, you might even want this trinket. Like, it's, at least this is defensive. If I saw a defensive trinket in my vault instead of this weird fucking offensive trinket, I would at least be like, okay, you know, that might be the play. Because, like, the timers are so easy that if you need a defensive trinket, like, it's not the end of the world to run one this season, although it's not exactly like this is the best one either. But, I mean, I still wish that I would have had this, comparatively to the trinket that I got. So, it's kind of hard to say what you should or should not do. Miss the vault open. Suddy, you didn't want to see the vault open anyways. It's okay. Literally, by the way, every one of my alts got something amazing. Except my druid. That's the problem. Except my druid. That's the main issue. There's a 16 Algathar Academy. Am I waiting for my team? I thought we were going to push together. I thought that was the plan, but then they went to go farm some stuff. So, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate. That wasn't great either. Got a mythic chest. I did convert. So no, mythic chest is good. That's that you can't be complaining about mythic tier. Mythic tier is definitely your best option. There's no doubt about that. Mythic tier is 100%. That's the one you want to do, right? Like we are. Don't have to this. Fantastic. Sounds good. Okay. I wait for you guys then. All right. I will check my warrior vault real quick. But it is what it is. Nothing you can do. The other option, of course, is that I do decide to just try to mythic raid and spend an ungodly amount of gold, maybe considering something. That's another option, is that I could try to do like first 2 mythic. I mean, how hard are they really though? Do you think, I have a quick question. Do you think going left on MC Mysara Caverns is troll? What do you mean going left? You mean my route? No. Why do you say only upgrade to 272? Because of the overlap growing. So if you get something out of your vault, so I mean, it ultimately ends up being the same anyways, but I suppose if you're going for the heroic achievements, I think the heroic achievement for your alts to save on hero crest, which might be very valuable for me because I might end up playing an alt, might actually be at 272, not 276. So you would get there like a whole week or 2 earlier if you are able to get 272 on every slot. Don't look at this gear. Does that make sense? I think that's really the only actual reason for it. And then you're saving on hero crest because when you get something out of your mythic vault, I mean, I guess they don't really overlap like they used to, but that would be the only min-max there. For power, it would still be worth upgrading the big pieces because you get 4 at the last thing, though. It's this tank and 11 Magisters. How much time do they have left in that seat? Because I could do a really quick 11 Magisters, just key in with friends. Let me see real quick. Let me just check where they are. I don't know what they're in right now. They're in the second boss. Oh, no, okay. Another time. I would love to do some alt stuff another time. How are you enjoying the season? Honestly, trinkets, really a lot. I played so much last week. My streaming hours last week alone were actually so much. They were higher in 1 week than the whole time. Stop rambling, dork, and do some keys. I will soon. I'm waiting for my friends. All right, ready? Also, thank you for calling me a dork. I appreciate that. You know, for a long time, I used to say I was a dorkable. Oh, 1 key on the warrior. Mythic Heart of the Wind. I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you. This is every single alt got the damn bis item except for my druid. Why does this happen? Every single season this happens, I do 1 key on all these alt characters. Literally every single one of them got mythic tier with tertiary, Heart of the Wind mythic, mythic weapon, and my druid is the only one who had to take a socket this week. Unbelievable. I should re-roll. Maybe I should just re-roll based on the first vault. I mean, this is a great trinket. I would rather have seen this on my druid, man, but it is what it is. Yeah, my druid had a bad vault. I mean, I took basically a socket, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, I'm not complaining because I also want to play my prot warrior a little bit. How'd my brew do? Mythic helmet, mythic tier. Like mythic tier is bis. Mythic tier was on the druid. All right, now my warrior is 224 with a mythic Heart of the Wind weapon. I need a craft. I need to farm crests. Man, I really do want the crest discount, actually, so I can play alts, because look at the crest situation. The problem with logging in only once to do something is that. I'll do keys momentarily, though. Yo, what's up? What's up, Luna? I joined Discord. The Mythic Plus build you were using mostly is the one you posted yesterday. Yeah, I think that the only thing I've changed is there's 1 or 2 talents that are different. But let's take a look at what's going on here. So I should be kind of checking some world quests or some stuff. Like I should be maybe farming out some sparks or something so when I do want to play alts. But mostly this week we're still on the druid here though. What is your macro for ironfur? The macro is super simple. It's linked in Discord if you want here. I'll put a little pin up here. The macro is very simple. I will show you how to do it. You have a choice with it though. Here, look. Oh, Discord. 1 second. Macro. Build routes, etc. Build routes linked in Discord. Also, I wanted to update some routes for people who are now pushing into 10s and stuff because I think you should go even safer than a lot of the routes I had initially done this though. I want to heal you on a mythic 10 another time, sure. Fury Nature, yeah. There's actually a few different ways to play Guardian at the moment, which I think is very interesting. I like the fact that this season has some legitimate build diversity. That's always fun for me when there's build diversity. I mean, if you want to heal me in a 10 later this week, Martini, that would be great because I have a chronic problem where I like to play my alts instead of just sticking on my main. So that is the problem for me. Hold up. Here we go. Let me pin that to the YouTube chat. There you go. There's the Discord link. This is just to have everything here, though. Yeah, I mean, I was always gonna play some tank stuff, but yeah, I think that for Razilkis, I mean, I could try the full Apex build this time around. That would not be a problem. The main thing is that for power, okay, so I think I have a catalyst charge right now, and ultimately for power, I would take this heroic helmet that I have here. And I don't technically need Force Set on the Druid. I don't actually technically need it, so I could just keep this helmet for now. But if I was going to play the Force Set build, I believe I have another Catalyst charge that I've gotten, and I think I'll get another one this week. So I could take this helmet, put it here, or crit haste legs, go into haste mastery legs. Both are about the same. Doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, so right now I'm like 270. And then what I would do for my heroic crest this week, the biggest power is going to be the headpiece. And then it's going to be... Again, headpiece to 272, gloves to 272, and that would be the first order of business this week. That would give me at least a little bit of power, so we'll do that here. Technically, again, you lose out on Hero Crest if for some reason you were next week. Unfortunately, you saw like a mythic helmet in your thing, but we're kind of playing week by week here. You have so much gear right now, it won't even take me that long to get to where I need to be anyways. Getting kind of every day somehow, damn. And you've got an idea if once you get the achievement, you start dropping more than 1 catalyst per week. I only got 1 last week, Harith, but I know some people had like multiple more than that. So I'm not sure. I know some people had a lot more than just the 1. So unsure. I have 4 already. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't really know why. So I've been playing this trinket until I get Heart of the Wind, or I could play Puzzle Box. You got 4 today. Alone? Today? Damn, all right. So we take the helmet up to 272, and then I would take gloves up to 272, and then I would consider degrading Mythic Crests. Okay, here's a good question. Here's a question. When do Mythic BOEs get on the auction house? I'm going to push hard this season. I'm going to push hard. When do Mythic BOEs come to auction house? Does anybody know? Wouldn't it be... Do we know the timeline of when this might happen? They're almost done with their... After Race the World first normally, right? But it's like how many weeks? Because technically speaking, I could buy Mythic BOE boots next week. Oh, I hate the fact that I might have to do this. Because that's like a lot of gear. I mean, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but right now for leather... What is the Mythic BOE? Yeah, you can buy boots and what, legs? Bro, I would buy boots. I don't want to. I mean, they're going to be like 1 million gold. I don't really even have 1 million gold. I could try to make 1 million gold, I guess. It would be something that I might have to consider. They're going to be more than 1 mil. Don't do it. First time. Well, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Because I have all these Mythic Crests. I can't even spend my Mythic Crests. Because of the way this system is working, I can't Brute Tank tier legs, bad stats, or Rotting Globule. Did you have both? Take the legs. You can take tier legs almost certainly. Well, okay, Tabzer, for Brew, not an expert, you might want to consider it. I don't know if that trinket is, you would want to play it in any way, shape, or form. It's technically an Absorb Shield, and Absorb Shields for Brew are highly valuable. Brew of all tanks really, really likes things that give Absorb Shields. But trinket is like A- tier. Almost certainly the item level from legs is going to outweigh the item level on that trinket. Even if it's the stats are a little bit wrong. Because primary stat for Brew is still more important, though. You want to see the plus 12 Blood DK 220 item level? Maybe next week. Probably not, though. Maybe like 3 to 4 mil? 3 to 4 mil? Twavis, how much gold do you have? And have I told you that your eyes are like the jewels of the ocean? I got to stop using that line. I got to come up with some more lines here. Yeah. I thought technically downgrading Mythic still counts towards the hero crap. No, they apparently do not, though. Your favorite bear form? Favorite bear form? Probably either Werebear or Balance of Power, because I actually had to farm the Balance of Power bear out like after. So it took me a long time to get this. So probably Balance of Power or Werebear. Like all the Balance of Power things are cool though. Thoughts on tier set with your current build? It just sucks that we don't really benefit from 4 set. Like if I wanted to drop this, I could. Like your 4 set just does not give you a lot of value, unfortunately, for this variation of bear, which is sad. But it is what it is. Yeah, you just have to accept that your 4 set has effectively no value. It's a little bit unfortunate, but it's okay. What's up, healer? Now, another thing to think about is end game here. I'm pretty sure that your last, like, end game is going to be your best 2 embellishments will probably be bracers and cloak. Because you have the set rings, which you might actually want, even if the stats are a little bit off. So you have the set rings and you have a neck piece. So realistically, though, it's going to be like probably bracer and cloak with embellish, but it's a good question, actually. Is swipe not worth using? Yes, don't take swipe. Do not swipe. Bad swipe. Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping indeed. Okay, now, other options. Most want Eye of Midnight over set, I believe. Yeah, that could also work as well if you can get Eye of Midnight. I don't really plan on getting it. I don't want to have to raid. I will be slightly suboptimal because I won't raid this season. Let's just check what the current embellishments are. Most likely, we're going to craft the wrist this time around. Now, I think I just craft a regular wrist. Unless it might be worth looking at, though. The no Mangle, tough to get used to. Just take it off your bars if you really want to play it like that. Yeah, take it off your bars, though. So those are the flight farm. Currently farming out 15 characters a week. I got it when it was current, so the drop rate was much higher. Okay, so I have to farm a piece, though. Put embellishment on your off piece. Yeah, that's the thing, though. So I'm going to put an embellishment here. I haven't even decided which one I'm going to put. Probably, it's just the Blessed Pango Charm, no? Yeah, isn't it just the Blessed Pango charm that you are using right now? That's what we were doing before, though. Devouring bolts that damage your target. Oh, is it the Devouring Banding? I mean, your tier off piece. I could also craft that, but ultimately, gear this season is a little weird because it just doesn't feel that powerful. I feel like, I swear, item level means less than it used to. That's what it feels like. Maybe it doesn't, but it's so weird that, like, you get, like, 1 agility for something. You know what I mean? You literally get 1 agility. It's just strange. It's just very strange at the very least. Also, just to read this out. If you guys like my stream, a big step forward for stream that would allow me to stream even longer and more are sponsors. And I got sponsors. So I have a sponsor right now. And I also, hopefully, will get more sponsors over time. So let me just do a sponsored read. Is that all right with everybody? I must just quickly tell you about this sponsor, Factor. It's about time I do that. Here we go. Yes, there you go. So let me just quickly show you this sponsor. It is actually pretty cool. And if it is something that you're interested in, you will get ready-made meals to your door. Supposedly, they're quite good, although I can't try them myself. All right, here we go. Factor's pretty solid. Have you used Factor before, Suddy? So I'm sponsored by Factor now. If you are interested in trying it, you get ready-made meals delivered straight to your door. Here you go. This is Factor, by the way. You sure have? That's awesome. If you haven't used Factor before and you're curious to try it, it is actually a super cool platform. You can use my code, WuTankF. It is linked in stream. But the most important thing about this, although it's healthy food, the way cooler thing is you don't have to cook. Like, they will deliver it to you, and you can have access to legitimately decent food that you don't have to prep. So if you're busy and you don't have a lot of time, or if you want to send this to somebody that you care about, like your parents or some friends that you might think maybe they should be eating a little healthier, but you know they're not going to be cooking any meals, they're not going to be doing anything, this is a great option. You can actually just have them deliver it straight to them. It's pretty easy. It doesn't take anything. You don't cook the meals. They've already come cooked. They come frozen. You just stick them in a microwave for a few minutes. Done. Just like that. It's like 2 minutes in a microwave, and you can also tell them when you do sign up using my code, you can just tell them exactly what you want. I can't cook the meals for you, but they will cook the meals for you. And their food's actually pretty decent. So it's worth looking into. The first month that you actually buy a box here, it is an incredible discount using my code. After that, it does get a little pricey, but if it's something that you're interested in and you're thinking to yourself, I don't like cooking, but I might actually have the resources and I do kind of want access to healthy food, it is worth looking into. Okay. Sponsored read, done. And I mean that, by the way. I would not actually sponsor a product that I don't actually believe in. It's not for everyone. I think that you have to have the funds. Yeah, it's only for US people at the moment. But the idea behind it, I like the fact that it's a reality-based system of kind of like, most people don't have time to do the things that would actually benefit their health. Like, just straight up. Like, there are so many things that you should do, but you don't necessarily have the time to do that. And that's okay. But there are tools in the world, if you have the resources to actually consider trying Factor, it really is something that you can look into. And try your first box. And if you really don't like it from that point, you can always cancel it. It's a subscription thing. Just make sure to cancel it after. Try a box, though. It's not that expensive. You can try a box and try some of their meals. I think the cheapest box is like $30, $40. And you get several meals with that. And if you do try it, let me know how you like it. I've heard actually mostly positive feedback. Yeah. There are alternatives here. Usually it's expensive. It is. The first month, if you're curious about it and you're a little worried about the price, if you use my code, the first month is not expensive because you get 50% off The free breakfast for a year only matters if you keep the subscription. After that, the second month does get a little pricey. And if you're strapped for cash and you're trying to save some money, maybe it's not for you. And that's okay. I'm not going to try to lie to you and be like, no, everybody should use it. Definitely not. But there are a lot of people I know of who would very easily spend $50 on dinner, but this is $10. Like, this is so much more affordable than that. Now, granted, if you live in Thailand, all of this seems very expensive because I could spend $2 or $3. Ooh, is mod paycheck still didn't hit my account? Yeah, you got to try. If you buy a factor box, TH, I tell you what. I'll do that. Deal. I tell you what, deal. Straight up. All right, random is AFK. I don't know where he's at. Here we go. All right. We ride. What keys you got? They should expand in Thai food, though. You never got your mod paycheck? Oof. Interesting. Third craft weapon offhand. It's time to send third craft on waste. What are you playing, Unks? To clarify. I have 15 Spire. I have 15 Spire. Yeah. I got, Socket. It's, that's okay, though. That's okay, though. Yeah, it do be tough. It do be tough. Basically, I took nothing. My vault was nothing, but it is all right. Is there roof for Spire in Discord? I'm only seeing the VOD. Great question. There might not be. If I haven't updated all the routes, you got to tell me because I will do it. I just kind of forgot. What's your favorite range DPS? My favorite range DPS. My favorite range DPS is Warlock. I think that the most powerful range DPS right now is between Mage and Devour. Both of them are extremely good, though. The two worst trinkets and something I didn't need. Goldzin just cheered 100 bits. Yo, what's up, Gold? Thank you for the 100 bits. Demonology Warlock is your vote. Og. I actually like my Og, but we'll see. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. It is what it is. You can't fight the RNG gods. You get a good vault gold. Did you do any vault activities? All right, Deco, I'm gonna pass you lead. I owe 10 jumping jacks, as is determined by the goal today. 100 bits, 10 jumping jacks. Sounds good to me. Darkmorn just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Thanks, Gold. Wow. That's actually good. I really need to move more because I have been feeling stiff and not necessarily in a good way. Hold up. Here we go. 10 jumping jacks. Also, you know how I know I haven't been taking care of myself? One side of my body has had acne now. And that means that probably I haven't washed my sheets recently. You know what I mean? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. But yeah, only one side. This arm, fine. Nothing. Clean. This arm, now all of a sudden I woke up and I was like, spot. Ugh. I hate acne. I've always had it ever since I was young. When I was like 16, I had to take Accutane because it was so bad. I took Accutane for 1 year. Can you play Druid of the Claw on high keys? You can if you like it. I personally don't like it, by the way. You can't do it? You don't have to do that, by the way. Don't worry about it. You definitely don't have to. Chuck Ropes also just subscribed. Darkmorn gifting a sub. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, though. What do you do when you have a bad day/night in-game? Feeling dejected after tonight's performance? A fantastic question, Trinkets. Good question, actually. I think you have to detach your own personal self-worth from your performance in game. This is a game. At the end of the day, Trinkets, this is just a game. This is not your life. And I think that that's actually the most important thing to do. Sometimes you have a bad day in game. You have a bad play. That's okay. But if you fail in real life, there are consequences to those actions, right? If you are in real life and you have a really bad day and maybe you don't handle your emotions well and you yell at somebody or you mess up at work, like there are very real consequences to those actions. And it's good to reflect on that and maybe take that a bit personally so that you can improve. However, in game, it's fine because you log in the next day. And if you're actually playing with people who are the right people to play with, they're not going to yell at you for having a bad day in game. They're not going to not want to play with you again. Those are not friends. It's okay. Sometimes you get got, and that's all right in game. And I think that the most important thing to do is if you're starting to take things really seriously and you're realizing you're like, oh man, I had a bad day and I can't forgive myself. You got to let that go. Honestly, this is a game you play for fun. This is supposed to be the thing that you do when you de-stress from your actual life, which is probably stressful. I don't know how many of you lead stress-free lives, but probably not that many, I imagine. I mean, I don't live a stress-free life. Real life goo, sometimes they get you, you know what I mean? But honestly, Trinkets, I think that the best piece of advice I can give you is the fact that at the end of the day, WoW is in fact not real life. And it shouldn't be used as a proxy for real life either, because otherwise you start taking this game way too seriously. And you get ultra competitive and you get ultra this, and it's not good. It's not actually where you want to be. Does that make sense? Let's see, Egan, I was so ass, cracking my face off for hours. At the end of the day, if you're in an environment that does not value you, and if you feel more stressed than enjoying the environment, it's possible you're not in the right environment, and that's okay. What key was this, by the way? Also, I really want to maybe spend time gearing an alt tank, because if we're pushing lower keys up, 14 AA real quick, okay. Very possibly, I kind of wish I could bring something like my Brewmaster to 14s if we were pushing 14s. The Dad Wisdom hold up. You got to back up 5 steps right now. Hold up. Like 10,000 steps. One moment, please. Excuse me. The Dad Wisdom. The Dad Wisdom. Am I old now? Is it the facial hair? Should I shave? Do I need a haircut? What did I do to deserve this? The wait, hold up. The ancient wisdom. Yeah, if you had said the grandfather wisdom, I would have been like, you know what? I agree. I'm an old soul. The dad wisdom honestly started sounding a bit too real. Like that didn't sound like a joke. That sounded like a very specific, targeted, you mean that. Like there's no sarcasm in your statement. I feel like you mean that. Yeah, I know that my birth year starts my birth year starts with a 1. It doesn't start with a 2, but that doesn't mean I can't get down with the young folk. Hold up. Like I got Drip and Riz and do they still say Skibbity? What's all right, listen, I didn't convince anybody just now, but I tried and I put effort in, and I feel like that effort should mean something. Right? Maybe. Oof. That's tough. No, it's okay. I appreciate it. I've always been an old soul. I accept this. I don't mind. When you said we didn't know you meant 19, yeah. You know what's crazy? Silent came in here earlier and he said he was 25, right? Let's call that with arson. He said he was 25. Bro, that means he was born in 2000. He was born after 2000. If you were born after 2000, in my mind, you're like 10. But actually, you could be 25. You could be 26. Isn't that weird? You ever think about that? You don't want to know when I was born? Chromium? Does it start with a 19? I mean, that's the question, right? Does it start? I mean, nobody here was born. I don't think anybody here was born starting with a 1-8. 1-8. If you're born with 1-8 and you're in my chat right now, I'm gonna need to verify this, but still. Post 9. Pre-death of Whitney. Yeah, it's weird, General. Like to think about that. It's weird for me to think about the fact that that was 25 years ago, right? Like, isn't that interesting though? 2005. So, okay, but no, you're at least of age. Like, that's the one important thing, Small. Just because, wait, excuse me. Oh, bro, my game, man. What is this? Sometimes my ping, I'm scared. Hold up. 1963. Really, Mal? I respect it. Do you play World of Warcraft? I kind of wish, by the way, that my family played WoW. I think that'd be so cool. Hold up, let me check something. Why does it say 1,400 ping? Yes, that's cool. That's awesome. Do you have kids, if you don't mind me asking? But not good? You don't have to be good to enjoy WoW. There are so many ways to be good at WoW, you know what I mean? You don't have to be good for that. Don't worry about that. That's overrated. What will you craft as second craft on the bear? Wrist, probably. Hi, Kitty. How's it going? Kitty, somebody just said that I have dad energy. And I was like, all right, like, listen, I've been trying. It doesn't work. 2 kids, 2 grandchildren. Do they play World of Warcraft? You thought you were the oldest here. Nah, Blitzcrank. You don't? I have Unk energy. You have Unk. Yeah, I got Unk energy. It's because, Kitty, don't tell them what I say outside of stream. It's because my humor is really dark and I say things I'm definitely not supposed to say. All right, why don't I just try a pad build, by the way? Let's play like a puzzle box. Why don't we try a regular Apex build for this? Because it's Resil. We have to push up a 14, though. Risk because of the Arcana Weave lining. I'm not actually sure what embellishment I'll put on it just yet. Okay, I got to find a place for this trinket. Puzzle box, and then we're going to play a regular Apex build. Regular Apex, actually. Neurodivergent fun. That's true. Let's do it. Okay, so this is actually going to be this build. If I were to play Apex, I think it would be something like this right now. Your zinger last night? Yeah, that was a good one. I got you good, too. Yeah, I totally got you there. All right, so this build here is going to be weird, but here we go. You ready? Was it a clip? No, it was off stream. I would never say something like that on stream in a million years. Also, Kitty, somebody came into stream to start the day today, and they were like, oh, I knew you 10 years ago. And I was like, psh, no, you don't. I don't know you. And they're like, yeah, like we used to do this. And I was like, what? I was like, this isn't real. Not again. And I was like, message me right now. And then they did. And I was like, oh my God, it's you. This is now, this has happened twice. Twice. How? What's up, G-Dub? Good morning. Alrighty. Did you have a good vault? I had a really bad vault. Honestly, RNG got me. I think it's because of the joke I told Kitty last night. I think that in general, I joke about things that I'm not supposed to joke about, and I have never been checked as far as this. Char Char Binks just subscribed. First of all, I like your name. All right. Here's a divisive topic, but I'm curious. I need to know people's opinion here. Do you like Jar Jar Binks, yes or no? Was Jar Jar a good character? I took a socket, by the way. That bad, actually. That's how bad. Oh, I took socket. Cute but annoying. Jar Jar. All right, fair. Anyone else? Hisa goaded. All right, there you go. I just got my warrior to 90. Do I go Prot or Fury? No, ruin Star Wars for you. Darkmorn just cheered 100 bits. All right, bet 10 jumping jacks as we wait for Deco, our Mistweaver, to start. I can't macro. I'm going to play one time, by the way. A single key, I will attempt this, basically. I don't mind doing it sometimes, but I will play Apex for one key right now, and I will see how aggro is, out of curiosity, though. Darth Binks is... Yeah, that's true. G-Dub, do you know that currently you are not the oldest person in this stream? Isn't that interesting? I love the fact, by the way, Morn, what you told me earlier, I love the fact that there are people of all ages that play World of Warcraft. I think it's the coolest thing in the world, genuinely. One, 2. I stepped on a water bottle. Ignore that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you for the jumping jacks. What's up? Hi, Sakura. How's it going? Push-ups. We're doing jumping jacks today. Push-ups are too hard. All right, let's go. Let's do some keys. Ready? Let's see how this build goes, by the way. I'm very curious about this, though. Hi, Sakura. How's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Different fitness redeems by the day. Okay, so if we're playing Apex, y'all have never actually seen me play the Apex build. I've only been playing my build for a while. This is Apex Day. Mr. Who's a madman. Psh, what? Me? I've always been like this. All right, ready? Thank you for the sub, by the way. And you started a debate. I don't know if it's because I was young enough or what. I like Jar Jar. I always enjoyed Jar Jar as a character. So it might just be me, but I do actually think that he's funny. Okay, first pull, Alcathar Academy. Let's go. I have a few things that I really want to do here. Number 1, Moonfire, 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 Combat Potion Boomy, Starfall, put Lunar Beam down first, make sure I have Threat, Puzzle Box now, don't get hit immediately after Puzzle Box, spend my first Apex, spend my second Apex, then Incarn, then second Apex, get Thrash going, boom, 1 Echo, Mangle, Thrash again, perfect, next, Raise, holy shit my damage. Bro, look at the DPS. All right, fine. Apex is fun. Apex is fun. I just, on this pull alone, oh, I died. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, because I haven't All right. No, well, I was just distracted. Yeah. But you die. I would never die otherwise. Also, the rogue was lagging and stuff, but that's fine. Yeah, well, no, don't clip it. Shh. He said, this is unplayable. What was that? Was a good opener? Thank you. It was a good opener. Okay. The rogue says bye-bye. No. Well, that's okay. It is Resil. No problem. However, the build is specifically meant for this build. Like, this is literally the key. This is actually the key. But you can see also that I have half as much HPS and stuff. And it just like, eh. All right, here we go. All right, the rogue is stepping out, no problem. Can you grab a shaman? I want extra buffs. I need to devour a demon hunter, actually. Then we can really game. Yeah, so we need to put the lunar beam down before the starfall to get even better. The sun came crashing in like a wrecking ball. Well, that's the problem with this build, by the way. Do you have 4-set now? Oh, shit. You're right. I wasn't even playing with 4-set, bro. You're absolutely right. I need to put on the other helmet. I'd never catalyze it right now, but I need to... That's right. If I'm playing this build, I need 4-piece. All right, here we go. I want a Devourer. Can you do this? Oh, wait. Sorry, we took a Devourer. Cape, I was about to take you, too. I would have taken you for sure. My guild's working on Heroic Midnight Falls. I'm here if you need... Oh, random. No, hold up. Wait, random's on. Random on. Do you want to come? No, random. We're pushing. Never mind. Sorry. Hold up. He just got on. Sorry, Arcala. Our friend just got on. Come, random. It's your time to shine. Can you help me with Vault Choice? I'll do less damage, but that's okay. Can you help me with Vault Choice? I play Brewmaster. I have Veteran Shoulders. Currently, in my Vault, I have Mythic Shoulders or Solar Flare Prism. How good is Solar Flare Prism from Brewmaster? You want Ellie or Devour? I guess it's up to you. It's 14. We're not doing 15 yet, so up to you. No, Ellie's fine. Come bring Ellie. It's fine. We're like doing like main push today. We should at least be able to get 15. I feel like tier is definitely the right option there, but A tier Trinket Solar Flare is good. What would you play long term for Brewmaster? The question is, for Brewmaster, what would you play long term? Like, what do you definitely want? Don't worry about the champion now, Quirm, because you will get a heroic trinket eventually. Your first mythic vault is a big choice. Don't choose based off entirely random. You're going to have to apply. You always appear offline. Oh, there you are. Okay. I just signed out. Got you. There you are. Okay, suggest invite. But tier primary stat plus plume and gloom spattered is you're not going to get the spattered on mythic though is the only thing. Most likely. People are going to play plume and the splatter trinket. I'm trying to think. I would take shoulders. Shoulders are universal. Mythic tier, if you're not a mythic raider, is going to be so valuable. Next major balance patch as always. I don't know about that. I actually don't know. I have a feeling they're not. I have a feeling that they will not nerf Brew. Why Puzzle Box so good? Mastery is defensive. Mastery is not just defensive. Mastery is also offensive because it increases your attack power. Attack power is how you do damage. Solar Flare is bis if not rating. That's such a hard one because technically speaking, the chances of you seeing Solar Flare again is low. But Mythic tier, you might have to make a choice on that one. And you want to nerf it. It should nerf. I think it should get a small survivability nerf because if there's ever a season where 80% plus of the top tanks are one spec, I think that thing should get nerfed, yes. Slightly, 5%. You don't have to give it 10%. I'm not trying to make it not meta. I like the fact I want like a change up. I want Brew or Blood DK or Bear to be meta. I want that. However, they could also buff the other tanks. No, and I don't want them to get nerfed, by the way, to clarify. But I also think that I don't want a season where that happens. I think that could be really bad, actually. Okay, ready? We're going to try that opener even better this time, and let's just see how much damage we can get on first pull. It's going to be nasty, dude. This first pull, this build that I'm playing right now, is going to go ridiculously hard on the first pull. However, I can die throughout this key, even on 14. Whereas my other build feels immortal. Let's see how this one feels. I'll play it, and I'll try to play it well. I'll prescience you. You should, because I will do big damn. Now, the only other problem here is I'm going to be playing with DPS who also do big damn, so the AoE things are not going to live very long. It would be great if they lived longer. Like, I benefit, if we were playing with, like, a Fury Warrior and, like, an Outlaw Rogue, man, I'd be having a good time. Yo, that Cocoon of Shame is ridiculous. I haven't even gotten into the damn pack yet. I haven't even gotten close to the pack. What is this Cocoon of Shame? What is this Cocoon of Shame? My Puzzle Box Trinket was delayed. You're going to have to wait for aggro. Okay, boom. I got both my Echoes. Here's another Echo. Bam. And one more Echo. Fantastic. Now I maintain one stack ironfur. And then I go here. And then I'm going to go Thrash in this pull. Raise again. Alternate. Thrash one more. Throw the Lunar Beam down. Pack's already dead, unfortunately. So I don't even really get to do anything. But you can see on a pull like this, when you play perfectly, it does do ridiculous damage. But it's kind of bait. It's kind of bait because that's like a lot of AoE pad. However, obviously, if I was playing this build, I'm going to do ridiculous cracked levels of damage, okay? That's the thing about this. I'm getting a Cocoon of Shame again because my healer is like, wow, why are you so squished with this build? I'm going to be fine. But like also I am kind of squished with this build. Here we go. It does do a lot of damage, but you can see it's already gone. That's pre because I'm going in with the first Apex plus the second Apex. So the first pull of a dungeon, you always do crazy damage with a build like this. Boss is going to spawn in a second. Right? But now I have to manage resources, which I'm just not a fan of doing. I've already procced my cheat death, so I could die here even, which is crazy to assume, but that could happen. So I throw the Lunar Beam down, and then I won't die. I probably won't get one tap. But look at this, man. This is like way more damage than I would normally take because I only want to maintain one stack of ironfur to try to green some damage. You know, it is playable, of course, but it just doesn't suit. But the Cocoon of Shame again. There's nothing happening right now. There's not even anything happening. We bark here. What's up, Cam? I'm doing good. I have bark up. There's no way I die. No way I die, probably. Okay, we're here now. Now, I'm going to do some tech on this next part. So we want to go here. Thrash, you put the Lunar Beam down, right? Then I go Heart of the Wild right now into the Starfall, into Puzzle Box first. Okay, Thrash, 1 stack Ironfur, Apex, boom. I need to double Apex basically right away because I think they're going to die so fast. Nice. I got pretty much my full pad amount of damage there. And then here we go. Ironbark is the only down... No, Ironbark is a bad external. 20% external is pretty weak, honestly, for healers right now. I don't think Ironbark is actually a good external at all. Garbage. Like, Pain Sub, like, there are so many better externals than Ironbark. 20% is very weak. You can die through an Ironbark. You can't really die through a Pain Sub. 20% is kind of low. It lasts a long time. It has a fair duration, especially if, obviously, if they're playing the extension talent, but even then... So I'm going to trust my healer to heal me. I'm going to spend 1 Frenzied Regen. We'll see what my overall ends up looking like. Can you play this build in high keys? Of course you can. But goddamn, I have to focus so much more. I like my other build. And also, I don't think it's going to be too crazy different. Although, let's find out. Cool. So I'm going to SI 1. And then to greed my damage, I'll even SI 2. So I can get more raises off during this window. So I don't die. And then I'm here. If Wrestler Druid had an external, it'd be even better. It'd be even more busted. That's fair, actually. That's a good point. I proc the cheat death. My overall is looking kind of nasty right now, I will say. It's looking good. It's looking good. Hold on. Let me pad on this. I need 1 more raise. Come here. No. I inted my own self. Cool. I hate this build. You're going to cocoon me out of spite. Imagine I got a vault too. I didn't even have a vault, man. I got trolled by my vault. I mean, I'll take your external. You know what the thing about this build, right? Is technically speaking, it actually is not a bad idea for you to be externaling me because I can greed my damage if I know I'm going to live something. Technically, it's unethical. It's unethical, this build. This build is actually the opposite of ethicality. Like, I'm going to hold things now just for the following pull. And then I need to stop thrashing. The other big difference here is that I need to stop thrashing. You need to thrash way less on this build. Boom. Just got Mythic. Nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. I will live vicariously through all of your vaults because my vault is so sad right now. I had to take tokens, basically, Papa. So it's not looking good. I didn't get a good vault this week, but that means next week, I'm sure. Next week's got to be really good, right? Right? Probably. 1 stack Ironfur. Click the puzzle box. Okay. Boom. Pretty full setup here. 1, 2, bam. Second. Here. 1 more Mangle. And then raise again. And then I'll get the cocoon. And then, yeah, I mean, you pop off an AoE if you actually sync everything properly. I get that you pop off an AoE. But let's compare. At the end of this run, this is the same gear, by the way, I was playing with. I haven't really sent any upgrades, and I didn't actually get a vault. So same gear I was playing with before, but this one I can die, and the other one I basically can't die. I'm actually struggling what to take from your first vault. What'd you get? First time healing, so you can't just sim it. I wouldn't sim as a healer anyways. Simming as a healer is pretty backwards, actually. Can craft wrist or waist with Embellish on Bear? And if wrist, why? They're very similar, Hogs. They're not... It's basically just a choice. Your waist versus your wrist is effectively the same thing. Like, I wouldn't even think about it that much. You just send one or the other. It's not really a big deal. No, this dungeon I'm not running my favorite build. This dungeon I am running a proper, more normal Apex build. Which is pad, but now I'm like having to really think about my survivability a lot more. What are you doing to shift to Boomy? Oh, you just actually click, you just literally click Boomy form. Nothing else to it. Very, very simple. Yeah, you just straight up click Boomy form. But you can see my health compared to other runs is going to be fluctuating a lot more. QE Live. Even simming on QE Live, though, because technical HPS doesn't necessarily matter as much as effective HPS. You have to be very careful about simming as a healer or a tank, by the way. Be very careful about both of those things. Alrighty. Let's see what we can do single target, given the fact that I am walking in here with effectively everything. That's how I have it for my bear tank. Just have Moonkin form on bar. Yeah, that's how I do it. There is a macro for it, technically, but I don't use that macro. So I'm here, and then I let my healer heal me, basically. And then I go Incarn. Now I've got the proc, Mangle, second echo, bam, here. And then Mangle again. And then basically my healer will just heal me, and if I die, it's his fault. If I die, it's basically not on me. That's not my responsibility whatsoever. I can send you the Cassec macro if you want. No, I don't like those macros. With my ping, sometimes macros don't click properly. As funny as it sounds, I don't actually normally benefit from macros specifically because of that problem. Like, if a macro has a sequence of abilities, it normally backfires for me because the GCD delay that I have playing with 200 plus ping is actually just too massive. Okay, so this one's here, one ironfur there, and then I'm here. I'm also playing with an AUG, so it's a little hard to say, though. I'm on Frostmourne, I feel ya. Well, playing from Asia is... You know how you play from OCE, right? You're saying, like, OCE to NA, right? Okay. I'm playing from Asia. It's basically that all the time, except worse. It's way worse than that. Yeah. You get used to it, but basically there are some things that most players say, like, oh, this is going to help you so much, but they don't help me. In particular, like, I just let my healer heal me here. Yeah. You just have to get used to it. Like, I'm going to have less globals. That's one of the biggest things, to be honest with you, is just I will have less globals. Whoops. Almost jumped in a tornado. Dodging things is a little harder. Like, certain fights, even like this fight, actually, can be a little bit more toxic for me. I like the cocoon. I'm not that squishy. I'm just greeting damage. Just know, like, I do kind of trust that everything will work out, but I'm not actually that squishy right now. So we have a fairly strong single target burst here as well. If we sync all this perfectly right now, okay, puzzle box, bam. We're going to go Feral Frenzy, and I will even hit Incarn. See, that right there, that Incarn double casted, and now I don't get the second echo in this window. Like, that right there was a big DPS loss. My single target is going to go so hard, because I basically just full send for offense now. I didn't have Combat Potion to overlap with that, but... Imagine I actually had Combat Potion here, too. We don't want the ring set from Nexus, none of them. Good question. I'm actually not so sure about the ring set right now. We were all playing Eye of Midnight on beta, so hard to say exactly. We were playing the ring from Raid, but since I don't think I'm going to get that ring, I'm actually not sure at the moment what we do or do not want. Okay, keep Thrash up. My single target there was 53k. Normally, on that fight, it's like 35. Fairly improved. But that was me also sending Incarn and stuff, lining up the perfect Feral Frenzy with that Fire Phase, etc. Not bad, of course, not bad. All right, I won't have Incarn for this pull, so it gets a little bit messed up. Here we go. Okay, so we bark, one ironfur. I go through here. Keep in mind that I am liable to die with this build. It is, in fact, not immortal. I actually have to manage resources. And we'll see how much more my actual overall damage is, considering my gear is exactly the same as it was last week, right? It's not any different. I'm not playing... I have no upgrades from Vault. What's up, Malden? How you doing? I'm playing the regular Guardian Druid build. Did you have a good Vault, Malden? I unfortunately did not. I'll take that cocoon. Here I overlap the bark skin. I do not combat potion. I'll combat potion the next pull. You just got home? Nice. Still no threat problems, but... I still don't love this build. It's something that I can play. Maybe. I'm just debating, like, what level of push key for my team do I actually need to be stressing my healer out to that degree? Like, at what level is it reasonable for me to play a build like this? There's a world where not that high. Okay, so puzzle box as I walk in. This pull will be my incarn window. I will walk in, and I'm going to do big dam. Huge damage right now. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Excellent. I should have vortex there. Actually, I would have gotten even more damage. Here we go. Kick the surge. Boom. Every mangle here basically goes alternate mangle, 1 ironfur, thrash, and then I'm here. So a quick rundown on Prop Pal this season. You have to play Sentinel. It is not like the worst tank necessarily, but it's a lot squishier than it used to be because they changed how mastery works, among other things. Because they gave that mastery change and stuff, though. By the way, it can't be that bad. No, of course, but that's Squish, by the way, Lucky. This is, yeah, I mean, Squish is like a different breed of bear, so it's hard to compare. He's like a whole different thing. It's mostly for me to clarify. I have different priorities than a lot of people when they play the game. For me, my ultimate goal is to chill. I want to be de-stressing. Like when I'm streaming right now, I want to be able to read chat. I don't ever want to get globaled. That's why I don't like playing things like Blood DK. It's not that I can't play Blood DK. It's just that my priority is to hang out with people, to stream, to have a good time. Like, you know what I mean? Those are my actual priorities. And so I don't necessarily want to play a build that I have to work crazy hard on. I can, but like, you know, if a tank is... I like playing the more straightforward tanks because it suits my playstyle. It's not anything else, by the way. There's no other, you know, hidden reason. It's not... I know that it's very simple to play, and that's why I like playing it. It is specifically because it is simple to play, in fact, that I enjoy it so much. That's like why I like it, though. And I also think that it would help a lot of people to identify the fact that they also appreciate this. I had to send this a little early, so I'm desync. There's no way I die through Incarn and Bark. Again, that was Incarn Bark because I was trying to greed an Echoed Rays. Incarn and Bark, I still die? I would never, ever, ever die in the previous build. Literally immortal on a pull like this. But because I'm trying to greed my damage... I had a little bit of a lag spike, but that's not it. I actually just Incarn and Bark I die. I can keep the pull alive. Oh, no, I can't. Is it worth it? Granted, my damage is not even that much higher, man. Like this is exactly what I mean. It's a completely greed build. Because I was like, Incarn Bark, I'm not going to die. I died through Incarn and Bark, man. No, it's a reset, actually. Reset. I won't play this build. I mean, like, okay, could I have hit Frenzied Regen there instead? Yes, but that constant decision-making, it's not worth it. It does good. My overall damage would be 10k higher. My single target would be much higher. My overall damage would be like 10, 15k higher. That's not worth it. If I ever throw a key for that reason, can you play it? Sure. Should I have kited out there? Yeah. Should I have hit a slightly different global? It's frustrating. I don't like dying as a tank. Not like that. Like, that was actually just... Let's check my other build. Let's play basically a no Apex build now and play the way I've been normally playing. And you can see the absolute crazy difference in this, though. Decision making it all harder. Yeah. It's like, can you play it? Yes. But do I like playing it? Nah. Yeah, no, I know. It's just... Ugh. That death right there. I mean, it's a Resil 14, so I was testing it. Again, can I play it? Yeah, but I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I even have a chance at dying. My overall damage is pad 2. Just to clarify, this is pad damage. This is not real damage. The only real damage on this was actually done to Croth. Croth was high. I could not reach this level of damage on Croth without this build. But everything else is pad. This is like the first pull, I just pop off on the first pull. But this is not real damage. Like, I'm just padding on the little ads. Not a fan. All right. Run it back. Sorry about that. Okay, I go normal build. I was padding. It's like 10k higher, 15k higher. If I had finished the run and we had gone through Veximus... I would have had, overall in this dungeon, probably close to about 90k, 95k, maybe 100k. But it is a key level where you can die, and that death never died there before since beta. Never died there. Interesting. Oh well. Hello there, Luis. I'm flying home where my brand new PC is waiting after 2 weeks. Nice. How dare you have fun playing the game? I know. But it's true. When was the last time you saw me rip like that? It only happens when I play this build, and the only reason that did happen is because I was trying to hit that next raise because I was just an Incarn, and I was like, ooh. And I thought, Incarn Bark, there's no way I'd die. I died through that. Granted, hard pull. Again, could I have outplayed it? Yes. But think about what that looks like in a 17. Like, when we go 17 Algathar Academy, now it's like, I've got to play pitch perfect all the time. And if I'm talking and streaming, there are so many times I know for a fact that I play better off stream. But that doesn't mean anything to me. I want to still be able to play and enjoy the company of other people. All right, let's go. No need for a 4-set. Let's roll. Send it. You verse spam? No. That, trust me, 5% verse does not make a single difference there. Garbage. 5% verse makes no difference. That's a global press where it's like, oh, actually, all I needed to do was press Frenzied Regen instead of Raise. That would have been it. If I pressed Frenzied Regen instead of Raise on that global, I'd be giga alive right now. If my healer had hit one button instead of the other button, I'd be giga alive right now. But the second that I start thinking, if everything goes well, I can play this build. If I hit all my right buttons, I can play this build. I don't like the build. I want it to be, I'm going to live regardless. Even if I press 5 things that are wrong, I'm still going to live. That's a way better, that's how I like to play. Does that make sense? I'm way more interested in playing a way that just goes, oh, I'm not going to die. Even if I get distracted, even if I desync my cooldowns, even when I don't play perfectly, this is the absolute biggest. Get your exclamation clip ready. Are you ready? Because I can't type in the middle of this poll. Exclamation, type, get ready to type it. Don't type it yet, okay? I want to play a tank that I know for a fact is going to live, even if I play poorly, because that's the biggest difference playing in pugs versus playing in a coordinated group. Everybody always assumes that, like, oh, well, if everything goes super well, that I can do all these crazy pulls and stuff. That's true, but I don't want to have to depend on everything going super well. I want to be able to just say, when everything goes really bad, I'm still going to be a giga tank, because tanking, when you die as a tank, it feels so bad. It feels terrible. So I would rather play the safe build and just know that I am always going to live and be able to lead my team than like try to greed some damage, because it doesn't even matter this season. All right, exclamation clip it. Somebody type it. Exclamation clip. Exclamation clip. Boom. Okay, anyways, I have to backpedal these bleeds now. Reset the bleeds. Perfect. Come back in. What are your thoughts on Mountain Fae nerfs for Prot Warrior and PTR today? I didn't read the PTR nerfs today, to be honest. Thank you, guys. I'm curious how high keys will go at the end of the season. I'm curious as well, because we're already way higher than we traditionally are. So it's actually, that's an interesting argument, though, for sure. That puzzle box, pressing puzzle box there, actually made that kind of lame. I did much less damage pressing puzzle box, I swear. Normally, I do more damage on that pull. People very forget Dragonflight keys. What do you mean by that? In terms of, like, the timer, or in terms of what? I think I missed a Thrash cast on that previous pull. It does feel weird to go from the thing I was just doing, how high we went, mechanics and pugability, lots of stuff. Yeah. Fair enough. I'm very curious, actually. Haven't died once and got to 3 with pugs only. There's no risk. Yeah, so this is, it's so funny to me because I'm like locked in right now, and I'm like, oh, I don't have to be locked in. Never mind, I'm going to live. Of course I'm going to live. Like, this is, again, the difference of the builds is so wild to me. My damage intake is ridiculously different. And the brain globals, this is 80%. This is like 200% easier. 200% is crazy, by the way. I want to press puzzle box, and then I will puzzle box right now into the Incarn, into the second Thrash, so I don't lose aggro. I wonder if they made it easier so more people can get 3K. Yes, they definitely did, and they want it to be accessible, and I like the fact that it's accessible. I think that they only need to do one thing to fix the Mythic Plus season right now, because I am worried. I like the fact that the game is accessible, don't get me wrong. I want the game to be highly accessible. I'm super crazy invested in making sure that everybody has a good time for Midnight. I want Midnight to be a win. I want it to be a W for the WoW community. I think they only need to do one thing to fix it right now. Because the replayability, the fall off this season is going to be, I'm worried about it. I'm worried about what happens a month from now when people have hit all of their goals and there's really not much else left to do except prog a key level that they're really not that interested in. I am actually scared for what that looks like, I think, for the community. But I also have a way to fix it. Are you ready? They need to just add an achievement for like 3.2k IO, 3.3k IO. That's it. That would fix the problem. They just need to add a little bit more for prog. And then people would be like, oh yeah, that's great. And then I have a goal to keep striving for. You need to keep people playing for a little longer than just this. If 3K is so achievable, they have said before in the past that 3K is the goal. And that means that's your end game goal, right? They just need to change that perspective because it's no longer the end game goal. They need to make it 3.2 or 3.5. And then everything would be good. Vexty, thank you for the Prime sub. Hello. Hi, Charles. I wonder if Blizz is going to overreact next season. That's what I'm worried about too. Yeah, that's exactly, and they do tend to do that. If raid is too easy, then they tend to make the next raid much harder. If raid is too hard, then they tend to over buff it or over nerf it. Like they don't tend to land it quite where it needs to be, though, right? Yes. So there's a lot more people, and I don't mind that because it feels good to win. But what people don't realize, especially in the modern world, the absolute thing that people need to understand that they're not quite getting about all this, you don't want things to be handed to you. You do have to work for things. The world that we live in is so filled with this constant dopamine that you're like, well, I want it now. But the problem is, if you get it now, you probably won't stick with it. You don't actually get the real levels of dopamine that involve you having to work hard for something. And I think that games have to balance this between one or the other. The problem is that right now, World of Warcraft feels a little bit more like a Diablo 4 season than it does like an MMORPG. And I'm worried about that, by the way. That scares me a little bit for what that might mean for the WoW community in general. Don't you see what I mean? Because the rewards are so easily obtainable. And I'm not saying that they're easy, and I don't mind that they're easily obtainable. But then they have to put in more rewards. Like, that's the key. If they keep doing this, they have to add more rewards. And they can do that, but they better do that. Otherwise, we're going to see levels of drop-off that have basically never existed before. Does that make sense? That's my thought process on it. I definitely like that more people are able to get with their friends and just do some keys. I think that's a massive W. But they have to be careful about making sure that they still have striving goals, still have goals later on. And I'm curious about whether they're going to nail that or not. I don't know if they will, by the way. Unsure. What do you think? Starfall as the birds come in, because they do trigger combat. I also think that if they actually just made ults even easier to gear, more people would play. I think at this point, if the season looks like it does right now, a real also easy fix would be just make it so ults are even friendlier to gear. They should have kept the catalyst thing in, so then you could just know you have 4 set on your ults and stuff. I feel like there is a few things they could do. If I could log into my warrior right now and basically get up to where my bear is much faster, I would be way more motivated to do that. That might just be a personal thing, though. I'm not actually sure if that applies to everyone. I don't know. I'm curious though. New kata system is nice. I like it for mains. I was really excited when I saw that they would have it for everyone else too. So just to clarify, it looks a lot worse, but this build is a bit more consistent. I would have ended the previous dungeon with like about 100k, and a lot of that was pad. This dungeon will end with maybe like 80. So 20% behind, and that's me greeting damage, by the way. That's me padding and greeting damage, so it's not exactly still very applicable in my opinion. Okay, so we puzzle box, and then here, boom. We'll get as much damage as we can in this puzzle box window. Thundering Roar. I think if you play an alt in 3 to 4 weeks, you have 4 charges anyways. That's also true, Vati. And to be fair, the tier sets are actually not the problem. It's the crest acquisition. I know they've given you even more of a discount than before as well. And I suppose that does feel kind of nice. What did I get from Vault? Oof, socket. I got a bad Vault. There's nothing I can do. It's okay, but it's unfortunate for sure. You know, I think they should get rid of tier. I also think they should get rid of tier, or just make it even easier to obtain. They should give it like a borderline, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think they should make it like a quest line or something. The disparity between people who get 4-set right away, and like I don't think the dopamine of that is worth it. You got socket? I did. I actually, basically, there was an either I save 1 upgrade of crest because I happened to get the 2 trinkets. My vault was the trinkets that are actually worse at full 289 item level than trinkets at 276. I actually got the most dog water trinkets that you will never play under any circumstances. I got the Latches Hook from Windrunner Spire, and I got the one from Mysara Caverns where you have to go pick up the souls for primary stat. Like, those trinkets are, like, actually terrible. So, yeah. It sucks. It was basically the worst possible... I mean, I would have taken a ring. I would have taken a neck. I would have taken something, but basically those trinkets are actually just no. I think they fixed the Mistweaver tier, as far as I know. I'm not 100% sure on that. Don't quote me. Oh, dude, I forgot to even pick up my Wind Orb. I'm not even paying attention right now. My bad. Minus haste on this boss. My bad. What was the third item? Third item was a weapon. The weapon was not, it's the wrong stats, but that's fine for Bear. That's not really a big deal for Bear. I took the weapon for long-term power, but the problem is I had crafted a weapon last week, so I wasn't going to take a weapon this week, even if I saw one, because it is my embellishment, and effectively, even if I took that weapon, I probably won't equip it for 2 weeks, but at least I know I have a mythic weapon in 2 weeks from now, so there's that at least. What's up, Rel? How's it going? Hi, Rel. How's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Rel, I have a question. I know you're probably tired because it is very late for you, but I do have a question. I'm curious about your answer. When you play World of Warcraft, do you play to de-stress or do you play to stress? Because I think that this is actually something that isn't talked about enough in the community. Is like there are so many different play styles, and that's one of the best things about World of Warcraft in general. I play to de-stress. Like, I like doing competitive content, and this week I'm sure me and my friends will get like our 15s, 16s, whatever. But I like playing tank builds or whatever to just chill. Like, I kind of want to basically, if I'm playing tank, I just want to be tanky tank. I want to know for a fact that I'm going to live. I don't want to play some weird damage build that like I have to worry and stress all the time. And I'm like, well, if I play perfect, if I just don't make a mistake, then I'm sure everything will be fine. And please, please, please. Oh, don't miss that global. Oh, no, I've lagged. Oh, no, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, no, no, no. I hate that mentality. Like, I just kind of want to, if I'm playing the game, I want to play the game. You know what I mean? That's kind of my perspective on WoW. And I think that there are more people who think like that too, but they don't realize because a lot of the voices in the competitive scene of WoW just automatically assume that what people want is to parse 100. What they want is they want to be the world first. The next MDI competitors, they're looking for gold or bust. They want to be the diamonds, but not anything else. And I'm like, well, there's nothing wrong with like silver or whatever. I don't know metals. I'm sorry. I tried to go for an analogy there, and it didn't really come out. It's one of, I was doing my best, but it didn't work as well as I had originally intended it for it to work. It's okay. It happens. It happens. Probably won't die. Probably won't die. Do 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 do. WoW gaming is like figuring out. Oh wow, Sherpa. I was teaching a whole. Yeah, I know. I saw that today. By the way, I hope that everybody had a really good time. My big thing is I like doing the competitive content for World of Warcraft, but how do we get more people into the game? I swear it's something that people don't really think about. Do you know how unfriendly? I mean, I'm sure you guys find this out today. WoW is so unfriendly to new players. It's insane. It's crazy. There's no tutorial. There's no nothing. There's literally nothing that basically shows a new player how to understand the game better. I find that to be wild, especially for tanks and healers, by the way. This is like a particular problem for tank and healer players. There is actually nothing that shows you what to do. You're just kind of expected to almost like zone in and just figure it out. And it's like, but I'm scared. I have anxiety. Like tank anxiety is a very real thing. And it's like, yes, it is. How do we fix that? And it's like, well, people are like, well, you got to try this or try that. But I think that it's more complicated than that. I think that Blizzard needs to have like some sort of proving grounds like they did before, but make it good. I think they need to give tanks and healers some more resources at the higher levels. I'm not sure exactly what could be done total, but I know that something needs to get done. I think that this season is going to be okay, but there's still a lot that they could improve upon, right? I wish it was more new people friendly. Yeah, I started this game in Legion after not playing any game and never played an MMO before. They really just don't do a good job explaining even like gear acquisition, like like how to spend your catalyst. You have to watch a Dratnos video or my video, or you have to watch a guide on YouTube. Why? Why can't there just be something in game that kind of like gives you a little bit more of an explanation for how to do this? That's a genuine question. Like, why can't you just have a system in game that basically says, oh, by the way, you should really know this thing. And then you just, congratulations, like you know that thing. Yeah, why is this evoker? Yeah, this evoker, man. What's up with this evoker? They're just doing like no damage. Why? It's crazy. It's crazy, kids. You're right. Losing to a tank playing a macroed ironfur build. Anyways, Rel, I hope you have a fantastic night. It's literally talking about me. Been tanking in order in other games, so it just feels hard to get into tanking. It's complicated. It's just because it's not well explained at all. There's so much to understand and nuances to tanking that like they just don't do a good job of explaining it or helping people learn it, if that makes sense. And I think they could improve upon that, though. I practice make most of the follower dungeons. The problem with follower dungeons is it does not prepare you to tank or heal. They should, but it does not. It actually does like a pretty bad job, because if you think you've done a follower dungeon and therefore you'll end up being fine, that mentality is wrong, by the way, because it doesn't actually teach you damage patterns. It doesn't teach you damage intake. It doesn't actually teach you like when to sequence defensives, because you're not actually being challenged. It's kind of the same people who were doing Mythic 0 last week and then think they can walk into a plus 12 and be like, well, it's the same thing. It does actually start hitting a little harder, and you have to learn. And the way that tanks and healers learn, said that was a frame. Oh, sorry, Wild. My apologies. I did indeed miss that. I'm trying to do some tank dam or something. Currently trying a new Algathar route. Maximize the blood first to Veximus. We used to do something like that in Dragonflight, but that first pull, I really think you want to be lusting that now if possible. I like bear because it's chill and I get your mindset for it. Yeah, this build of bear as well. Ha, build a bear. Build a bear. This build of bear is functionally immortal, very, 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 very tanky, and I like this. This is like a chill. This is the play style that I want. Even if it does do a little less damage overall, I'm pretty happy with this. My damage is comparable. The Raze build, if I had truly greeded and greeded hard, pretty sure I would have had like 95 to 100k overall here. I just don't think that's actually the end of the world. I will off heal this one. Got my shaman. Depends on the tank. Only my DK gets to have a 10 for Lust. Yeah, I don't think that that's the right route, but it's okay. Because, Carmen, if you want to do that in your keys, no problem. You're not the first person to have mentioned that, actually. Another person told me that they were starting to go the other way as well to help sequence that first pull of Algathar. No, you could totally do it. The decisions that tanks should be making in this current season are, how can I just make sure that we go the safe route? You don't have to be aggressive right now. Like, these keys are simply just not checks in terms of timer. You should be making safe decisions. Like, that really is the key right now. Is just making those safe, hey, I just want to make sure that we're playing clean, etc. Like, if we actually spend a res right now, it's possible we do not time this 14. Algathar is the only key that actually just gets tight on the timer, I believe. Yeah, you basically, if you get to the end of a run, even at a fairly high key level, and you have sub X deaths, you will win. That's the nature of this season right now. Except Algathar. I will say, I think Algathar is maybe the one exception to that rule. Yeah, only Algathar. I got you. I can soak pretty much all of them. Don't worry about it. No need to be fancy. Exactly. Play safe, big IO. Now, granted, your DPS will get mad at you for doing that, but you just need to understand as a tank, you don't need to pull 3 packs in a row. Basically, 1 to 2 is fine. Pull 1 to 2 packs and your DPS won't be too upset with you for deciding to not go crazy big. Academy and Caverns are your least favorite? Really? I like Caverns. Caverns is like a tank skill dungeon, and I do like Caverns. I would say my thing, though, is trying lots of Vexlus. You don't get any additional... Yeah. I would say... What's my least favorite dungeon? Seed of the Triumvirate. Easy. No, actually, it's not even close. Seed of the Triumvirate. My least favorite dungeon by far. Seed of the Triumvirate. Don't like it. Terrible dungeon. I don't like it. Nah, that dungeon? Nah. Nope, not for me. No, thank you. It's basically, I'm in that dungeon, I just feel like, I said good days. I don't want to do that dungeon. Dungeon sucks. It's got mechanics that I just do not like. Pit's my favorite dungeon, I think, as well. I don't think it's related to the fact that it's probably unrelated to my personal preferences, but I also agree that Pit is the best dungeon. Do you know what is wild to me, though? You know what, actually, by the way? Yeah, I don't like the way that Seed is structured. Here, I will tell you this. I had no fucking clue. I had zero idea. I could not figure this out. Did you know that the Pit of Sauron is not actually the Pit of Sauron? It's the Pit of Sauron? It's not a Lord of the Rings reference. Did you know that? Am I the only one who didn't know this? I didn't know. I made a guide for it, and I was like, wait a second. Why is it saying that I misspelled it? And then I looked again, and I was like, oh my god. I thought the entire time it was the Pit of Sauron. But it was actually, it's S-A-R. It's not, there's no U in there. And I was like, what? How? Yogg Saron? Well, you guys have common sense and the ability to put puzzle pieces together in your head. I apparently do not. And that's okay. But also, what? I really thought it was the Pit of Sauron. I genuinely have no idea about this. If we walk straight through, we don't pull anything else, though. You didn't know that? I know, right? This is what I'm saying. That is actually great tech, by the way, to do that. Okay, we can pull this in only after first AoE. You wait for first AoE, and then you can pull this in. Just let him heal the first AoE first. I cast my puzzle box. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder if puzzle box is really worth it for damage. And then we're going to send cooldowns into boss. We'll have to deal with 1 overlap. We have 2 reses. Should be fine. And call it Pit House instead. Nah. Trinkets, are you enjoying this season? Have you been able to play a lot? Morning, Lacus. How's it going? Standard American brain. That's true. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. Defensive. Defensive. Do. I call the dungeon. You don't like that dungeon? I think Pit is a great dungeon, actually. I think it's got, like, good counter plays. Like, I think it's a fair dungeon in many ways. I'll tell you what's going after opening my vault. Dude, don't depend on your vault for your mood. If I depended on my vault for my mood, I would be in misery right now. I got a really bad vault. I actually had to take sockets for my first mythic vault. How crazy is that, man? I'm surprised that is true. Because it's like you have to have really bad RNG to have that happen. Like really, like you gotta have really bad RNG. Like you have to actually have items in there that you don't want to use, even at mythic item level. And lo and behold, I had the 2 worst trinkets from this season drop. And I was just like, unfortunate. Yeah, no, I got actually the 2 worst trinkets where even at 289, I still wouldn't use them. That's how bad they are. Yeah, that's rough, isn't it? It's okay. I'll still blast on the bear. The bear dream is alive still. Do you have 2 variations for Moonfire? I wanted to give your build a try. Seems pretty chill. Yeah, I've got variations for it. So the variations are basically this. The choices that you have when it comes to this build are if you want to turtle, but I wouldn't recommend. I think that you can still choose quite a bit of damage talents in terms of Sundering Roar, Waking Nightmare, etc., etc. I think you actually do have options for, like, still doing fairly competitive damage. This route got a little messed up, but the fact that I'll at least finish with 70k in a dungeon like this, it upsets me that I know I would have had... The single target is a little lower, but it upsets me. I know I would have 100k if I truly greeded, but then this dungeon, I'm never going to die. So maybe the difference is 20%. I want to say that full greeting the other build in a reasonable setting in an actual key level, this build's about 20% behind. Not anything too crazy. And also the first pull heavily inflates it, so I also think it depends on the dungeon, though. Got 2 times, Onseer took Mythic Chest Piece, sad, but had to be done. Yeah, that's fair. Mythic Tier is so hard to pass up. I would have taken literally anything out of my vault except those trinkets. I think, actually, those were the 2 worst trinkets, but it's okay. I've sacrificed my vault this week for, I'm sure, better luck next week. That must be the thing that's happening here. Share the build? Yeah, of course, it's in my Discord. All builds that I ever try or cook or whatever will be in Discord. It's not bad. It works. Super chill. Omega tanky. There's an extra catalyst charge, and there's my second spark. So, nice. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. I did see he got the best weapon drebs. I had a druid on his something similar doing sub-healer DPS. Sub-healer DPS is too low. Like, you still do adequate damage on single target. Your single target shouldn't be that low, but it depends. So, like, Croth here, for example, my Mistweaver, first of all, he pumps. 35k single target is not the end of the world. It could be 45k. And to clarify, when I was playing the previous build, this will be a little lower because I have an AUG here. The previous build, we have some funnel in here, so that doesn't really count. It'd be like 30 to 35k single target with this build, somewhere in there. We'll see. It's a little low, for sure, but it shouldn't be lower than healer damage, unless your healer's blasting. Even then, if I greed my damage, and I do 40k, does it matter that much? Maybe there's a key level where it does. Dropping keys? Yeah, it does. Never got one myself. Now, that was the second one I've gotten, by the way. So doing 15, 20. If you're doing 30, what healer are you playing where you're doing 30 to 35k single target? 15k is too low. 15k is he's doing something wrong or he doesn't have gear, to be fair. That doesn't seem right, to be fair. You would have to be messing up your rotation to do that. All right, what 15? 15 Spire? Great, I also have 15 Spire. Let's do it. Do we want to... Small, you want to come for like 15s? How do you think your AUG damage is, out of curiosity, though? You get your BNet? Yes, I did. I know. I actually said hi to him earlier, and he mentioned that, and I was like, all right. Rest in peace, me. Cool. Did we log that? Does anybody have a live log running? I'm kind of curious to see what your AUG damage is. I've seen some fairly competitive log from AUGs, but I just want to check. I am curious. And Arson is blasting now that he has his item level. I do. Can I see the log out of curiosity? Yeah, I want to see. I want to see. Because I also want to see how it compares to my damage. There's a bunch of stuff. Oh, no problem, no problem, no problem. 5. Arson is blasting. Okay, but what about tank dam? I sent you the log? Okay, I'm looking at it now. I wanted to see, like, boss damage and stuff. I'm playing a little lazy. Yeah, 32k there. Okay. Still not as high as I would like my own damage to be. Okay. Got it. 40k. All right, cool, 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 cool. Good enough for now, though. Not sure how he does it every season. I don't know. Oh, Blizzard? Who knows? So what I would play, definitely I need Gift, at least. I wish I could pick up a little bit more. I think I want to try mauling single target. I might put maul on my bars and just experiment with what it would be like to maul single target, actually, though. You have 2 offhands on your Devour? What do you mean 2 offhands? Oh, 2 offhands. Oh, I see. Trust me. Well, at least you get an offhand. At least you're probably going to take one, right? Like, I don't even get that, though. Hi, Eleanor. Which of the Discord builds are you using right now? Looking at the big list. Sorry, I will upload this. This is give or take what I've actually decided on playing, by the way. This is with Purge. If you don't want Purge, like Windrunner actually is a good dungeon for this. Technically speaking, if I want Symbiotic, I could swap Symbiotic here. I could take this and put it in Lingering Healing. But let's say that I want my Remove Corruption. That's the flex point there. And let's say I actually do want Symbiotic. Then I would play like this. This would be the build that I've decided on. It's as much damage as I can kind of take here, give or take, with maybe a few variables, but it's something along this line of how I want to play right now. So I'll copy this one and I'll put it here. Here we go. I'll put that in Discord so everybody kind of knows what's going on. Discord, anything? Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Happily. Glad I can help. All right. Midnight tank builds Guardian Druid. Okay. All right. The version I will play this week. This week, right? Swap decurse for something if you don't need it. I have 2 sparks right now in your Brewmaster. What do you think I should do? Recraft or 272 weapon? You don't need a spark to recraft a weapon. If you've already crafted something optical, you don't need to spend more sparks to recraft it. No problem. Can't take offense, got a crafted staff. Yeah, it's okay, Lacus. It was just one of those vaults for me too. What's your third option at least? What's the third option? My brain trolled. Oh, okay, got you, got you. What's the third option at least? Do you get something? So the vendor is lying to your face. It'll show that it costs 2 sparks, but the 2 sparks should already be there. Like, let's say that you want to you just need to spend the crests on it. You shouldn't have to spend 2 more sparks. Your sparks are set. Once you've crafted an item, you just can't get the sparks back. It'll just show the sparks are already there. It should not take more sparks from your bags. The problem for me is I've already crafted this, so I can't get the sparks back. Like, let's say I get a weapon. I cannot do this, though. Yeah, as long as it's not a brand new item, if you're recrafting something, should not be a problem. I hope Rael has a fantastic night, by the way. He's a cool guy. He's also a WoW player who, by the way, the guy who raided earlier, he works out. And I like the fact that there are people who work out and play this game. I think that's pretty cool. Man, do I down... By the way, you know the most depressing thing about my current gear status? The right thing to do, probably, Wiz... This is so sad. Are you ready for this? The right thing to do is probably downgrade Mythic Crest to Heroic Crest. Because I got an unlucky vault. It is probably the right thing to do. Here's why. Because I will craft something. I will craft a pair of bracers. Here, let's go, by the way. You will get it eventually. Just stay weak for 2 more weeks. Because every week you get 100 mythic crests. And I'll cap those crests. The problem is that right now I will only get one more craft in 2 weeks, and then every week it's 5. Now, here's why it is the right idea. I need 100 mythic crests every week to fully take a piece from the vault all the way to max. Yes? I have that because this week I will have in my bags, and I will not be able to do anything with these crests. I will have 160 completely just sitting in my bags. Nothing to do with them. 80 if the slot already has hero. So, fair enough. If it already has hero, by the way. But I'm not sure if I will. So, I'm going to have 160 leftover mythic crests. That means that next week I'm going to have 260. And I might only have one item to upgrade because this week I didn't get anything. Do you see the point? So what am I doing with those mythic crests? Where do they go? If you're like, no, that's the wrong idea. Where do they go? If you're why? Where? How would I be setting myself behind? Because in 2 weeks from now, I'm going to craft another mythic item. So let's say I get a good item from my vault, plus the fact I craft a mythic item. Mythic raid, but I'm not going to mythic raid. So if I don't mythic raid, I simply won't have a piece on myth tier to upgrade. Yes, correct. If I don't get mythic gear from any other source than Mythic Plus, the play is unfortunately, and that's assuming that my vaults next few weeks are not absolutely terrible. So what if for some reason that would happen? I know. I hate it. I don't like it. Because right now you're still hitting your cap, but you will not have the currency value to reflect it. Bonus rolls are coming back in like 6 weeks. Yeah, so like, yeah. But like in a few weeks, I won't have any hero things anyways. But I guess the real thing is, the real question that I have, I mean, there's a few questions I have about all this. I got to feed Bean. All right. I have a few questions about how to best spend my crests. If I were to downgrade some mythic crests, I'm pretty sure I would be heroically done at 272 next week. Or maybe 2 weeks, though. But that's about 80 every 2 weeks, correct. Just going to cap on hero crest, though, anyways. The logic makes sense, but I refuse to accept it. I know. It's one of the weird changes that they've made to the crest system is the fact that, technically speaking, that is right. Doesn't converting myth crest to hero also count toward the hero crest cap? If it counts toward the cap, then no. If it counts toward the cap, then no, this is the wrong idea. But as far as I know, it's not counting toward the cap. If it does, that's a good question. I need to confirm that. But if it does not count toward the cap, then it is the right idea. Why not upgrade your lower crest to hero if that's what you need? Oh, I already did that. Well, because no, the idea is to get uncapped hero crests. I need to find a way to get uncapped hero crests. Like, that's what I'd be missing. Because that actually will be a necessary upgrade, right? But yeah, my druid is unfortunately just going to get shafted at this point. Let's roll. Yeah. It does not count towards the cap. Yes, that's what I think as well. So, yeah. Unfortunate, but probably what I have to do. If I want to push this week, that would be the right choice. Because I'll get like several more upgrades that I wouldn't get otherwise if I didn't do that. It's just sad. Does count with upgrading or downgrading. We both got mythic boxes. Congratulations. I know. Lucky for me, I think Bear is at least tanky enough that I can live the keys I want to do, even without item level. Like if I'm, for example, 3 item level lower than everybody else, it's not like I couldn't do the key, but it is sad more than anything though. You sent screenshot on proof, they ignore the cap. How unfortunate. Yep, there it is. They do ignore the seasonal cap. Yeah. I unfortunately think that it might be worth doing this week. It would be the saddest shit, but I think probably I don't want to admit it. I don't want to do this. If I do this, can we cry together, please? Will you guys cry with me? Will you shed a single tear for me having to actually downgrade mythic level crests because I simply don't have a myth track item. By the way, the other idea is that I could buy when BOEs come out, I could always buy a mythic belt BOE for millions of gold. But I don't have millions of gold, so that I'm going to have to start working the corner again. And then all of a sudden, I won't have enough time to play keys, and so that kind of doesn't really make sense. You see the problem? So I'm kind of in this weird don't buy a BOE in my opinion. Well, what else am I supposed to do, man? Still think last boss Algethar needs more nerfs. Whether I take you with or myth tier set hands with avoidance, probably I think it's the myth tier set hands whiz, most likely. It's up to you, I suppose, if you don't ever want to have to try to farm the gaze again, but that's up to you. Yeah. Just buy a BOE, you can wave it around. I mean, Brylax, it's big enough to wave it around and maybe get some donations, but I don't really know if I necessarily want to have to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, it's decisions. Like, basically, I'm a little unsure about what the right decision is. I think there are several options at the end of the world, at the end of the day, but I'm not really sure, though. They changed the NAR item acquisition. That's a tough one. Yeah. There are many things that I am not so sure about. Thank you, Brylax. I appreciate it. At least I know we're in this together, right? That makes me feel a little better about it. Mm. I'm not going to post the Apex clip. I was listening to it right now, and I was like, maybe I should post the Apex clip, but no. No, I won't do that. I think it's actually still troll. I still won't post it. I still think this build actually works just fine. But technically speaking, goddamn, that does a lot of damage. I did actually peak at over 1 million first pull if you play that pull perfectly. I don't like it, though. No, I'm not going to post the Apex clip. If you get, yeah, it's okay. I'm all good with it. No need. I don't want to post it, because I still think, like you saw, though, I died. And I just would never, ever die otherwise. How's Prez healing for Mythic Plus? It works, Cedo, but you have to work a lot harder on a healer like Prez Evoker, so it's up to you. That's completely up to you about whether or not it is worth for you. Can you share your ironfur macro? I can't find it in your Discord. It's just tank information. Check the pinned comments in tank information. But yeah, of course, the ironfur macro just looks like this if you want to use it. This is here. Yeah, you just want to run more healing. Trust me, our timer is easy. It just looks like this. Show tooltip to make sure that it's not weird. And then just thrash, ironfur. You can also ironfur before the thrash too. You stopped inviting Prez. That's unfortunate to hear. Do you have a Prot Warrior guide yet? Yes, I do. If you want to watch the Prot Warrior guide, it's here though. I like Prez. It's my favorite healer, but it's ultimately something that just has issues in keys in terms of being like meta. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. No problem. If you go to YouTube and you type in a Wu Tank Prot Warrior, you will find this. Macroing Ironfur seems bad. It works if you're playing the very specific build that I am playing right now. However, if you're not playing this specific build that I am playing, then yes, it is kind of rough. That's the big question mark is what build are you playing? If you're playing the Apex build, you can't really macro your Ironfur, to be honest. If you're playing this build, then you can. Also, should I just go Apex but not greed my damage? I don't know. Part of me wonders if we get to like 16, 17 level keys, I wonder if the timer does start getting impacted by the fact that my build does a little less damage, but I still don't think that's going to happen. Like, I really don't think we're going to be bricking keys by 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So, Revers, it's completely dependent on whether or not you are, what build you're playing. This macroed Ironfur build allows me to do it very specifically, but I am intentionally playing a build that will enable this playstyle, to be fair. It's not like, oh, you can definitely play this with regardless of the build. You can only macro ironfur if that's something that you're doing. Does that make sense? How much do you care about your transmog in World of Warcraft out of curiosity? Any Druid changes then? There are a few Druid changes with the Apex talent. They're basically just making you take it. But there's not that many more. In the 0.5 patch, this isn't yet, by the way. Yes, does that make sense? Did you find it? Did you find the Prot Warrior guide there? Otherwise, I'll find it for you and link it. I'm just finding a clip real fast. I want to post something. Forgot. What level? This is a 15. B15. This is a 15 here. I need to increase this radius. No. How's your gear? What do you mean? On bear? I got a really bad vault, unfortunately, though. Do you mean that Prot Warrior? I'll find it real quick. I got you. Sorry. Not Wu-Tang Prot Warrior. No. Hold up. Wait. Elf. Here. Prot Warrior. Here. I got you. That's hilarious. No. Wait. Did you? I'm sorry. Did I tell? Okay, so I told you to search on YouTube a Wu-Tang Prot Warrior. Did you by chance Google Wu-Tang Prot Warrior? Did you Google Wu-Tang Prot Warrior? Hold up. I apologize. No. Not Wu-Tang. A Wu-Tank. Oh, Wu-Tang. It's okay. I'm sorry. I've never heard that before. I've never heard it. It's the first. That was pretty funny. I see. Yeah, you're good. I just didn't. I never heard that before. Amazing. That's great. Okay. Yeah. Would it be more like Milkman? Damn, I do love milk. It's true. You think Savage Blood from Maga Org Bleed Timer can help drop bleed stacks? You can just drop it normally if you're actually willing to kite out already. I'm sure he can. You think so? Does he meow with them? Oh, by the way, Soap, here's the thing. Did you realize, so yesterday I ended stream and I filmed the video I made last night about basically how tanks should be routing this season. And I had the Fox ears on because what happened was, doesn't matter. Whoever puts it in first. We compete for who puts it in first. Just know I'm the fastest draw in the West. Yeah. No. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Just don't pull early because I do need a pre-incarn. So, Small, right before I ended stream yesterday, right? Here, wait. All right, it's Mikey. Right before I ended stream yesterday, you redeemed Fox ears, right? And I was like, no problem. So I put the Fox ears on. And then I ended stream, and then I immediately went. The very first thing I did, by the way, was I immediately went and filmed the video that I made. Okay. For the first time, my reach has extended past non-furries. And they were like, what? Why do you have ears on? And they were like, great information, but I don't like the ears. And I was like, what? And they were like, yeah. Like, why do you have to wear the ears, man? And I was like, well, no, I'm just like, you know what I mean? I have ears. And they were like, I can't deal with the ears. And I was like, oh, yeah, they hated the ears, basically. Great information, but I hate the ears. And they were like, is he a furry? And then there was a whole chain of comments. There's a few comments now. I saw it this morning where people were like, actually, his profile photo's a raccoon, so I think he might be a raccoon furry. And I was like, all right, guys, look, we're all furries to a certain extent, but I do have to clarify, I'm not like a fursuit furry. It's actually so important that I clarify this at this point. I'm not a fursuit furry. I'm not like you need to basically have a little slit in your crotch area so that we can still connect. Like, no, 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 no. I just like the texture of fur because everyone likes the texture of fur. It's just that I am willing to admit the fact that I am a enjoyer of this texture. Most people are not willing to admit it. When you walk through a store, don't you want to touch all the fuzzy jackets? Don't you? You get what I'm saying? Don't you want to touch all the fuzzy jackets? I enjoy texture. You do too. Everyone enjoys texture. That's not even a weird comment. Y'all are acting like this is some weird, like crazy cook. It's not even a weird cook. It's completely normal. I like texture. Everybody likes texture. If you don't like texture, what are you even doing with your life? You got to enjoy the finer things. I'll Vortex Typhoon this. So anyways, yes, to clarify, I enjoy fur in a completely normal, reasonable capacity, in a very extremely normal human way. And because if you're, for example, if you're watching this right now and you're like, okay, Woo, I am normally with you, but I just fundamentally disagree. I don't think it's normal for people to be enjoying fur like this. Then what I would say to you is imagine that you saw a bear in real life, all right? But the bear did not have fur. That thing is nightmare fuel. Pretty much immediately. That thing is like crazy nightmare fuel. But because it has fur, you're like, I kind of want to touch that bear. I want to touch the bear. I want to touch the bear. That bear look real fuzzy. And you might end up dying because you touch the bear. And the bear is not meant to be touched, but he's so cute. He's so fuzzy. He's cute and fuzzy because he's furry. Because you like fur. That's why. That's why. Because he's fuzzy. If he wasn't fuzzy, if he had scales instead, he would be terrifying. Which, by the way, I have 2 bearded dragons, so I like scales too. I like reptiles. But you see what I'm saying? No, I love naked mole rats. I'm a huge Rufus enjoyer from Kim Possible. He was one of my favorite characters. So I got nothing against naked mole rats either. I just think, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like you want to pet the wild buffalo because the wild buffalo is cute. Reptiles lay eggs. That's true. They do. And actually, if I let my lizards meet each other, they would try to lay eggs right now. They're both of mating age now, so they're like real feisty these days. They're like super feisty now, Gold. I don't have to be pulling this that aggressively, so why don't we just make sure that everything is kind of chill here, my healer can settle, and then we can keep going. So what is it called if you're a furry and a scaly? Autism. That was uncalled for. My apologies. I've gone too far. But yeah, when you touch the bear, that's how I think I'm going to go one day. I'm so glad, by the way. Yes, I mean, to be fair, I'm allowed to say that because that was one of my first diagnoses, though. Why do you even skip if you're pulling all these extra trashes? What do you mean? Clarify for me, Sam? What do you mean? Isn't this over percentage? In the second area, I pull the room there because I don't pull something in the area after this. There's one thing I skip in the area after this. And it's just like kind of exact percentage. You've convinced me about fur? Good, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're a reasonable person, Finsby, because I feel like any reasonable person listening to this conversation would also be convinced about the fur. Because it makes sense. It's just logic at this point. It's not even, this isn't like an emotional argument. It's just straight up logic. Right? What mod is that in the bottom right for marking and ready check? Method raid tools. You just have to enable the mark bar for method raid tools. Nothing fancy about it. Okay, I want to trigger these early so I don't lose aggro. I will get the first CC in cap roar in 3, 2, 1. Make sure that doesn't overlap. And then I vortex, lunar beam, combat potion here. The guys aren't coming in, so I just vortex typhoon real quick. Make sure that I'm over here. We got to get a range kick on this. We do want to chain him. I didn't want to fight him solo, but the timer in this dungeon is so free that, to be honest, that death right there could have probably been avoided. I did need a little bit of a range kick. Now, we do have to res the healer. No, actually, you don't have to B-res healer. Oh, it was a bad B-res. I needed a range kick on that guy to come back in. What do you think of the DOTC build with no raise and using Guardian of Elune? You can play it that way. I think, honestly, DOTC is just a preference. If you really, really enjoy DOTC at this point, then you can just play it. I wouldn't worry about it, basically. If it's something that you genuinely want to be able to play, and you just are like, look, I really, really like Claw Bear, then that's what you should play. There's no, like, that's it, though. It's just if you really like it, though. Not convinced that you would actually pet a bear in the wild. You don't think you would definitely pet a bear in the wild? Oh, I would. That's why that's why I'm happy that Thailand doesn't have bears. If Thailand had bears, I don't think I would make it very long. Because I would definitely pet the bear. I already want to pet the alligator. I like alligators too, by the way. I think alligators are kind of like, I think they're really cute, and I wish I could pet all the alligators as well, and I'm not allowed to do that, and that makes me sad. That's the thing, right? It's because like, I also want to do this, though. We don't have wild, large cats. Well, Thailand has all sorts of wildlife. We have giant monitor lizards, too, and I kind of want to pet them. I want to hug them, actually. Like, I really want to hug the alligators. All right, guys. No, that's why we don't B-res, by the way. Never B-res on trash. Just in future, let's not take B-reses on trash because most likely somebody's going to die on a boss. Just for, if we're pushing keys, the general rule right now is timer super easy. Do not B-res trash. As a discussion about you not being a furry. No, I'm telling you, man, I'm not. Like, not in a traditional sense, right? That's the one thing. Not in like a regular sense. Like it depends on your definition of a furry is kind of the problem that we run into. And that's why we have to clarify this kind of hard because, like, technically speaking, if a furry is just, that's what a furry, no, a furry would be proud. You don't have to hide. Like, honestly, it's 2026. I feel like the days of having to hide the fact that you wouldn't hide that anymore. Especially me. My personality, are you kidding me? I would just tell you straight up. I would be like, this is my suit. That's that. I also have an internal fan because I overheat, right? Like, I'm immediately thinking about the logistics of overheating because I don't like sweating and being super hot. So that's kind of my problem, right? But I would just tell you. But the thing is, again, the last thing that I would want to do is engage in coitus wearing a giant fur suit. That sounds like an absolutely miserable time. Can you imagine how hot and uncomfortable that would be? Think about how bulky it would be. The logistics don't logistic. I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, imagine you had, like, that's a real thing. Like, you're really committed to the bit at that point. Like, it's not at that point, it's not even a bit. Oh, we will have a res shortly, but we won't have another res. What is coitus? Good question. Because you play World of Warcraft, you probably wouldn't know, and that is A-okay. Don't look it up. What did I just come back to? A perfectly reasonable conversation. You're coming back to basically this very, very, very logical conversation that we're having. Yo, the timer here is actually pretty chill, and we do have a res coming up. I wouldn't reset the key at this point. For what it's worth. I don't think you have to reset the key. I think that you can keep winning here. I can live this forever as long as my healer can heal this forever. Well, never mind. Now it's GG's. All right, reset. Quick reset. Don't B-res trash at this point for push keys. Just save. Just save for bosses now. Timer chill. It looks like you need a ret, honestly. A little bit. Ret's good, actually. I like ret right now. Here. The comments on that video are funny. Yeah. Fox ears for a minute. All right, bet. I'll put the fox ears back on, noob. Fair enough. For push keys, though, like, we're chilling. We do not have to do anything other than live. Don't read globals, don't die. That's all we have to do. We can add 3 extra pulls to every dungeon. I do not have to chain in. We can go extra safe. Genuinely no problem. Yeah. Genuinely no problem. But definitely let's not waste B-reses early, and don't greed any globals and quote-unquote push keys, because even when we get to 16 or 17, like, I still don't think we're going to have a big problem with timer. Just gotta get more and more furry in your videos. Nah, I don't think so. Because I'm not actually a furry. And again, that's not actually a part of my personality. I just like touching fabric. Like, just not fabric, but like specifically like the jackets and stuff, though. All the time macro. If you're macroing the build, then yes. All right, ready? No breeding globals or stuff. Just live. Timers are giga free. Play safe. What build are you running for this key? This key would be this. This is the build I'm running here. The problem is that because I don't have Resil 15, we could get my Resil 14 up, and I could run a traditional Apex build, but I still don't think my tank damage is completely irrelevant, though. This is the thing. I'm actually, like, pretty much completely... Like, the timers are pretty free here, so... We just need to not die to stuff, though. We're on the 4th from the left on the last Guardian tree. 4th from the left. The Thrash Mirrors, because this build, so this build is less damage, right, Finn? It's super tanky, and it's really, really easy. But the problem with it is that you're going to have a little bit less damage, right? Like, that's the issue with this build. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is a bit less damage, though, right? I feel invincible. Correct. And that's the thing, right? Like, I played the meta build earlier. I did some more damage. It was awesome. First pull Algathar Academy, we peaked over 1 million DPS, which is super fun, but then later on I died because I just hit a wrong global. This build, impossible to die. Pretty much. Like, just literally, like, you feel immortal. Like, you cannot die on this build. So, I personally prefer this way of playing, even though my damage a little less. My healer never has to worry about me. Team never has to worry about me. Nothing. We chillin', basically. Okay, I gotta remember to take the gateway here just for a little bit even more efficiency. And then we'll go here. All Boomy Starfall. Do you have ironfur bound to Thrash? Yes, only Thrash, though. The one key thing that I would say comparatively to how we used to play is I do not macro ironfur to anything else. And the reason is because this build, you need to make sure that you have time to hit Frenzied Regen. So you never want to be out of rage for Frenzied Regen. And that is one of the new keys about this build. Is that you never really want to be out of Frenzied Regen. So you always need rage to be able to press those things. Okay, we're going to have to go back in here. That was an unfortunate kick on my part. I think that if we actually play this comp, eventually I'm going to have to assign kicks to my team. We're going to have to just assign a few things, I think, though. Any other tank that can be this tanky? Prot Warrior right now. Prot Warrior is giga tanky, and technically, although Brewmaster's health goes back and forth, by actual definition of just being tanky, as long you will need some healing, but like Brewmaster is unbelievably tanky right now. That's why it's so good. In fact, I think that in order for the tank meta to be fair, like just straight up just fair, they should nerf Brewmaster survivability a little bit, but it's not so easy to do. Because if they nerf it too hard, then it's trash. And I don't want them to do that. To clarify when I talk about this, I want Brewmaster to be meta because I actually like Brewmaster. Not as a personal playstyle. It's maybe not my favorite tank. But I think that it deserves its time in the sun. So I don't want it to be like completely bricked. Like I don't want you to not be able to play Brewmaster. That's not what I'm after here. What I am after, however, is just more fairness. Because I don't want there to ever be a tank, and that it doesn't matter what tank it is, even Guardian. I don't want it to be that one tank has 80+% of the representation of higher keys. Like, let's imagine that one tank is doing all of the high keys. I don't really like that. I want, personally, there to be a world where that's just not the case. Yeah, slightly buff the rest and nerf Monk. That's one way they could do it. They could do it that way. They could just not buff Monk and buff the rest. Yep. I just wonder this season, I still think there's going to be a tank shortage, and I worry about what that means. I don't want there to be a tank shortage, but I think there will be a tank shortage. So rather than nerfing any tanks at this point, I feel like the right idea is to just think about how you can make more tank players, not less, though. Just joining in right now. Is there any difference? What's up? Just join right now. A difference in the build I'm playing? Hold up. I need to rebind that, by the way. The way that I'm playing this build in this season compared to the previous season, there is a small difference. I got Solar Flare, Trinket, Mythic, and here, hold up, let me just make sure I help my team here, because again, it would be really sad if we just lost our first few 15s this week. Like, we even had this key last week. All you need to do is not waste B-reses on trash, because somebody's probably going to die to a boss, which is fine. But then I would anticipate that, and I wouldn't worry too much about it. So by nature of cooldowns at this point, I don't technically need this room. I'm absolutely, this is what you were talking about, Sam. I can pull 2 things later that are just reasonable percentage here. So this wouldn't be a problem. But I don't think this speeds it up very much because I still basically won't pull the AoE guy on top of the Lynx, because the Lynx actually hurts enough if your team is not going to be doing things perfectly, though. Having a previous key, Tornadoes on Fire Boss, plus we use the B-Res on Trash. The Tornadoes. The same thing, actually, that happened to our first week of keys, which I am not one to judge anyone for getting hit by mechanics and stuff. As you know, that is the thing that normally happens to me, and I have a certain amount of tank privilege of the fact that I don't have to deal with it, right? I soak those for teammate. That's also very helpful, yeah. I might even soak a few as a tank, I think, in the future, because I can do that. I might lose a bit of damage, but yeah. I think that I'll try to soak 1 or 2 as a tank. Right now, these keys, as you know, Sam, I'm sure, what's the highest key you've done so far? Probably pretty high, I imagine. The timer is not the difficulty part. Like, you're just not going to have timer problems at the moment. Now, the only problem with this pacing of the dungeon is I really do have to pull the Firebirds with this. We can't just fight this one dude. Like, that won't work. I don't think it will work to do this. I think that I need to pull these guys in, and then I think we're going to have to make this work. I'm going to imagine that my team gets the first few Fire Spits. You think this is correct? Like that one right there. So I'm going to hold my CC then for the next set that overlaps with this. So I have Vortex down, and then I will Typhoon. We have a Dragon Breath, 3, 2, 1, in case my Vortex goes away, but I'm going to insta-click this Typhoon against the wall. We have a Ring of Peace as well, and then I have War Stomp. Boom. War Stomp right there. Perfect. We're fine. That would be good tech, though, if you can soak it. Just another reason that DK is actually good, huh? Cool. And then I in-cap Roar, and we're fine. Nice. With the changes to Pro Warrior Apex down from a guide? Yes, there is, by the way. Yes, there is. You play 1 out of 4 Apex for Pro Warrior right now. I think that 4 out of 4 Apex, if you really wanted to, would actually still work. But basically, you are playing 1 out of 4. I will relink my Warrior build that I played. I want to play my Warrior more this week, actually. Truthfully, it doesn't work with my comp, which is the problem. But I actually think I would want to play Warrior this season. If I had to choose 1 second tank based on current power levels, I would actually choose Warrior. I really like how Warrior is currently playing. So I would personally choose Warrior as a second tank. That or Brewmaster, just to change it up. Brewmaster would be a challenge for me where I would be going into like 15, 16, and I would not feel immortal. I would feel like I have to actually learn how to play better, and that sometimes is just fun. I don't mind sometimes working harder for keys, but I'm not sure if I would. I feel like I would get burnt on Brewmaster because it is a new tank. It's the one tank I've never actually mained for a season. I've never really played, so I know I would make a lot more mistakes on it, and therefore it would just be more of a learning curve for me. I'd be curious about it. So let me just intentionally soak some of these. I don't think that's a bad idea, Sam. I think that maybe I should just clear... Like, I'm going to lose some damage in my cooldowns, but honestly, maybe you're right that I should just be taking some. I think that's probably a good tip. Just because, like, this boss has killed a lot of people with the tornadoes, and if my team doesn't have to deal with them, then my team doesn't have to deal with them. That's fair. I'm hoping all the Brewmasters, those bears, get left alone. Well, the representation for tanks right now, it looks pretty rough for Guardian. Guardian is not being very represented. I think that people overreacted to the nerfs, first of all. So the perception on Guardian is that it's bad. Plus, people were playing the one build in particular. I will get hit by some frontals, but honestly, I can just take them. I still think that maybe you're right that I should just be actually intentionally soaking more tornadoes. If I have Bark Skin up and Frenzied Regen and the bleed isn't coming, maybe I just soak them, huh? Is 10k fee for a max width of Crepen? I think like 5k is more reasonable, but if you're spending 10k, then I guess it's not the end of the world. My avoidable damage is going to go really hard at the end of this dungeon. I can tell you that much. Whatever avoidable damage is going to show, it's going to be a ridiculous amount of avoidable damage, 100%. But we're not going to look at the log after, of course. Certainly, nobody would be checking the avoidable damage. So here, for example, I will pop SI, take the frontal, and this with SI, and just immediately soak a few of these. Because it's probably the right idea. See, there's the death. He has externals himself, okay. But that right there, if this was a 16, it's insta-death. There's no way you live that on higher keys, so we just have to get much better at dodging it. I can do what I can do to soak as many of those in the phase as possible, even though my damage will get kind of inted. I'm okay with that, though, because I've been having so much fun with Bear. Dude, I've been having a lot of fun with Bear. I feel like Bear is actually in a decent spot. You have a very competitive damage build if you want to play it. You have this build that I'm playing that honestly works great, and you don't have any issues with it. Play the Guardian the usual build. That's why it seats here. There's always compromise. Yeah. Well, I mean, so you can play it in the, quote-unquote normal build. You think it's worth to use Hero Crest to upgrade Hero Gear you don't need instead of the ones you're using in order to get free Mythic Piece upgrades? It's a good question, man. Yeah. I will try. It wouldn't be easy for me, and there's a key level where I might just die trying to soak the tornadoes because I do take the stun from it, and it knocks me back into a frontal, but I will do my best in the future to soak as many of those as possible. But yeah, I think that this build, it does work. You just have to get a little bit more comfy with it because it's actually, you will be not trolling, but you'll be kind of trolling if you actually do like 15k single target. That's kind of troll. You can at least get decent damage on this build. This build is not a low damage Guardian Druid build, but you have to understand the complexities to it. Still do all the things you got to do for the season, like make sure you gear your character properly, make sure you do everything else, because otherwise you are going to be in a little bit of danger of just like threat issues among other things. But this build, I mean, it's got like such solid threat, and let's just pull really safe here. Let's just Vortex this here. These are the two that I'm going to pull, Sam. Otherwise, normally I don't even add these two, and I go straight into the hallway. Doesn't really matter too much. I think this compared to the other guys, they're still just tank damage. I kick that at last second. Somebody will have a kick for the Shriek, I'm sure. Hopefully. Maybe play balance. I do 15k as well. I would be kind of curious about maybe playing Feral like a tiny bit, but that spec still boggles my mind a bit. I will not kick that bolt. I will only kick the poison blades. I think that is the smart thing for me to do as a tank here. Maybe kill her before next AoE. So I'm going to add an entire pull to this dungeon. We can at least chain this in now, but I still think you can pull this whole hallway together. But let's just go nice and safe. This is where I'll make a few route adaptations just because I'd like to time this, and it isn't a quote-unquote very, very high key right now, so I feel like it's absolutely fine here to just pull what we're pulling right now. The Reaver and the Soldier back there, I think I want to pull them more in the future. If I ever needed more percentage, that's where I would get it. That's definitely where I would want to go for this, for the percentage. Because those guys are not too bad. But we'll fight this here. We'll go nice and safe. I'm not going to try to min-max my damage or anything like that. I'll get the next Poison Blade cast easy on me. Here we go. Lunar Beam is down. Ultimately, though, there are so many different ways to play, and all of them are very valid. I'll show that you can still time keys here, though. What's up, Mike? Nah, that's cool. It's cool. Yeah, how are you feeling on your rest though, Shaman, right now? You feeling like keys are pretty chill for you? Or how are you feeling? Chilling? Yeah, they're not too bad, right? I find that these keys are basically just don't get hit by puddles. Like, if you just don't have avoidable deaths, like, it's pretty hard to lose them right now. Which is a weird meta, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily giga fun. Like, I don't actually know if that's a good thing. It's good. Farseer is better for the others. That makes sense. Like, a season which is truly just about living can get stale kind of fast. And progression is a little bit weird. I don't know if I love the nature of this season, but it does nonetheless. It's super obvious that you're just not supposed to be doing crazy aggressive. Even like right now, I could chain this in after the next AoE. We have cooldowns back up, so it will certainly die. However, if I'm wrong about this, then I've entered the run. And then we could just fight that. I still think it's fine to pull this in if you time it perfectly, like right now. Because I'm going to take the Brutal Chop, and then I'll be fine. And then we should kill that Flesh Behemoth before the next AoE. I've calculated it, but it's close. It's kind of close, actually. And if I was off on that, then it's just no point in doing anything aggressive like this. It's the build you're playing. It's the one I posted this morning. It's like 1 or 2 talent points different. But yes, the build I am currently playing right now is the one that I posted this morning. The most recent one under, just go to the Midnight Tank builds and then find it under the Guardian Druid section of that. Whoops, missed my kick. Do you think it's worth the hero crest situation? I'm so sad about the crest. I still think that I might actually downgrade some of my mythic crests to get more hero crests this week because they are uncapped, and that makes me sad. But probably is the right thing for me to do, and that is very sad. I don't like it, by the way, but I think I might have to do it. How miserable is that? That the right decision for me might actually be to downgrade mythic crests into heroic crests. Sorry for the BS, my smartphone did. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Is there a difference between Guardian Druid? Oh, that's what you meant. Yes. Rotationally, if you want to make this build work. Okay. The main difference is everyone is going to tell you that you literally can't play this build anymore. That's like probably the actual main difference. That honestly, I think, is the fact that this build is so off meta right now. That might, to me, I honestly think that's like the biggest difference. Is this build is so off meta that people will be like telling you that you're trolling for playing it. Rotationally, though, there are actually several differences with how this plays right now compared to how the others used to play. And it is important to consider that because otherwise you will do negative damage. You could still do competitive damage with this build. It's not like my damage is crazy low, not as high as the other build will be. The main difference, I went over it in the rotational video on Patreon and for YouTube members, because there are really weird differences. It's strange how different, though. The main one is no Mangle. Yeah, I don't Mangle right now at all, even single target. I do want to try last boss, remind me, and I will try mauling single target. I'll see if I can get a few mauls off because I'm not playing 4-set. When I play 4-set, it's possible that that would be giga value and probably worth it. Kick that bolt. But yeah, I mean, GFO, it's still feeling good. It's about, I think it's min-maxing both builds will be about 15 to 20% damage differential somewhere along those lines. Give or take. 15, 20%, something like this. How many ironfur stacks? I don't even track it. You'll notice that I have 0 cooldown manager up right now, Gold. That's how chill this build is. I don't even track my... Granted, my uptime, I haven't memorized mostly, so that's like not a very fair thing to say, but the ironfur stacks is irrelevant. You will always have enough. You never have to think about it. That's the truth with the ironfur stacks, though. No, Snapthread is... Oh, yeah, you just... If you are having any problems with Snapthread, GFO, just play this, and you will literally... Snapthread is GG's. You will have 0 threat problems playing this. Actually, 0. It's wild. Don't mangle, why? So there's nuances to it, but the main reason is that rage gen is heavily devalued in this build. I talk about it in the Patreon video. Probably haste verse. Don't worry about your secondary stats too much at all, especially for Guardian Druid. Doesn't matter. You play with ironfur? Yeah, you can. It's just, you're going to do a little less damage, Herald, but you absolutely can. You can see, and we're doing this 15. We're going to time this right now. Not worried at all. And still do okay damage. Still decent damage, just not as high as it could be. And yes, you can play this build. If it's something that you want to play and this is your favorite way to play the game, absolutely. Just know that it's a little less damage, but you will have no threat problems. So you as a tank are not going to be trolling your team by playing this. It's not troll to play. If it's something that you want to do and you're okay with doing a little bit less tank damage, absolutely you can send this. No worries. Snap it back. Look at that pixel stack. That's beautiful. And then ideally, you want to actually aim these guys into the wall. It's like a min-max, if you can ever do that. Are pretty strong. No, yeah. Just try it, Gfo. Try it. You'll be surprised. I think you'll be surprised because if you just tag at least one Thrash, you will literally never lose aggro. And I know that a lot of the other builds right now are actually struggling with threat. Okay, in the future, I'm going to need somebody to bring that previous archer into this pole. Because I have no real way of grouping them properly. Maybe like a thunderstorm or something. Like a knockback. Maybe like even a mortal coil, believe it or not. Mortal coil could work. I'll definitely need to give it a try. Try it. Try it. And it's just a different play style. If you don't like it, you don't have to play it. And if you do like it, you can. Does it have persistence in it? Yes, because I still, every 2 minutes, this poll I didn't, but you'll see next poll. Sometimes I just get lazy and I don't do it, but every 2 minutes you should still Heart of the Wild. Especially because this build, actually, you have more Starfall damage than other builds. Yeah, this build technically has even more value from the Starfall in AoE. It's not a crazy difference, and in single target, you still cap form, but if you don't have persistence, then you will die. So, yes, the answer is yes. Here we go. Actually, there's going to be one more Screech, so I cannot chain up. Cannot chain yet. Here we go. I think those DPS. Yeah. The main thing I like about Blood DK, hold up 1 second. So, I need to check my percentage count a little bit. I'm actually slightly confused about whether or not this is percentage. Because I did kind of YOLO change the route, like right in the middle of this, but it should be percentage right here. And if it isn't, for whatever reason, all I need to do is add a pack right behind me. There's a 2-pack in that corner, which is no problem to add into the following poll. The following poll, am I correct in remembering that it is about 5%? Give or take. I want to say thank you because of the tank guides. It helps you a lot. Awesome. I'm glad that my guides can help. I'm hoping that I can make even more coming up soon. This week, we should have a little bit more downtime for me to actually edit videos and stuff. Next pack is 5%, right? So if we're not at 95% here, watch the kick. Good. You're welcome. I'm excited to make even more content. No, it looks like percentage is perfect. I was right. Never doubt the percentage. Never doubt the tank. Actually, always doubt me. You can never, ever worry about doubting me as a tank. Feel free, press X to doubt, and check me on percentage all the time. Sometimes I get a little bit lazy. Sometimes I'm chilling. But Harold, the truth is that World of Warcraft, although it's fun to min-max, and I am min-maxing this build, there are still so many little things that I'm doing to try to get more damage out of it, to get a little bit more oomph, to get a little bit more speed, to get a little bit this, to get a little bit that. So it's not like I'm playing truly lazy. I'm still trying to not miss my buttons. I'm still trying to execute my rotation. There's plenty of things that I'm doing that are still keeping me very engaged in the game, you know? And how now's your favorite tank this season? Nice. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Okay, play melee. Boom. Excellent. Nice. Very solid. That's a good name, by the way. You have an excellent name. You have an excellent name. Well played. All right, I already said that joke. It's not that funny the second time. Here we go. Perfect. I take the second shouts. Whoops. Okay, so don't worry. We have all our reses. Got all the reses here. I can press this one global. I res here. Perfect. Okay, we're chilling. I've got my Incarn up. And then I'm going to Sundering Roar. I don't know if he had sent his cooldowns yet, but it should be fine. So one thing that can happen here, though, is whoever... We should rotate. Like, if he has shift up, then he should actually take this. Careful. Watch out, guys. Play safe. Play safe. Timer is Omega chilling right now. I'll take the second bleed every time, which, by the way... Actually, can somebody get ready to exclamation clip? Because this should be a clip. You will save so many runs if you understand how this works. The leap always targets the farthest person. If you are the tank player, just run out, and you will always be able to take the second bleed. If your healer has to heal 2 bleeds as keys get higher, you might actually brick Windrunner Spire to the 3rd boss. So just know that you always take the farthest bleed. Take the second one. Make everybody play in melee, and then you simply run out as the tank, and then you will take the second one. Exclamation clip, somebody. I can't type while I'm doing this. Somebody type it. Somebody type it. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Those are like little YouTube shorts. Little YouTube shorts to help people. You know who's had actually amazing YouTube shorts recently? Megaset. Megaset has had some YouTube shorts that I played beta for 3 months, and I was like, wait, what? You can do that? Okay, so that was a really rough breath. Okay, my team's in danger here. I can shift out manually and cast regrowth. Holy. Off healing is bear, man. Because that was very scary. That was going to be potentially death for the team. I've got it. I can help off heal. Okay, I'll throw the lunar. So here, I just walk out. Even though I lose tank damage, it doesn't matter, right? Like my tank damage, our timer is chill. I don't need to do big tank damage, and then we're all ranged, so I should come back out to meet them. As long as my healer can still connect enough that he has a plan for that, then we're going to be fine. But definitely, like right now as an example, it would be absolutely toxic tank behavior for me if I was greeting my damage at this point. Like, that would be unbelievably toxic because it doesn't matter. There's literally zero reason for me to be greeting tank damage. Like, our timer is... My damage is not going to make or break this timer. The deaths will. Like, that would be a factor. But otherwise, this is the example of, like, you just play safe now. If you want to... if you're looking for IO at the very least. Like, you just play Omega safe. You don't have to think about it. I still have to check your guides. I'm playing Elun's Chosen, just chilling in keys. Nice. Doesn't hurt me to take a look at them. You're welcome. I hope that my videos can help people feel more comfortable tanking, because I like tanking. It's fun, but it's also chill for me. Something I've noticed about a lot of new tank players, or also just tank players in general, is people get so... Save the res. Save res. Save res. Save res. You just fight this boss eternally. Save it. You have 2 reses going into the last boss, no problem. With Lust, can't lose. Feels a lot more chill than DOTC. I think that it depends completely on preference. A lot of people like DOTC, and if you like it, play it. But if you don't like it and it's not your playstyle, you don't have to play it by any means. That's, I think, the most important thing to understand. Yeah, it's okay. We just want to go safe for last boss. New tanks think they just need fancy, I think, plus... No. Even the routing, I made that video last night. Even your routing, there's so many things right now. Just this season, the timers, I don't know if you guys have noticed. You just need to be tanky tank. Good threat, do adequate damage. Don't do no damage. Don't do no tank damage. But adequate threat, play good, but you don't have to play perfect. This is a really big season where perfect is the enemy of good. You will troll your team by trying to go too far. Thank you for the Norway's Apex. Helped me a lot. I see what you did with Symbiotic now. What did you change? You have a... Yeah. Hold up 1 second. I will answer that momentarily. Let me just get through this boss real quick. So I got my FC proc, so I'm going to go Sundering Roar now. When he teleports, I'll put my Lunar Beam down, not beforehand, to get maximum value out of it. I'm going to go take one of these far ones here. I got this one. This one's mine. This one's mine. Making it obvious which one I'm getting. Perfect. Incarn early and often. Fantastic. Over here like this. Nice. Let's just time if this actually is still a 15. I don't have Brazil 15 yet. We didn't get it last week, so We're getting it today. Brazil 15 incoming. Okay, so this boss is an example, by the way. I did want to mess with pressing Maul once or twice. Just see what happens. It was actually going to be something I wanted to experiment with, of like what would happen if I press Maul in my rotation. I'm a little curious about it. I would have to equip 4-set for it to really make sense, though. Okay, who is this? You're only supposed to have... So, Small would need a defensive now. Perfect. There you go. And then Sunring Roar. And then I'm going to Roar to pre-position for this. We're going to go toward the middle. Again, save the Lunar Beam. If the Lunar Beam comes up like right now, I send the Lunar Beam right here. I'm going to go closer to melee. And I'm just going to go into one of these puddles to take the arrow, because I'm not that worried about it. So I'm going to go in here like this. And then I will take this one. How did I get stunned? What the fuck? How did I get stunned? No. Fuck, res me. How did I get stunned there? I taunted. It's okay. That's why you save a res, though. Wait a second. How did I get stunned? Was that a bug? Hold up. Wait a second. Wait, what? Was that a bug? What happened? I actually don't know. Was I late? Was I early? Or like... What? I actually don't... Soak too early? No, I got in. It was like the perfect time. I thought I soaked too late. I actually have no clue why that just happened, to be honest with you. I really don't know what just happened there, interestingly enough. I would love to tell you I know exactly, like, oh, I went too early. I've done that before because high ping, sometimes I mess up the timing on it, but, like, I was pretty sure I was in the air there. Like, I'm almost positive I was in the air. Okay. I'm in the air. There you go. That's a bug, right? Okay, I was about to say, because I know that there is a bug that exists here, and I'm pretty sure I just got it. Because I'm like very confident I did the right thing there. Yeah, I know. I was about to say, like, maybe I was too far into the corner. I just want to understand that so that doesn't happen again, obviously. Because I actually was like, I'm like extremely positive that I did that right. Sometimes that isn't true, but that in this particular instance, I was right? Like, okay. Because I just made this whole speech about playing safe, and then I can't make the speech and then have that happen. All right, GG's. There you go, 15. See, easy time, even with some mistakes. No problem. Onwards and upwards. Get Heart of the Wind. Nope, no Heart of the Wind. Still need that trinket. Actually, I also want Feather, too. I'd probably play Feather and Heart of the Wind over this contract trinket. I don't really mind this necessarily, but overall, still not the biggest fan. What is that neck piece? What stats are this again? It's, ooh, Haste vs. Leech, bro. Okay, hold up. I'd roll for that. For neck. Because it's Leech. And that's Haste vs. and my stats. If he doesn't need it, that's a Leech neck with stats. Those are Abyss stats plus this. Leech is really good for tanks. If you can ever find a little bit more Leech from gear, like, even though it's pretty... Okay, hold up, we're rolling. All right. This is one of those situations. I would take it, though. Oh, rough. You need it, Deco? Is Haste... What stats do Mistweaver run? I guess it's just bigger verse for him. Yeah, that's fine. Because he just wants more verse. All right, fair enough. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's more the Leech for me is so valuable. It's okay. He can take it. I don't need it. I feel like Leech for bears is... Anytime you can get Leech as a tank, it's, like, pretty helpful on jewelry. All good. Take it. I love DOTC, but it sucks that it costs rage to use your damaging abilities. True. All right, Shenko, you asked me a question. You asked me 2 questions. Number 1, what was Symbiotic? Symbiotic is just passive healing, honestly, at this point. 16 Nexus is easy. 16 Nexus, just a timer problem. I did it before. Now a third, no problem. We'll answer in order. A, symbiotic relationship is, I wasn't playing it originally because it's kind of lackluster. And then I was like, bro, 5% movement speed is also kind of lackluster. I like movement speed as a tank. You could even play down here. It's just something I was like, would it make keys feel any better? I don't know. With this build, symbiotic does gain some value, but if we take a look at overall healing, it's not that much. You know, it's something. It's something. It's a few percent. But it's very rarely going to save somebody. Even on the last boss as an example, it's not nothing. But it's still very little, if that makes sense. So it's like, should we enchant Leech over Speed? It's a very minor min-max. I think that Leech helps me live in a pack. Speed is a little better for overall movement, but I like Leech. If I can get 5% Leech as a tank, I'll always take 5% Leech as a tank. Because 5% Leech is 5% passive healing for me. Tanks getting Leech is way more impactful than anyone else getting Leech. Otherwise, most people should be looking for like Avoidance or something like that. But tanks with Leech, we get way more benefit from Leech because my health bar is constantly taking damage. So if I have more Leech, I get more everything. Does that make sense? So Symbiotic is there. Now, the Starfall, if we take a look at my overall damage here, which I didn't greed it that much, it's pretty little. I split this between Starfall and Feral Frenzy on single target. You just go Boomkin form and then Starfall. It helps for aggro sometimes, though. Once I get a couple pieces. It's just you have a Helm enchant. Oh, I'm not even Helm enchanted. Basically, you have this enchant and this. Both of these are Leech, but the rest is whatever. All right, onwards. But basically, as keys keep going this season, if we ever drop a ring or a neck piece, like jewelry, with Leech on it, even if they're off stats for me, I would want to use them. Just to clarify, like even if it was crit mastery and I don't want crit mastery, I would probably still use that piece of jewelry because Leech is valuable. And getting an extra, 1-2% Leech is worth it for me. Although I guess it's pretty lackluster this particular season, so not the end of the world, if that makes sense. All right, Nexus points. I got to reroll my 14. Yeah, that's where I'm at, I'd say, though. Yep. Nexus 16 is just timer. I did it last week. And, we just missed by a few seconds. Nexus last week. When we get to 16s, by the way, it does start to get a little bit of a timer check. But shouldn't be an issue. You play on any servers from Thailand, what's your MS like? Normally around 200. Let's see. 170 today is pretty good. Normally you're like 200 and stuff, though. Your entire rotation, really 2 buttons? Yeah, basically. Although there's some nuance to the rotation, basically, yes. Actually, yep. All right, Nexus, let's go. I should go craft bracers, too. I should just go put them in real fast. Because I know I'm crafting mythic bracers with the second spark. So my craft will be bracers with an embellishment, and I'd go haste verse on these. That's why I like this spec, though. I like it because it's chill. Shrenko, did I answer all your questions? Did I cover the questions? Mythic Trinket, Solar Flare, Hero Socket with... Oh, Mythic Trinket. Because the helmet right now, you can farm a hero helmet. Maybe not with the socket, to be fair. But, like, if you're going to use that trinket, you want myth tier. Long-term, myth is the way, 100%. If you had a conversation would be mythic helmet versus mythic trinket, then you have to make a choice. But ultimately, the choice is always mythic. Like, mythic tier is going to be way more valuable. Unless you get a vault like I got, and then you get nothing. That does... I'm feeling a little sad still about that. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that my vaults basically gave me nothing. That was sad. I really wanted a vault. It's okay. All right, let me just see what I need for the bracers. Let me buy it real quick, and then we'll just put that in. My last question is, why don't you press Mangle? If you are a YouTube member or a Patreon member, the guide, 15 minutes explaining this build, is up there. But the simple answer is that I don't care about my rage gen. And you're like, well, you need rage gen. I'm like, why? For 30 seconds, you capitalize on your next critical strike. Dude, this is kind of cool. Honestly, I would use a set like this just for fun. I'm not even kidding. I would consider using this stat, this exact thing, because this is this is awesome. Just for fun. I bet you it's not good. But sometimes I have a tendency to want to craft something like this just for fun. Is it okay that I turn 2 hero pieces in your tier? Yeah, as long as you have 4 set, it's fine. What's up, Kat? How's it going? Hello, hello. That was me this morning, by the way, because Kitty was out and the cats had accidentally shit everywhere, so I had to pick it up. That was me. I am your name. I relate to your name today. For bracers, by the way, do I just want just verse bracers? This season in particular, especially this build, I really just want verse, actually. It would be the smallest level of min-max that has ever been known to mankind. Does it matter that I would want 36 of both secondary stats, or do I want pure verse bracers? I would probably make pure verse bracers. Not that it matters whatsoever. Let's see how much all of this is going to cost me. I'm going to look at the gold price of this, and then I'm probably going to go to the dungeon and cry. Yeah. Okay, go. I was putting craft in. I'll craft after. Okay. It's me, Naya. Oh, it's you, Naya? Hi, Naya. Mythic Emerald Coach or Mythic Shoulders for Resto? That is a tough question. Emerald Coach Whistle is surprisingly not bad. You might even really want it for keys. But I think that Mythic Tier is more valuable. Mostly because it also gives you Stam, which helps you live. And this season is about living. So I think that Stam is the way. Honestly. So I would go tier personally based off of the fact that I want the stamina as well as the primary stat. But it's tough to pass up a really good mythic trinket. I want to try this build out. Do you have a macro for your Boomkin Starfall? I don't macro it Exiliant. A lot of people do. There is a Heart of the Wild macro, but I personally am not macroing it right now. No. I'm just sending it. Hi, Naya. How are you enjoying Midnight? The routes are linked in Discord. If I forget to put one in, then I will get it later. So, for example, the Windrunner routes looks like this, but I would just alter a few pulls here because I think the problem with this route is like this is the push key route, but you have to understand you only chain this when that steward is dead, and it's the same thing here. You chain like this. So I think it depends, right? And when I do Boomy Heart of the Wild, it's not always casting Starfire. Starfall. You have to make sure you're in Boomy form when you cast it, and it has no problem, though. I play Warlock, and I got Eye of Midnight Ring champion level. Nice. Has 2 sockets. Nice. Oh, yeah. Wait a second. Is that the only ring with 2 sockets? Is there an item that gives you 2 sockets anymore, though? Actually. We might get comp diffed here, by the way. This... Let's see what the timer looks like on 16, by the way. Honestly. The only thing about this, we'll see what it ends up looking like. What's up, Similian? Thanks for the YouTube sub. But yeah, basically, like, because my ironfur already has so much uptime, I'm not really thinking about rage gen. And my incarn CDR, losing 5 to 10 seconds on it is okay with me because I get my like lunar beam uptime is what makes this build so tanky. So I do lose some rage gen throughout a key, not pressing Mangle, but the filling with Moonfire makes sense though. No, it isn't. It isn't. They get CDR. They do not. Mostly yours. Mostly it's Dark Glare plus Ascendance. I guess it's good for Destro and Raid, considering all the shadow damage if you're like a Mythic Raider. Where does Eye of Midnight come from? Because I don't think I'm ever getting it. I'm not a Mythic Raider either, so reasonably speaking, yeah, it's from here. The double socket. Oh, man. I don't think I want to do this. Wait, that has Leech on it too? The end of... Wait, this helmet just has Leech on it? Damn. That's crazy. I didn't realize that Midnight Falls has 2 items that just have a tertiary. It comes with a tertiary. That's kind of bis. I want a helmet with Leech. We'll see what our time... I'm very curious. I will route aggressively. Like, we will go as fast as possible, and I will live. I am curious to see what the timer looks like, though. This will be an interesting dungeon to check, though. Because if we have a timer issue here, I suppose I need to either think about the damage build, which this key I could live with it, But let's see what the 16 looks like. This will be our first 16 kind of as a group. So if we play it clean, I'm really curious to see what this looks like. It'll be an interesting key. We need to be able to actually see with a clean run. So hopefully we have no deaths and stuff. That you do. Hold threat. It is a DPS gain plus it is a threat gain. So for example, on the very first pull, I will use it for both reasons. I'll show you how I would use it on the first pull here as an example, yeah? So A, he's going to put a gateway down right away because he normally does that. I missed the gateway, however, so now I'm behind. I really have to get that thing on my bars, and honestly, gateway is kind of hard for me. So I'm going to Starfall here, and the reason is I thrash one, and then I go through. That Starfall will help secure a threat, but it will also do some damage. If I really wanted to min-max the damage of Starfall, though, I would actually not press it there. I would go in the middle of a pull, I would press it, because it only hits things you're in combat with. So actually, that Starfall that I just did is a lack of damage, but a securing threat type Starfall. And it's a safety because I'm not having to shift in the middle of a pull. But yeah, actually, to truly min-max it, I want as much combat time with it as possible, if that makes sense. So you can shift in the middle of a pull, because I am playing Persistence, but even then, it is a choice of how you want to play it. Okay, these images are still alive. Pretty good damage. Looks clean to me. Let's go. Keep going on. Keep going on. I did learn last week that you have to be careful about those images. They will fervent if you are too far away. So then I will go here. I will make sure to wild charge a target that I don't care if they get rooted. And then if I get here on time, I can pull this sentinel in, which allows me to speed up the routes even further. And then I just need to make sure that I live the Nullwark Blast, which only hits me at the end of the cast, so you don't have to waste defensive timer, though. Want to do 17 Mysara Caverns? I'm pretty confident I could live 17 Mysara Caverns, but I'm currently doing some keys with friends, Twavis, maybe another day. Got a little friends to play with. Surprisingly, I'm not as lonely as I used to be. Yep, I'm a friend gamer now. So that Nullwark Blast right there, I really don't want to have to burn SI on it, and I might decide not to. Okay, watch the CC on that smudge. We have the Mortal Coil I see to my left, and then we should be fine. One more, and then good. So if I can keep my Incarn for the following pull, and then what I can do, because that Sentinel, he's going to Nullwark Blast me again, and I'll have Bark plus Incarn. The Bark plus Incarn will allow me to live, so I could pull that Null Sentinel. And then I can keep chaining this up here, and then I have to be able to live double Nullwark Blast, which is, by the way, it is a hefty tank buster. You will die to it if you're not aware. Then what I can do is I can grab this Nullifier into this, and then we can get this whole area sped up just a little bit. We're gaining... These little min-maxes should help our timer on 16. This is our first 16. I did a 16 last week, and we were fine. That Nullify is about to kill somebody because we missed a kick. With this comp, if we were to play it, we really have to make sure we don't miss kicks. Everybody has to send their kick on time. And then I'm going to Sundering Roar right here. Are there any Holy Priest people who do commentary like this? I mean, there are some great Holy Priest players. I don't know of many people who can just chat the whole time that they do keys. I mean, there are some. For me, it's one of the reasons I like this build as an example is because I can basically like read chat and chill the whole time I'm playing it. So I'm not stressing that much. But I think it depends. Like a lot of tank players, depending on what tank they're playing, if you're doing a 16 and you're like not paying attention to things, like even right there, because it is a 16, I'm almost dying just that one hit. Again, Null Blast does actually hurt. I think it's just kind of an awareness thing. That AoE might go off. Okay, wait a second. Good. I want this Scrounger for percentage. We're going to come up here. There we go. Pull this now. It depends. I think that you'll die a lot as a tank if you're not paying attention. There are so many little things that I want to be able to min-max, like my ability to position, my ability to never miss my kicks, my ability to support my team. Even as a bear, my ability to off-heal. So if I do my job correctly, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to win the key. Because now, for example, we've had these 2 deaths, and I'm like, okay, those were avoidable deaths, but how can I speed it up? Because we should be by that next pull, given my Incarn timing. So I'm thinking to myself, do I want the left herald? Like, what can I do? How can I make decisions? I think what I would do is I would pull this dread flail in to this pull right here. And this is how these little decisions technically require me to lock in. Because if I wasn't paying attention, the Void Lash, and now I have to make sure that this frontal is facing away from my team, because that Void Lash will hit somebody. So there are all these little things that you have to think about as a tank player. For me, it's not stressful, but it's active. Like, I'm not bored, basically, tanking, even though this build is really chill. Like, I like this build because of how chill it is, but I still have to think about all those types of things, right? And I think it can be very difficult. Like, my brain happens to work with this sort of narration because I'm just telling you what I'm doing. For me, it's not that complicated to narrate while I play, but it is certainly a little bit of an efficiency loss. Like, I know myself, I play much better when I'm off stream, but it's more fun for me to stream and play, so I don't really want to have to, like, go off stream to do push keys. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not... That isn't something I ever want to put myself into. I would rather just not do push keys if I couldn't stream to do keys. But at a certain level as well, like, let's say that my team wanted to do 17 or 18 this week, and, like, that starts to get into a much bigger key. We died because we missed the kick earlier. If we were in comms, we would not miss a kick, and I could just call out the kicks. And if I called out the kicks, then I wouldn't be able to do this, though. Am I clicking? I click some of my abilities, yeah. I click my cooldowns here, normally. I do have them keybound, but I'm very, I have poor coordination in my hands, so I just, it's an adaptation that I've made, is just to be able to click things, and it helps me a lot. Hi, Spec, how's it going? Okay, find the big guy, find the big guy, find the big guy, spawned late. I make plans. Like, you make adjustments. I think a lot of people, like, if they see my gameplay, they'll be like, oh, why are you clicking some of your abilities? It's like, well, I had an injury to my hands a long time ago. And it's like, oh, okay. And they're like, wait a second, why do you do this? And I'm like, well, I play with 200 plus ping. And it's like, I don't want to use those as excuses, but they are factors that make me decide different things with my gameplay. Like, this macro build, for example, I tend to find a lot of success with it because... playing with 200 plus ping, trying to play something like Druid of the Claw and responding perfectly to Ravage procs is actually really difficult to do, for me, personally speaking. I know for some people it's like, well, that's just easy, but for me, it's not easy, and it requires so much focus and so much, like, because I just, my globals are a little delayed. Like, this Starfall, I lost damage doing it, but it will ensure that nobody gets clapped on this pull, so that's why I Starfall there. I miss you a lot, Whoop. I miss playing WoW earlier so we can hang out. Thanks for coming to say hi today. It means a lot, by the way. Why do you have such high ping? Because I live in Thailand, but I play on NA servers. There's nothing I can do about that. I already use exit lag. Like, I pay for the VPN. I do what I can do, but it's just the reality of playing on NA from Asia. There's no Asian servers, right? So, you know... I wish. Yeah. How cool would it be, man? It would be so... I dream of it sometimes. Sometimes when my head hits the pillow at night, I just think to myself, Mom, what would it be like to play with single-digit ping? Or even, Mom, what would it be like to play with double-digit ping? And my mom is like, I don't know, honey. And then I freak out because I'm like, whoa, Mom, how'd you get here? You live 8,000 miles away. And it's like crazy because she just appears out of nowhere. And I'm like, well, now that you're here, it's great. I have so much to tell you. I miss my family. Hardest part about living in an international country is the not being able to actually interact with family. I like my family. A lot of people got a bad hands early in life. I had a lot of problems as a kid. I did not have an easy childhood, but my family was never the problem. And I got lucky with that. Would you get better at MS on Oceanic servers? A little bit, yes. But if my friends play on NA, then I play on NA. But technically, yes. It is better for me to play on OCE if at all possible. I don't think I rebuffed earlier. Yeah, the OCE is very helpful for me if possible. You know what? I triggered my cheat death a little bit early there, and I didn't like that. So I'm going to have to taunt that nullifier. How did we die there? Was that cast, the first cast? So I'm going to B-res, but I can't B-res in that frontal. He's going to get clapped if he takes that B-res right now. I'm going to try to drag it back. Don't worry about the big ads. Just worry about the Dread Flail. I can't go into the Light Scarred Flare if the Dread Flail's live. Now we can go in. Yeah, this guy doesn't matter. I'm going to go Cat Form. Heart of the Wild, the boss for Big Dam. And then back in here. Why did I move to Thailand? It's a good question, actually. I had no plan to move to Thailand whatsoever. I'd never been here before. I didn't know anything about Thailand. I've never been to Asia, actually. I'm from the US. My ironfur macro is linked in Discord, by the way. All resources are linked in Discord if you so desire them. Why not Japan? So Japan is something that, like, I'm super interested in going to Japan because anime. But when you live in a foreign country, you have to make sure that their culture is something that you really identify with. Because it's not as simple as, oh, anime. Actually, living in a foreign country can be scary and overwhelming, and Thailand has the most expressive, wonderful culture that fits me very well. Like, I love it here. Like, it's my home. I feel like it's my home, right? But Japan has a culture that doesn't fit me. The Japanese culture is very formal. It's very work-oriented, and I'm kind of a chill guy. Like, I'm a really, like, if I travel somewhere, I just basically want to be getting massages, chilling maybe on a beach, maybe outside, but probably on a computer somewhere. Like, I just don't like to do a lot. I'm not a big workaholic, you know? You're in Japan, Mikronos. Would you say, like, it's a respectful society, and I love the concept of it, but living in a big city in Japan, I don't think that it would actually suit me. I'm a weird guy. I don't like to wear shoes. I want to wear tank tops everywhere that I go because they're comfortable. And why would I wear anything else? I don't want to have to think about those types of things. And it depends on where I live, because sometimes that's allowed and sometimes that's not. There's like Thai culture. Dude, people in Thailand are super chill. They don't really care what you do. You can be however you want to be here. It's amazing. We lost a lot of value in that lust, unfortunately. Probably should have just held lust there. You have any idea if it is efficient leveling and time walking? Oh, no idea. Yeah. I've never been to Japan, by the way. This is just from what I know of Japan. Just to clarify, I've never been. But I think that a lot of people lump Asia like into one category, and Asia is a large place. It is many, many different cultures in one big continent. You know, if I was going to die, it would be here, because I really don't want to bark skin early. I have to have bark skin coverage on a pole like this. If I was going to die, it'd be here, because my incarn is normally up right away. And then I'm going to have to tell Small, we got to stop stunning when the mobs aren't grouped yet. So I'm going to SI right now, and that will fill me to my next hit. I would like a range kick if possible. I'm going to watch the lunar beam fill here. I'm going to just backpedal for like 2 seconds. There we go. I'll get this next kick. And then I'm back to Barkskin. And then I'm fine. Cool. Now we're just going to back up a little bit into this corner. And the reason I want to do this is I don't want that engineer to die where we might pull the seer. Because seers are super banned. Bad mobs. Whoops. Okay. So if I have to incarn right here, I'm in trouble. I can kick this real quick. We just cannot pull the seer. Seer is death. If we pull seer, it's GG's. Can we macro lunar beam with a thrash macro? I would not macro lunar beam though. Yeah, you want to try. You can take out the stun potentially, or just wait for like 2 seconds. Okay, we have to make sure these batteries die. Revival, 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 revival. If the battery goes off. Revival? Revival gets rid of the dot. Revival gets rid of the dot, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive it does, actually. I'll pull these just so he can have a heal target. I'll wait, I'll wait, I'll wait. Live, 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 live. I still think you timed this, maybe, but we're pushing it right now, though. I would use it if I had it, yeah. This area is very hard to tank. It does a lot of damage. I don't want to kick that bolt. I want to save it for the Arcanist, but I will kick the bolt here. Ouch. That's probably GG's. Culture is definitely important when choosing a place to live, because even coming from Southern to Northern California, that's funny you say that. I mean, I grew up in SoCal. My brother lives in NorCal, and I feel like they're much more similar, but have you ever got a chance, Kickboxing, to actually come to Asia or like a different place? Because if you ask me why I moved to Thailand, I mean, the easiest answer would be, have you been here? It's just, it's such a different world out in different countries. Like it's, if you ever get a chance to actually travel or visit, like I'm not a big traveler. Okay, our timer is kind of cooked. Timer's kind of cooked here. All we have to do is wait a little bit. And then here, only been domestic. If you ever get the chance, it is a very interesting experience to actually see how other people live in different countries. Highly recommend. Even though I am not I'm not an outside person, I would still recommend. See, like that breath right there is actually quite, it's a fair DPS loss to have them stunned outside of a pixel stack formation. And I want to pull the other engineers in this. Oh, GG's. Why is the seer in this? Why is... Uh-oh. I think we're cooked. I think the run is cooked. I think it's a 15 angle because we have an extra seer in here. I think it's a 15 angle. I'm actually part Korean, but their culture scares the shit out of me. Even if we were to survive this pull, the timer is starting to get real suspicious. And the batteries to the left cannot be armed. Oh. We managed to kill those, but it's all falling apart. I'm technically going to live, but I think our timer kind of cooked. Maybe you finish. I mean, how long do you need to finish this? Like 8 minutes? Even like 8 minutes after this boss is like maybe doable. Maybe I'm trying to think, like, you can't skip anything is the problem. Is it a 15? Well, I mean, we can do 15, but we just have to clean it up. Keys right now, I cannot express, are just, if you have one death, you win. Like, even with poor damage, even with poor whatever, you just need 0. Like, you just need clean play. So it's like taking specs that are tankier is a really good, like, IO hack right now. Like, taking... Even if your unholy DK does less damage, if they're going to be tanky and help just the team live, like, that's all that really matters. Optimizations in 16 this week are simply not necessary, in my opinion. Even if you're pugging and you don't trust the damage dealers, like, they should be able to do enough damage. So just, like, clean CCs, clean kicks, even if you have to int your own DP... Like, if I was a DPS player, I would be thinking... All right, if I want to time the key truly, I would not be greeting my own damage. I would be thinking to myself, okay, how can I enable my team to win? So one of the differences, Small, if you are listening to stream, we have specs that really depend on things being grouped. Both Arson and the Elemental Shaman, they have very small radius AoE abilities. So if you breath early, just gotta wait for things to come in. Even if you have to hold breath for a second. I know it's sad, like you're going to do 1% less damage, but we will have a better timer. And because, for example, the timer is pretty much cooked right now, those things matter when you get into higher keys. So I would just definitely, as an evoker, like hold the breath. Do not send breath and stun everything, or just spec out of the stun. But even then, like, you would still, because they ramp. Like, they're not doing their full damage until things are actually coming into melee and pixel stacking. That's okay. 15 it is. Does that make sense? Oh, that one spawned on you, though. How did I die? The line... You were definitely in the beam there. But that's okay. We go 15 real quick. Into Asia 4 times, Europe 3 times, traveled to most US. And I noticed that it really opened up the minds. Yeah. So the idea, though, is this. When you come to other countries, at least growing up in the US for myself spec, I was always told that things were so amazing in the US. And I was kind of, it was just like straight up, it was just misinformation. Other countries have absolutely amazing benefits and wonderful things. You know what I mean? And he said he learned from you on the beta. He pulled 3 mobs at a time. And and died to the first boss mechanic that came out and then rage quit. Damn, Danny. Really? Oof. That's tough. I mean, that wasn't my beta experience. That's rough. Some guy joined my key and said he learned from you on beta. Oof. Was he a Guardian Druid? He has to come rewatch my stream. That's not how I played on beta. That's not right. Hold up. Now wait just a second. He was making you look bad. That's tough. That do be tough. I think that is rough. It was some paladin. Damn. That's tough. That looked like Link. I can't say I recognize this person off the top of my head, but I am not responsible for other people's actions. I would like to say that I feel like my paladin is pretty decent. We did I managed to tank on the paladin last week at pretty low item level, and we were doing still 11, 12 keys without too much issue. Maybe he played with a Wu-Tang. Right, he played with a Wu-Tang. I'm a Wu-Tank. Yeah, like I'm a Wu-Tank. He played with a Wu-Tang. I don't know how to rap. I'm not that. Yeah, that's a totally different. Sorry, understand the confusion, right? No, my vault is 0. I took a token, basically, Spec. Unfortunate. I actually got the worst trinkets that I would never use, so that is tough. That do be tough. Remember that evening with the build? Lots and lots of damage? I don't think that's true, though. Like, this season right now, I know how much tank damage I would do if I didn't play this build. Yeah? I know. But out of curiosity, Micah, if I wasn't playing this build, how much overall damage do you think I would do? Just in general. We're going to, not 16 now, 15 Nexus. How much damage do you think I'm going to do not playing this build? General speaking, Guardian Druid, tanks. What are tanks doing? You can double that damage. So you think I would do 160k overall? You think I would do 160,000 damage if I wasn't playing this build? You think 160k tank damage? Has anybody here seen a tank do 160k tank damage? We can reform. All good. Reform then. No chance. Okay, maybe not. 40% more damage. Okay, 40% more damage. So you're saying I would do 130k DPS overall. Have you guys seen a tank do 130k DPS overall? Out of curiosity. That's the only thing is this build is less damage, but it's not 40% less damage. That's a number that gets thrown around without people having actually tested the build. Because it's certainly not 100. It's not 40% lower. You've seen a Brewmaster do 140k DPS total in a Nexus point. That's impressive. I haven't personally seen a Brewmaster do that much damage. That would be why I have not seen a tank do that much. That'd be crazy. I personally have not seen this. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. But at this point, I cannot say I have seen that. I barely see DPS do that much. Yeah. So personally, I have not seen that myself. But fair enough. Does this build do a little bit less damage? Absolutely. If I was playing a Raze build and I was playing a traditional Apex build, I'm pretty sure that I could have in this dungeon closer to 100k. Or take. I would have about 15% more damage, maybe 20% more damage. Yeah. So that means that we would have 10 to 20k more overall. And if we miss this key timer by 10 seconds, then me playing that build could have made the difference. Possible. I like playing like this personally. I really enjoy it. It's how I enjoy the game. And overall, I don't think it's going to int any of my keys. If I got to a key level, but does 20% tank damage make or break a key right now? At what key level do you think 20% tank damage would actually make or break the key? Out of curiosity. Throw a number for me. Like at what key level does the timer get to the degree where clean route, let's say 1 or 2 deaths, because it happens, 1 or 2 deaths, 18. That's about, I would say, yeah, that makes sense. About 18, give or take, yeah. About 18, 19 plus, something like that. It's very possible that when we get to 18 or 19, that like just trying to do really good routes, very efficient tanking, we just find out that 1 or 2 deaths were not timing the key. And then I think to myself, okay, man, we're like 20 seconds off. If I just had a little bit more tank damage, I'm pretty sure we could do this, right? Like if I just had a tiny bit more tank damage, maybe. In which case, I could play the push key. I could play the regular Apex build at that point. I just don't think it's at 15. I don't think it's at 16 even. I don't think it's anywhere close to this key level, personally speaking. I think that if I play clean and I play really well, I think that I can totally play this for now. And if it ever gets to the point, like this gather right here, the fact that that gather was so fast, the fact that my team doesn't have to wait for aggro whatsoever. Well, let's see what the timer looks like. Let's see if we get a clean pull, and let's see how it looks. Let's see what it looks like. In 15 Nexus right now. I'll play very clean. I'll aim those frontals away from where my team is facing. And as also, by the way, it's not like this build does no damage, because again, I'm still doing fairly good damage. Now, if I had Apex as an example, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just want to challenge the idea, just like you're challenging my idea, I'm just challenging it right back. This is trolling my team, right? I'm just saying it's stupid that we're forced to play Druid of the Apex. Now, granted, that I agree with. I also think it's stupid that a tier set or something forces people into a playstyle that they might not actually enjoy. I wish that the current tier, among other things, for Bear was a bit more flexible, because I think that there's a ton of people who genuinely really enjoyed the Thorns of Iron playstyle. I have found myself that there is just a ton of people who really, really like that playstyle. And I think it's sad. Like, for example, here, I want to pull this pack in because it will speed up my key timer. That means I'm going to have to deal with a Null Warp Blast right here. I'm going to send an SI charge because, as an example, I want to Vortex that, and I was a little late on my Vortex. So now we just have to actually send some CCs. We're going to have to push it away, and we're going to have to do some things. That's suboptimal. If I had actually just tanked that, way cleaner, by the way, you know what would have happened? We would have gained more damage. Because see how these mobs are not perfectly stacked? That's an efficiency loss. That actually matters way more, by the way. Like, we're going to lose more time for me doing that efficiency loss than we would for me playing a build that I enjoy, personally speaking, as that example, right? And also, I would just say try the build. Like, if you're coming from like a theory crafting perspective and you're like, guys, this a woo guy, man, he's fucking terrible Guardian Druid. He's telling people to play all these sort of cooked builds. It's like, well, it's not that bad. I would just try it first. Like, I'm going to be able to live a double Null Warp Blast, which is not so easy. This is a heavy tank buster on 15. And I also think that sometimes if you're watching like the Liquid people run their 10s and stuff, scary. That can also be very misleading, because when you tank a 10, you can do absolutely crazy pulls and then time it around your cooldowns and do like massive damage. Yeah, try it. Is it a little bit less damage? Absolutely. No doubt about that. There's certainly, I know if I played a different build, I would do a bit more damage. I also know, though, that a lot of it would be pad damage, so it depends. Like, first pull of Algathar, I'm just walking into that pull with double Apex proc. And because I have double Apex proc, it's going to look way better in Algathar, as an example, than it could. So here, what I can do is I can go Bear Form, taunt this, come here. There are many benefits to my build as well, by the way, that other people aren't having. Like, for example, here, my team doesn't have to wait for aggro whatsoever. We're not going to have any aggro problems. My team can actually just full send. And I think that with a lot of Bear builds, not granted, that would be true if I was playing the Apex as well. I think that aggro is actually, I know that Bear has been struggling with aggro a little bit. Okay, I'm going to make sure I get that Nullify kick after. Good positioning on the Evoker here. We got a Mortal Coil on that, so I'm going to Bark Skin, walk through. I'm not going to kick this one. I'll kick this one. These are the decisions that I make that I think will actually enable my team to success. You will simply never do as much tank damage as your DPS can do. Making sure that I understand how my DPS need me to tank for them is going to give me way more of a competitive advantage than you might realize. There are so many examples of this that people in general just don't really consider. One of them, for example, is the fact that I won't chain at this exact moment in time, even though I know I could live going into the next pull. You want to know why? Because I'm playing with an Affliction Warlock and an Elemental Shaman. Both of them have abilities that cleave within a small radius. I'm also going to walk to the left here because this guy frontals, because I can chain in now. But the way that both of them need me to play is they want me to pixel stack the mobs. So the fact that everything can be grouped right here, I even told my Evoker right before this to not play the breath stun, because if they want to send their breath early, then they're going to be stunning things staggered, so they're not actually pixel stacked. And if I Vortex Typhoon these guys together, my team's going to do more damage, because that means everything is going to stay in the Earthquake from my Elemental Shaman. And my Warlock Seed of Corruption is going to be tagging everything properly. There are so many things that I think about as a tank that go way beyond my own personal damage on the meters. And I think that's what makes a successful tank, because ultimately they're going to do just way more damage than I'm going to do. You know, doesn't matter how much I min-max. Even if I was playing the full Apex, if I greed my own personal damage and I'm not playing for my team, well, I'm kind of trolling. Like, that's trolling. Doing what I'm doing here is not trolling. If that makes sense. That's my personal opinion. I know a lot of people don't share that, and a lot of people are a little bit more of like a free-for-all mentality, but me being able to pixel stack, pace, understand what my team needs, understand how my Mistweaver is going to be healing, because I also play Mistweaver, and understand because I've played all these things, I'll be able to get the most out of my timer. And once again, if there gets to be a key level where my damage is really like, hey guys, you know, we're just not timing things because we're playing with a Woo's Guardian Druid instead of that Guardian Druid, well, then I'll change. And I simply just hit respec, which is free. You know, that doesn't cost gold anymore. And problem solved. So here, for example, that Starfall. I'm going to get this grouped immediately. No aggro. No this. You know what I mean? Starting to learn how to tank? Awesome. I hope that you enjoy tanking. You do not have to parse 100 to be a successful tank. There are all these other things that are impactful. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do any damage. You have to do enough damage, because otherwise threat is going to be a massive problem. You're not going to have any sort of self-sustain, because a lot of your damage comes from the fact that you do have your own leech abilities effectively. So there are plenty of reasons. Like, I'm going to hold Incarn here. If I hold Incarn, it's possible that I lose overall damage, but it will help the boss because I want to be able to chain in successfully. So I'm going to go grab these guys. I have Moonfire ticking. I will take my time to make sure I have aggro here, because I don't want my team to actually take anything. I can Lunar Beam because this build will have Giga Lunar Beam. I want that one last Scrounger, but this is annoying sometimes. So that was an efficiency loss right there. I might even have to pop SI because I had to backtrack. And the fact that I had to backtrack is over here. There are so many different ways to play WoW, and I do think that people definitely get caught up in this trap of, well, everything has to be parsing 100 all the time. Like, that's the goal, right? But it's like, we're not all trying to be rank 1 players, and oftentimes perfection is the enemy of good. There is one Scrounger left alive from the previous. Otherwise, the boss RP should be starting now. Hello? Boss RP? Oh, there it is. There was one Scrounger left alive. Confusing. Druid also has a problem with aggro. This build has 0 problems with aggro. If you are struggling with aggro, this build will have no problems whatsoever. You have amazing snap threat with this build. Actually, like, incredible levels of snap threat. And that's because of all the modifiers that I take, because I'm still enabling my team, whereas the other builds will be dropping those modifiers in favor of the Apex. Remember, Apex is a 6-point investment, which, granted, the Apex is so powerful, that's a worthwhile investment if you're trying to do damage. But the Apex build is not tankier. I would say, played perfectly, it's a similar level of tankiness. I will keep this Dread Flail facing away. I lose damage, by the way, doing this, but I don't want to kill my team. So I will go here, I'll Feral Frenzy, and I'm still doing plenty to min-max my damage as well. It's not like I'm playing super lazy. What would you say is the main source of gaining confidence as a tank? Great question. Purely reps and experience. Reps and experience beyond anything else. Sure, everyone playing like they want to. It's just a problem of, wow, there's only one suboptimal. I agree with that. That I agree with 100%, by the way, Michael, because I don't like the philosophy of there is only one right way to play. Who says who? I feel like it's so easy to forget that World of Warcraft is a game. I swear, like, it's just actually something that people forget all the time. I don't even know necessarily why people forget it, but it's something. Have you noticed that? A lot of people treat like World of Warcraft like it's a job, like it's almost like an obligation. And they forget that they're paying money to play this game. Like, you don't actually have to be doing, again, it's not like perfect gameplay is this very strange thing that you don't have to be perfect. Like, you're not trying to compete for world rank 1, are you? Like, maybe in that case, you want to take every amount of optimization, you know what I mean? You've been maining Guardian for a long time. I think they missed the mark with, I agree with you, by the way. And one of the reasons that I created this build is because I was upset that they got rid of Thorns of Iron. So I made this to try to replicate that playstyle as best as possible, knowing full well that it is suboptimal. That I'm trying to come up with a playstyle that plays like how I want to play, even though Blizzard basically said, you can't do this anymore. I'm just stubborn. I'm just really stubborn. The problem with me is I don't take no for an answer. And I was like, bet. Like, I basically just I was like, all right, I tell you what, Blizzard, you take away my Thorns of Iron, I'll do some other stuff to try to still figure out how I can play the way I want to play. Like, that was it, you know? No need to Pharaoh Frenzy there. I already did. Have you seen the logo I posted in your Discord? I was away the past hours. No, I have not seen it, though. But basically, if you want to get more experience as a tank, you have to understand the way forward is just reps and experience. And let me explain why. If I told you right now, how many tank players, are there any people that are watching stream right now that are not, by the way, that are just pure DPS players out of curiosity? Is there anyone watching that does not tank or heal? I'm assuming everybody here, most people here are probably going to be like tanks and healers. I'm assuming most people. I mean, maybe you never know. Pure DPSers? No. Most people here, we're all actually taking the hard Mythic Plus rolls. Okay. Fair enough. Me? Okay, so there's a few. Arcane, purple. All right. Let me ask you a question. If I told you right now that I had a plus 18 key, even a resilience key, by the way, a plus 18, and I said, hey, I want to take you to my key, would you say yes? As a DPS player. This is a good thought experiment. Just bear with me here for a second. We're going to come back. I don't want to pull this here, so we just bring this back a little. If I said, for example, that what I'm looking for is I got a plus 18 with your name on it, would you say yes? Even though you're not experienced. Like, the highest key you've done is a... Right, but the highest key maybe you've done... Let's imagine that you were fully geared. For the thought experiment, imagine you were fully geared. You would say yes. Do you know why you would say yes? Because a DPS player doesn't actually need the physical reps of seeing the key level go up. You can actually... And it would help, for sure, but it's not required. If you're a tank or a healer player and the highest key you've done is a 12, and I say, hey, I've got an 18 with your name on it, you want to do it? And it's not Resil. The answer is no. Do you know why? Because the way that tanks and healers have to learn the game is that you need reps. You need to actually walk in and see the damage intake. Because on a 12, that cooldown was enough to cover this pull. But on an 18, you die. And that feels terrible. It feels really bad to let your team down. And you don't want that. You want to basically be a successful contributing force to your Mythic Plus experience. And that's a whole different ball game, because now you have to actually, as a healer, you would say no. And the reason is because you need the progression of going, maybe you could jump 2 key levels. Maybe a 12 to a 14 seems reasonable. But a 6 key level jump is absolutely insane. And you would say, oh, no, because you need to see it. And this is how tanks and healers learn. It's very important to understand that as a tank or a healer, the only way to learn, in fact, is going to be reps. You need to walk in and see stuff. Okay, don't get stunned. Don't pull this here. Don't pull this here. Please don't pull this here. Just back up, back up, back up. DPS from behind, DPS from behind. Oh, good jump over, good jump over. That was scary. Does that make sense? You need to actually be able to see the things. That's the key. I waited to pull these engineers because I didn't know if we were going to pull this here or not. I didn't want to add any complexity to this pull. Also, I will die here. So 1 moment, locking in, locking in. This is still a 15. 15 kind of chill for me, but not like super chill because these pulls are, I don't know if you've done this yet, but they're pretty tough. My health bar isn't moving with this build, but it's still kind of scary. Could die pretty much at any moment. 1 global off, and I am perished. I'm the guy in question. So here's the thing. The way that you learn tanks and healers is through going in and failing. It is actually a prerequisite that you brick a key. It just feels really bad, and it's a huge barrier to those keys. But you kind of have to walk in and go, oh, I really thought this would be enough, and it isn't. But you have to have that. It has to come from somewhere. And as a tank or a healer, I can chain this in early, for example, by the way, just to get a little bit more efficiency. But we have to kill the batteries first. This is just an easy chain, just so we have a few more targets. And then I will go up, and then I will pull this. And then I can Moonkin Heart of the Wild as I'm running. And then this pull, I probably have to commit both SI charges. And so that's the difference, though. Tanks and healers, you need to actually be willing to fail in order to learn the key. So for example, the first time on beta that I went into a higher nexus point, I walked into one of the poles and I was like, oh, this should be fine. And then I died and I was like, bro, what in the world happened? And then the second time I went into nexus, I tried to learn from my mistake. And then I died and I was like, wait, what is this? Okay. So the third time I went into nexus, I got it. And I can learn after a few things. So you need to see the thing. That's a prerequisite. It's not optional. Whoops. Normal res. Rest in peace, my incarn. Don't be res, though. Man, my incarn, I was going to chain in the boss. Okay, it's no problem. Once again, my own damage is not so important. Oh, have I not had symbiotic? It's okay. It's not that big. It's not that big of a deal, but I've just realized I have had no symbiotic relationship on the whole time. All right, my Mistweaver got to stay with me. He's got to be in melee here. Oh, he's going to stay in there. Okay. We have 3 range, so the positioning isn't as important, but we still want to make sure this room stays pretty clear. I'll come in the middle then for him. Come over here. How do I get over the hump of failing a key? You actually just have to accept the fact that you will fail some. I think that honestly, like a lot of people have asked me, hey, like what's the best thing I can learn as a tank player, as an example, right? And it's like, okay, there's no one size fits all. Honestly, sometimes the community is just super toxic and it sucks. Like, honestly, I would love to tell you there's like a way to deal with it kind of just, sometimes like people just yell at you for no reason. Even if you're doing everything right, people still yell at you. And it's an unfortunate reality of doing keys at this point, okay? Yeah, you could run your own keys. You could try to find people to play with. Like, having friends to play is certainly better, but kind of difficult to find people sometimes, right? But the ultimate truth is just you are going to fail some stuff. It will be your fault that some keys get bricked because perfection is not going to be the expectation. And you know what? That's okay. If you're playing with the right people, they're not going to get mad at you for bricking a run. It's a game, not a job. If you're playing with the wrong people and they start yelling at you for that, you might want to consider who your friends are, first of all, right? But more than that, even most people are not playing with friends, I don't think. I think most people are pugging through the looking for group system. And, you know, that's just really tough. That system, that looking for group is not exactly the friendliest system, you know. Let me pay attention because we're going to have to save this boss a little bit. Our space management has been a bit off. Since we have 3 range, we haven't been stacking, and therefore we have an extra part of this room that has been shipped off here. I will hold Incarn for the following poll, although I don't really need to. The WoW community is certainly a bit more toxic than it used to be, although I counter with the fact that it isn't the most toxic community. I mean, you could be playing League of Legends if you really don't want the toxicity of things. You could be playing League. If you were really aware, you could have moved ahead of that. But if we're stuck here... Oh, wait. How did I get hit? Hold up. Wait a second. I'm going to get knocked back into this. That's okay. I have one. The plan was to take one line. And then my range DPS. Hold up. I've technically messed up here a little bit because I was distracted. I've lost some of my own personal tank damage, but our timer is going to be okay. All right, nice job. I went on League of Legends in my first game. Yeah, I know. So, you know, it could be League, but certainly, it's actually weird. WoW is more toxic at a lower key level than a higher key level. You know, actually, I think that's the weirdest thing with World of Warcraft. It's actually more toxic at like a plus 10 than it is at a highest key level. Have you noticed that? One time out of 10, you'll have a cringe. But I think the problem is that our brains are kind of hardwired to remember the one time out of 10. Even if it only happens 10% of the time, we remember the 10%. Right? Because, like, you know, it's really hard, like, to let it slide off your shoulders. Like, you want to. Ideally, you don't worry so much. But in practice, that's kind of a tough thing. Like, I could tell you, for example, like, hey, guys, don't worry about what other people say. But, I mean, that's sort of an ideal that's not actually going to be practical information because we're human beings. And if somebody tells me that, if they start saying things like, why are you even alive? Like, how could you dare join my key? You fucking suck. Never, ever come here. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, okay, I'm going to take that a little bit. Like, I want to say that I'm just going to be like, no problem. Easy money. Like, it's fine. You know what happens. It's okay. And I'll just be like, oh, I'm not going to remember that. But I'm a human being. So I will remember that. And, you know, I just don't think it's actually good advice to say, oh, don't worry about it. Like, you're probably going to worry about it a little bit. But ultimately, there is no way that you're going to get it perfect. Sometimes you're going to do something wrong as a tank. That's okay. I think that's something to remember as you're learning how to tank and heal is this. You ready? You very rarely get to the end of a run with 0 deaths. But your tank is not really allowed to die. So it just feels incredibly bad when you, the tank player, are the death. But technically speaking, we have 2 deaths in this key right now. And we had a few other mistakes that have happened too. If we time this key, if let's say that right now I miss a button and this thing kills me, am I a bad tank player? I mean that, like, seriously. Like, let's say I'm not paying attention, I miss a button, and I die to this pack key over, and we might have timed it. Am I like a bad tank player? A lot of times people are going to be like, yes, if this is a pug, they're like, can't believe this tank should never have invited him. It's like, what do you mean? I'm the third death. There have been so many other mistakes that I've noticed. People stood in a puddle. You stood in a puddle earlier. You cost us a B-res. And they're like, yeah, but I'm not the tank. And it's like, okay. You see, there's a difference of expectation between tanks, healers, and DPS. If a DPS dies, honestly, you B-res and keep going. Especially with how easy timers are right now. It's almost like, it's kind of fine. Like, if a DPS ends up dying, like, it's okay. Your run's not over. 1 death, that's pretty good. 2 deaths, damn, that's a good run. But if a tank dies once because they miss a single button while they're trying to execute the same rotation, and they just got overwhelmed in a pole and they missed the tank buster or whatever, unfortunate. So at a higher level, a DPS is constantly locked in way more than a tank or a healer. And I accept the fact that there are fundamental differences between tanking and healing. And one of the hardest things about DPSing is that there's always min-max in every single pull. Like, your missing part of your rotation as a DPS player is borderline more impactful to your overall numbers in a key, which can feel bad compared to a tank. But the difference is still we do a little bit less damage. Not everyone is dead. And that's the thing with tanks and healers is like, well, if a tank messes up part of their rotation, not only do I miss some damage, I also, the run's over. So I don't think you can really compare the difficulty of the roles without understanding that. Does that make sense? Would you guys agree, for example, like, let's say even as a healer, from a healing perspective, it's no different, by the way. if I'm a healer, I still want to try to get some damage out or whatever. But let's say that I'm not even trying to DPS. And then all I'm going to do from there is I'm going to basically be thinking maximum HPS, but I miss a ramp and I've accidentally life bloomed the wrong target because I wasn't really paying attention. And then that thing happens. And you know what? I've made a fundamental rotational error in that set of cooldowns. Well, congratulations, run's over. And that sucks, right? Is this guy? So, yeah, but like first pull of Algathar Academy is a really good example of your DPS, probably most DPS players, I don't even think they understand that they've added a bleed to the fact that that pull exists. Would you agree with that? Would you say that most DPS players in the first pull of Algathar Academy actually fundamentally have zero knowledge of the fact that there is now a bleed on those lashers? I think that most DPS players would go the entire season without realizing that that's why your tank is dying. Whereas as a tank player, it's like, bro, I have to know this because, ow, it hurts and I will die. Like, I have to know fundamentally. It's like, actually, there's even tech for that bleed where it's like, if I just track when the third one gets applied and I can get a little distance, then I can reset the fifth stack so that I don't take 5 stacks. And if I time it perfectly, but there's a small 2-second window. Yeah, exactly. The amount of homework that tanks have to do, the amount of work that a tank has to put in, and a healer as well, by the way, for different reasons, is very different than the amount of work a DPS has to put in. And I actually think that one of the ways we can help the community of World of Warcraft solve the tank and healer shortage is just, you got to have a bit more respect for your tanks and healers. Like, I swear DPS players just don't always understand how hard you have to work as other roles, because from their perspective as a human being, they say, well, if I can do this, you can do this, right? And it's like, well, it's not the same. And I think that a lot of times you can answer that by simply asking them, like, well, why don't you tank? And they're like, oh, I don't want to tank. Or maybe they'll come at you and they'll be like, because it's boring, right? Like, it's boring. That's why I don't want to tank. But it's like, well, you tank then. I tell you what, I like DPSing. You want to tank? That's great. I love doing big numbers. I'll DPS. You tank then. Don't make a mistake. Sometimes I feel like that a little bit. You know, have you ever had that thought? I swear I feel like that sometimes. Well, I've heard that before. It's like, well, you know, only bad DPSers tank. I've heard that take as well recently. That's one I've heard recently. That's not this one. He's over there, right? Okay. I heard that somebody asked me the other day, they're like, what do you think about the theory that only bad DPS players start tanking? And I was like, I mean, look, I'll DPS a key right now if you want to tank for me. Give me a geared DPS, like, as long as my item level is chill, like, what do you want me to play? Like, that sounds great. I'll chill. I'll take a little breather. There you go, by the way. GG's. 15 Nexus done. GG's. So it's chill. Even with those mistakes and those deaths, like, still in kind of a safer route a little bit. Not bad. Oh, another catalyst. Okay. Nice. 2.5 minutes left there, so the 16 would be much tighter. If I was going to tank this on 16, I'd have to start thinking about a few more things about how to improve the timer just slightly. And then I think that 17 is when it starts to become a real check that I might have to think about my build at this current week. But also I got a bad vault, so I don't have any. I still could use a little bit more item level and stuff. 270, not bad. Macro at ironfur build. Certainly could do a bit more damage if I had not adjusted some of the pulls or we were a little cleaner. I think 65k in Nexus is decent, but certainly I could do a little bit better than that. How easy it would be to swap to Feral from Bear if I want to DPS and raids? You can gear completely for Feral because actually Bears don't really care so much about what their secondary stats are. So the secondary stats are actually, relatively speaking, not that important. You don't have to worry so much about your secondary stats as Bear. So you would be able to... What are you macroing your ironfur to? Thrash only? Just Thrash? Yeah, so first of all, no, you don't need to craft a whole new weapon. You could even recraft your current weapon to just like whatever stats that Feral needs, basically. Where's your macro ironfur? On Discord, you can find the build. It's the one I posted it. I updated it this morning. There's like a few different variations on it. This is definitely the one that feels the best for me. You want to do... What was the uno mas? What key? From that. What 16 was that? This is the build I'm currently running. There are still a few flex points that I'm considering. I still wonder about... I think this is basically how I would play the macro build. If I was going to keep playing it, I'm pretty sure it's something like this. Yep. And they lost the first seer. Interesting. That would be an interesting... We could do that. I mean, I'm fine to cook the route for this place. I'm good with that. Yeah, can do that. So yeah, bear is actually a pretty easy tank to technically be playing other things with. What key did Deco get from this? Do we want to hold 16 terrace, huh? Did I do 15 terrace already? No, I haven't even done 15 terrace. You want to run it real quick? I think terrace is less of a DPS check and more of just a you need to live check. But also, didn't they fix the books not giving percentage in terrace? So I can make one pull a little easier. Because now the books should give percentage again. There was some weird thing that they did. It still counts as 0% on MDT. I have no idea if this is or is not fixed. Can anybody confirm or deny whether terrace has been fixed with the books? I feel like tanking at a high level makes DPS feel easy as hell. I agree with that, by the way. DPS is almost a little boring for me because of how I'm used to tanking, right? We can also send it tomorrow. We can send tomorrow too. New Morphe Slam. Okay. You want to try 16 Terrace Deco? Try it. Okay. We can try your key then. And I'm going to need to get my 14 up after this as well. All right. I'll have Brazil 15s shortly. Let's get it real quick. Do you want to go straight for 15, by the way? Straight to 15 Terrace, by the way. Easy key. Or 16 then. Deco. Because 15 Terrace is easy. Well, you want to go straight to 15? 16, I have a feeling we're going to fail and get reps on. If you're listening to my stream, Deco, I'm almost positive we would walk into 16, there would be some issue, and then you would die, or somebody would die, and then they would be like, oh, okay, gotcha, here's how I do it on 15. And then we would win 15. That's what I think. Yeah, random. I mean, random if you're on after. Yeah, let's go. Porting. Let's do Terrace real fast. I'm porting over. So I was sent flying. Let's go Terrace then. Why don't we do 15 then? Okay. Let's do Terrace 15 fast. Deco is not here tomorrow, so if we can use your key, Deco, let's do it. Okay, Terrace. Midnight. Magister's Terrace. There it is. Before Arson goes to bed, we got Terrace 15. Easy 15. And Evoker this run. Alright. I'm trying to think about how I could route this even safer. There are a few things. One, the pull before the first boss. We do not need to chain that immediately, though. There is an auto log something, but I don't know how to do it. I always have to manually enable it. And to be honest with you, I normally forget to manually enable it, though. How is Druid tanking in higher keys? What's a higher key to you, Roxy? I think that Druid's feeling pretty good right now. I feel very tanky. I'm not in danger of dying, although there are a few different builds that you could play, and some of them will be hurting me more than others. So, depends a little bit. Oh, you made me a thing, Cartman, I see. 259 this. Who is this? I don't know who that is. All right, let's get it. Ready, check, let's go. Arson's got to go to bed. He said one more real fast. And we just get this real quick. Just play safe. 15's right now, not a timer check. So we play nice and safe. Do you think it better if I sentence the Prio the first pull down or save it for second with Lust? First pull. It's just sad. You will lose overall damage, but I think the answer is first pull because then you'll have it up for Pyromancer. You're just going to have to be the Prio damage here. But I think that the answer is first pull because if you think about it like this, The sequencing is if you Ascendance at the start of this first pull, by the time we get to Pyromancer, you probably have it, and then you Ascendance there, and that just saves a lot of time in the dungeon. And then what you're going to do, for example, is you'll have Ascendance back, or give or take, by the following Pyromancer pull or the boss. So I guess it works either way, though. And Warrior, I would say Bear feels great then, yes. Yes. To answer your question, Roxy, yes. How time flies when playing WoW. I know. All right, let's go. Deco lead. There we go. We gotta go, 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 go. We just play it safe. It's okay. It's the same thing as before. Whoever is most at risk, I can put Symbiotic on. I do think Symbiotic does make somewhat of a difference. Speedrun key. Yep. Yo, what's up, Arthur? My friend is a Guardian Druid. He takes tons and tons of damage. Interesting. I can tell you that Guardian Druid is very tanky, although if people are taking like a ton of damage with Guardian Druid, you can't out-heal his damage taken. What build is he running? Arthur, what key level are you doing and what build is he running? It's possible that there's something going on that maybe could be fixed simply, but it's hard to say. He's playing the Lunar Bear and he's running 10s. He shouldn't be taking that much damage. Once we get settled in this pull as an example, you'll notice my health is not really going to drop that much. Guardian is extremely tanky right now, so if he is really feeling like he's taking like an actual ton of damage, maybe he can try... Is he playing my build or is he playing a standard build with Rays? I can stun those at the last second if need be. Yeah, I think Ascendance here feels way better. This is definitely an... I mean, that look how much smoother this is. You save like... honestly, upwards of a lot of time doing that. I think Ascendance here is better, but let's see how Pull 2 feels. I think Pull 2 is a little bit scarier for me, the tank, as it is for other people, but since I save Incarn, I should be able to live Pull 2 even if it dies a little bit faster. Like, if it dies a little slower, rather. At this moment, Druid Discord is watching for an answer. Are they? Wait, are they? Well, hello there, Druid Discord. Oh, was that a joke? I think it was a joke that I missed. There are still ways that, like, so for example, the build I'm playing right now, this build still does very decent damage. You won't have any threat problems, and it is very, very tanky. So it's possible that he could try playing this build as a matter of interest. If he's interested in it, he could try playing my build that I'm playing right now, because I would say... at the moment, like, Guardian should be extremely tanky. You should not require a lot of healing at most key levels right now. Okay, do these guys give percentage now? Yes or no? So I actually want to try going left. One of the route changes that I wanted to make was going left here, and then we're going to go through the middle. Only 3 books, though, because we're not... I don't want to pull here. Okay, we're going to end up pulling here. Unfortunate. There's got to be a path that works better here. Watch aggro, watch aggro. My healer will be spinning to win, but then the second that this Pyromancer... So this is where, like, Ascendant should be up here. And then I'm going to drag it back. Everybody uses a personal. I even SI here to help my healer. This pull is, like, super scary. Even for Mistweaver, who spins to win. This pull is, like, do not underestimate this. Even right now, although it's almost dead, I'm still thinking, do I need to hit this, though? Is Brambles good? Just for a little bit of extra damage. The one problem of this build, Buitras, is that it does do a little bit less damage, so I'm always thinking, if I can get a little bit more damage out of a talent like Brambles, I'll take it. If that makes sense. Personally, like, because this build is a bit behind on damage, I'm always thinking to myself, what little optimization could I make? Remember, we're adding this. I need to wait for that pat. It's just a bad pat. One adaptation is that I want to add this corner to my Magister's Terrace route. But we don't want to pull anything else here. I do not have to pull the Sentry, but the idea is that I add the Sentry into this pull, and then it all kind of works out. That being said, the Sentry will add a little bit of complexity, and it isn't necessary if we really just wanted to not do this pull. It's a lot of mostly tank damage and 1 kick here on the Magister. So my Incarn is expiring here. I'm going to hit Barkskin then. There's the double debuff dispel profile. If I pull the middle with this, everybody has to use a defensive right now. Okay, he did not have a defensive. I think that if you defensive that knockback, it's a doable pull. Or I could try to hold Vortex there so there's no jump on top of it. But worst case scenario, the respawn point is basically right here. It's not too far away. It's a really good pull for percentage if we can make it work. Maybe I don't pull the middle. I just found that the middle kept getting butt pulled earlier. So I'm still cooking a little bit, but this makes the rest of the dungeon. I don't have to do anything weird in the rest of the dungeon now. This basically enables the rest of the dungeon going very smoothly. But yeah, Brambles is just a little bit of damage, by the way. Okay, so what we're going to do here, one of the changes is that we're going to pull this guy back. And we're only chaining this after the first Pyromancer AoE. This is another thing, because I found that people were dying here, because again, you have to kind of walk in with defensives otherwise. But it makes it way simpler if we just fight this here, and then I chain it in right now. Because now the first AoE is a little bit easier. I let that first bolt go on me, and then I kick in, and then I can Vortex, and then we're chilling. I think that this also cleans this pull up, and again, I made that video yesterday. If I'm trying to time keys, like let's say this is a big IO for me, right? And I want this 15 timed. I'm thinking to myself, I don't really need to parse 100 as a tank. I just want to be successful. And success in this key is, how can we not die? Honestly, that's like the vast majority of success in this key is just how can we not die? Somebody click that. I don't want to have to click the thing. I don't really gain a damage buff from it. The energy crystal? Okay. I don't need it. Does that make sense? And so like we're going to time this. If I can just make a route that is safe, that is easy, that is chill, then we don't have to worry. We don't have to stress anybody out. I can avoid the knockback by going right where I was just now. Hope for an FC proc for maximum damage. Don't quite get one. That's okay. Bam. Get knocked back over this way. And nice. Ideally, we should have somebody else get the 20 stacks there. What's up, Dad of Duty? Let me watch this knockback. Hello, hello. Skipping bridge area and AA by going left first. No, definitely. Okay, at the end, I have even made a route adaptation. You want to pull as little at the end in Algathar Academy as possible. I actually have I changed it, Dad of Duty, so I only pull one thing at the end. I got this side. Any orb that comes from the side with all the stuff on it, I get as a tank. I got it. Yeah, I actually intentionally route so I don't have to pull those. Those guys are so bad now. Like, that area is actually just the worst. So what you want to do is I'll show you the route that I've made for Algathar. You don't have to do it as a push key, but I pull the extra Ravager. And the percentage you need is just pulling the extra Ravager, and then I just walk up. I do the first 2 casters with the big Echo Knight, and then I basically just go 1 pull from there, and then that's it. First time healer this season. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I also think healing this season is super fun. Challenging, but fun. I've never tanked. If you were in my shoes, would you go prot and play 2 roles for the first time? What are you healing on? I got your warrior to 90. Yeah, you could play both. It's only the 2nd week of a season, kids. We have, I don't know if you realize this, bro, we have many, many months of this season left. Like, it's not ending anytime soon. Yeah, it's not even, you have plenty of time. I actually am significantly worried. I don't know if anybody else is. I am a little bit worried for this season right now. I like the fact that things are so accessible, but we're making a lot of progress for the very first week. Aren't you guys worried about this? Am I the only one who's kind of sitting here thinking, uh-oh, like, where do we go from here? Because people in an MMORPG are obsessed with progress. And there's not going to be a lot to progress soon. So what happens when you already hit 3K in the first 2 weeks and that was your penultimate goal? That's tough. Like, I don't think we fully understand what that might mean for the season, if that makes sense. I worry that there's going to be more burnout this season than we've ever had before. I worry basically that this is actually going to be something that, like, I'm happy, by the way. I'm happy. Like, I'm really, I'm ecstatic about the fact that Mythic Plus is so accessible and people are able to kind of just grab their buddies and do some keys. Like, I really like that, by the way. Huge fan of the fact that Mythic Plus feels so chill right now. That's great. That part is excellent for me. You know, really enjoy that. However, I think that there could be some problems of the longevity of this particular season because it's only week 1 and the amount of dopamine that people are getting is like instant. Like, people are like, bro, look at this. I've already got my 3K, but there's no achievement past that. So if you're already like, what if you already got your portals? It's like a lot of people work for portals for a while. So what does it look like when they don't have that goal? And it's like, Also, it's just like, I think it's a great start of X-Pack, so I'm not upset about it. I think that what they should do, I think that the way to fix this is this. I actually think all they need to do is they just need to put an extra reward in the thing. Don't you think that would work? I think that a way to solve this actually would be, what if they just put like an extra little thing for 3.2K or 3K or like 3.5K, and then they basically just let people continue pushing for a little bit. I think that'd be smart. I think that would work, by the way. I'm going to off heal here. Easy. Off healing that one too, because my healer will struggle if there's only one target to heal. Cool. I can chain in now after the shield slam. He will not get another. He will. Hold up. 5%. Wait. Okay, go now. He can't get that last glaive off, otherwise this next one will stack, and then it's like pretty much impossible to heal. Okay. I Vortex. And then turn around, go here, stay on the Magister. Kick the Polymorph, Sunring Roar. Easy though. 3.5K. Well, they don't have to give a Brutus Sword, just something. They just need to give something in game that actually gives people something to chase. So like even a transmog appearance, even a something. Like, it doesn't have to be crazy. Could just be something. Also, you want to lust the next pull probably in the future. This pull is the easy one. That next pull is actually the scary one. But fair enough. If we had big cooldowns there, it just dies. I think your concern is valid. If your player stopped after getting 3K, you would have stopped just 1 or 2 weeks later in the season. Not sure. Oh, if you want the macro, just go to tank information in Discord and find it under the pins there. Off healing. Yeah, tank information and then pins. I have a T-Mog acquired from... That's what I think, too. Like, just a basic... Something basic. It could be a recolor. It could be a this. But, I mean, people fiend after T-Mog stuff. And people really like that sort of thing, right? I'm going to off-heal that. Yeah, this is actually where you would press defensives. You wouldn't hold for boss. I'm going to off-heal this. Guardian Druid off-healing goes so hard right now, man. This is an example of a pull where Mistweaver can struggle with this profile, and the fact that I can just be casually off-healing on cooldown is so helpful for my team. Watch this. Boom. Get his health bar back up. Oh, I love it. I love it when Guardian Druid has utility like this. This is my favorite iteration of the spec. All right, nice. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. Yeah, that pack is the dangerous one. That pack is really nasty. We didn't get the energy crystal, but that's fine. It's not worth it to take the 5% bonus magical damage in the class talents. Great question, LeBron. I will answer that question, okay? Here we go, though. You ready? That ability is not coded the way that it says it's written. It says 5% magic damage, but it is not 5% magic damage. It is actually, and this is funny, kind of funny, depends on your version of funny, it's 5% spell damage. But spell doesn't mean any magic ability. It specifically means anything that isn't a Guardian Druid ability. So, for example, Moonfire is not a Guardian Druid ability, and therefore Moonfire gets buffed by 5%. But you know what doesn't get buffed by 5%? All of your other things that are still magic damage, they're just technically Guardian Druid abilities. And the 5% physical damage node does not increase your physical damage by 5%. It increases all of your Guardian Druid spells by 5%. In other words, Lunar Beam is buffed by the 5% physical damage node. Thrash, even though Thrash's arcane damage, is buffed by the 5% physical damage node. Yeah, it's just a really bad ability. It's just written very, very poorly. It's written, like, extremely bad. So that's kind of the reason that people get confused on it, though. It's not too easy. It's not... The too easy thing is okay. They just need to give you more progression. Because I think that it's not a problem to make max rewards accessible. I just think they need to give you a progression sense. So, for example, if you are already getting 3K on week 1 or 2, I understand the concern like, oh, keys are so easy. I don't think that's a problem. Because you know what that means is people just basically get together with their buds and they do some keys. That's great. I love that part of it. But the thing is that there needs to be rewards for higher keys, Naz. That's the problem. What is the motivation behind doing high keys? In game right now, technically, nothing. There is actually no benefit whatsoever because you already have your max reward from vaults, and then you already have your mounts, and then you're already whatever. The difference is, Wiz, it's not the key level. It's the fact that technically speaking, according to Blizzard in-game metrics and systems, there is no difference between a 13 and a 16. But there is a difference between a 13 and a 10. Because at that key level, one of those you get a mount, and one of them you don't. And people love their mounts. Cool? Make sense? Okay. This one, walk forward with me. All right, all the way. Don't hit. We're going to do it this way. Instead of the going behind, I think Sam made a good point. Normally what I do, yeah, we're going to go all the way to the big guy. It's just that this time, instead of bringing it back, I'm going to go forward, and that's the next plan. I think that I agreed. Sam made an excellent point here. So I'm going to even Lunar Beam right now just for a really, really strong threat. And then I'm going to walk forward, make sure I have Thrash ticking, and then we're going to go walk into this big guy. And this is how we're going to do this pull from now on. Then we're going to come back here. And you definitely want this big guy in the pull, but I don't think it's the correct idea to drag him back. I think that actually takes extra time. I think Sam was correct. Even though it's a very fun pull. Because you don't actually need to line of sight, because if you do it exactly like this, it still groups perfectly on this. Clean. Yeah, I like this adaptation. And then remember, we pulled that corner fountain pack earlier, so I don't actually need any of these corners, and we'll have percentage. Wait, do the books give percentage now? Yes or no? I actually think that it wouldn't be the end of the world to add a pack into that too. If you pull it up here, you could totally pull that corner and add it in. That would be totally acceptable. Okay, if we add one pull here, then we can do the skip toward the end where we don't have to fight that really annoying pack. However, they hotfixed it in recently. Then there's no point to do high keys. So it just, all I'm saying is, well, they need to give a way to motivate people to do high keys. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Like, even just like a, hey, you get a recolor of your tier set. Like, it doesn't have to be like this wild thing, just something. They just need to do something. Okay, I'm not going to shift out here. I'm just going to make sure I get all my CCs. I have in-cap roar. We have the upheaval. We have another one. Nice. Can war stomp this one. Can in-cap roar that one. Earthquake stun. Okay. As of right now, I did not pull with the intention of skipping the last few. But I totally think you could. If I added one more after this, there would be 2 fear kicks. Do you think we can do that? I can live it. I'm 100% confident I'll live. I just need to add 2 shredders. Watch the fear. All I would need to do, I can hold in Karn to really make sure I live it. But I don't even think I need to do that. It's a good question, actually. I'm going to kick that bolt, and then we're going to control the fear. If I go grab a corner pack into the next thing, maybe portals should be. I think you can keep portals. I think that if you take things away from the general player base, goddamn, they're going to be really upset with you, right? Like, I don't think it's smart to take things away from the player base. They're not going to be happy about that. You can't take things away. Okay, wait for me, wait for me, wait for me. Trust me, big trust moment. Never mind, never mind. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. No big trust, no big trust. Come this way. It was the previous corner I would need. I think those corners are too toxic. And you know what? Our timer is fine. In the future of these keys, I'm going to need to look at the route. I do not know if the books do or do not give percentage. So if they don't, then oh well. And if they do, then great. I have no idea, actually. They said they were going to hotfix it in, but I don't know if they have hotfixed it in. Because Blizzard. Okay, I need Lunar Beam up here. Oops. I Lunar Beam, Frenzied Regen with the health. Oh, I didn't even need that health potion. Easy. Bear's really good at these healing absorbs. I'm gonna War Stomp this. I don't really want to... I want to make sure I have Kick for the Fear, but the Fear is almost dead, so now I will kick one of these. Cool. Incap it here. Nice. Bark Skin, Frenzied Regen, all good. The reward needs to be bigger. Who cares about a portal? A lot of people care about their portals. Oh, a lot of people, man. How big they're... Yes. Now, Naz... It is true that Raider IO is basically a giant cock measuring contest. You're right about this. But it's also fun. However, a lot of times people conflate fun with the rewards they get from it. And I think that that's not necessarily the wrong way to look at this system. Most people, however, only care about the portal and the mounts. Did you get the guys that spawn by the boss? Wait, hold on, what? Eerie, which one? When you ran through the hallway, did the guys that spawned by the boss room late? Yes. All of those guys get pulled. Pretty confident. I just walked past them. Because I make sure to get that whole area. So the answer to that question should be yes. Big healing. Now, the big question mark is we're at 86.67%. That's a lot for this. Okay, does anybody want to... Or I can open MDT. What am I talking about? This is not that bad. This boss, as long as I don't get hit by a puddle, I just need to understand if this last area is 15% or not. The last area, skipping the two... Well, I mean, we're going to figure it out. I'll learn in a second. Because this percentage is a little bit higher than we normally are, so I actually don't know the answer to that question. But I changed up the route as I was here on the fly. I'm pretty sure I still needed to add the extra pack that I did not add in order to truly have enough percentage to... Off healing. Off healing. Getting my targets. Nice grouping here. Perfect. Big damn, big damn. I'm at 82.5% after this boss. So I'm at 86.67, man. I see the bear so strong, I'd really get the Mythic Plus meta. So a lot of tanks are feeling okay right now, although keep in mind that most of what tanks are providing this particular season, you just need to live. And Brewmaster is the best at living right now. Mostly that's why you're seeing it being played. It's not necessarily that it has like infinitely higher damage or infinitely better utility, although for a change of pace, it actually does have fair utility for an interesting little change of pace here. So it does actually have decent utility. But it's mostly just that it lives. Like you just live as a Brewmaster. All right, let's find out. If we have percentage, great. If not, no problem. Let's lust the last boss, indeed. That's the right way to do that. Okay, so here I get one Thrash, and that means I have Snap Threat. And I will even Starfall too as I walk past. You like Brewmaster? I also am kind of happy that Brewmaster might actually be decent because it deserves its time in the sun. If there's one thing I definitely dislike about World of Warcraft, it's when the same thing is meta all the time. Oh, I hate that. I always like, I just want to change up. So if something has been meta for a long time, I just want like something different. I just crave something different. You know what I mean? That's my personal, you know, even if it's a blood DK, even if it's not the thing that I'm the most like, even if it's not the thing I love, that's fine with me. I just want something that is different than what I have seen before. Like not mage or boomy. Like let mage or boomy take a back seat for a second. Even if it's a blood DK. What's up, Dread Cake? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. So the percentage that I would be after in future Magister's Terrace would be that we would be at 100% after this exact pull right here. However, I have a feeling we're going to be just shy. Like, I don't think this is the 100% route from this pull. I get my kick. I think that it's unfortunately just shy, but it would be kind of cool because then you could just gateway skip past this. Brew to me feels like a little new spark to the game. I kind of want to play it just because it's different, though. Changed a lot of stuff and going great. Nice. I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. A lot has happened in my life as well. I think real life's been hitting me. Oh, man, our percentage is so damn close. Wait a second. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's a thing of beauty. Gateway, gateway, gateway. If we pull it, we pull it. But no, it's a thing. I was right. I was right the whole time. Look at this. Look at that. Beautiful. We skipped those two. Any pets pull? Good. Nice. Look at that. Giga timer. Beautiful route. Perfect. I was right. I actually thought I had messed that up, to be honest. I actually was almost positive that that route was not right. Which add-on makes a skill you press in your bottom? Enhance QOL. It's an action tracker of Enhance QOL. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing well, Dreadcake. I think the rest is... Yeah, exactly. So I would have been... You were right, Eerie. Thank you for that. I will take that as a root option. Yes. If you have a... I would... You can also mage invis, by the way. Watch out, guys. Watch out. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. I'll get out. I'm getting out. I'm getting out. This boss is going to be a problem. I'm going to have to call out whether I can or cannot soak. Because actually, the thing is, you can die to the tank buster. Do you remember in early beta? So they changed this, by the way. If you didn't play beta, fun fact, you used to actually have 4 quadrants of this boss, which was the worst version of it ever. There was a version of this fight where you had 4 quadrants, not 2. Because you see how the room is split in middle? It actually used to be split, like, really annoyingly. And no, this boss, it was terrible. It was like really, 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 really annoying. And then they buffed it, and on beta you would just chain wipe. Because if anybody misses their little circle, it's GG's. Yeah, this boss has received some changes that were helpful. I just still think they need to do this more. Last boss, Algathar Academy, could use another nerf. And then Seed of the Triumvirate, third boss. Please change that boss. I don't want to do an entire Mythic Plus season with the third boss of Seed of the Triumvirate. I never wanted... I do not like that boss. My least favorite dungeon this whole season is Seed of the Triumvirate, partially because of that last area. The third boss, in particular. I'm not a big third boss enjoyer there. Watch out, Small. I got it, I got it. If I'm in it, let me take it. Big tank, Giga tank. I got this one, I got this. Yeah, if I'm on this side, then I'll just chain my defenses and just take it. Hulking fragment, no problem. Frenzied regen, I'll take that ball to the face. No problem there, though. The 3 sets of ads at the start. No, either healing the last boss and AI just struggle. Well, it's because the last boss is a... Technically, if people play it perfectly, it's not that bad. But no one plays it perfectly in a pug, you know? We almost double-timed this, by the way. Very, very close to double time. Clean dungeon run. Nice. Here we go. Yeah, we were like a minute off from double timing this. GG's. Well played. We could have done 16. All right, 16 later. Nice job. Yeah, that was a super easy key. That was really chill. Not hard at all. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Very good, very good. You got 16 AA. Well, 15 AA later, but yeah, a little gross. Oof. Let me re-roll my key, speaking of which. You got leather boots. What are these? Verse Mastery? No need. What's a concealed catalog? Missing 14 pit and seat. Well, I got 14 seat right now, although I really don't want to do that key again. Tentacle ad boss, right? Yes, it is. Yep. Do you still recommend Prot Paladin for carrying your friends? Yes. Yes, Christopher, I do. Prot Paladin can carry so hard. I did a key on my Prot Paladin recently, and I had 68 interrupts. And the second highest interrupt person was like, I think 8. Like, I had 68 kicks in a Pit of Sauron. Plus, I could freedom all of the Cold Wraiths and the Gargoyles. Plus, I could Dispel. So, yeah. Prot Pally. GG's. See ya tomorrow, Arson. All right. We got that. That's nice. So, we're almost... I got to do 15 Seat of the Triumvirate. Ugh. 15 Algathar Academy. It's all right. In terms of the Algathar Academy route, by the way, which tank do you think is the squishiest right now? Vengeance Demon Hunter, believe it or not. I think Vengeance Demon Hunter and Pugs is a little tough because they can use a little bit of support in between their cooldowns, or if things don't die on time, or if things kind of start spiraling out of control, I think they have a very hard time recovering. So I think VDH, actually, at the moment. Although it wasn't like that on beta, so I'm not sure exactly what changed with them. They were very immortal on beta, but they do not feel very immortal right now. I think Blood DK is also actually like better than it seems. But yeah, that's in my opinion. I think that's what's been getting... How's the current state of VDH? We're just talking about that. It's interesting. I don't know how to answer that question. On beta, VDH was like, you can't die. Like, it's super tanky. I don't know what they did. I've had a lot of VDHs who I just cannot seem to heal. Like, they just get one-shot way too much. I don't know if it's that they're learning the dungeons. I don't know what it is, but something has been weird about VDH a little bit. And I can't identify exactly where that is, but something changed with them, I swear. All right, nice. We got some good 15s. I think we're on our way now to Resil 15. And then we got to get Resil 16 after that, of course. Go for the 3,300 IO. I think this week you can get like 3,400, but honestly, you know, think about Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is an interesting thing here, Balsura. Very good. Sleeper good right now. In fact, I want to play my Prot Warrior. Given how I'm seeing the tank meta, I kind of want to play my Prot Warrior and a little bit of my Brewmaster just for a change of pace. I'm not very good at Brew. I'm decent at Prot Warrior. I know Prot Warrior really well, but I'm very curious about the Brewmaster. I think we need to play Prot Warrior. It's very solid right now, though. Man, long-time Feral Mage. Want to say great work on your Feral learning video. Oh, thank you, Panyon. I'm very happy I got to talk to Cybear. That was such a cool little collab. I just reached out to him, and I was like, hey, all right, GG's random. We'll get you more keys later. And also always down for alt stuff. In fact, there's a world, because of how the resilient system works, I don't want to ask my friends for too much. Is it too much to ask? If I had a geared alt, let's imagine I did the work, okay? I put in the work. Oh, hi, Arson. Hi, Arson. GG's. First of all, great keys. Glad we got some 15s. We're on our way to the Resil 15 this week. I'm sure we'll get a 16 at some point. I was wondering if I had a fully geared tank. Like, I did the work, I crest farmed, I did what I had to do, and I'm just saying, for example, you got Resil 12, just for that's funny. Let's just say that I had like a 265 tank, and we were doing keys, and we had like... We basically went from like a 15 to a 14, and we were getting the 14 back up. Could I bring an alt tank to the 14? Is that... I'm not, this is like a new experience for me to have a team. I don't really know if that's rude. Like, because like my druid will be the spec, you know? Like, I'm asking the team, basically. Yeah, but like, let's say I do the work. I'm not saying some undergeared rat that's like 230 item level. Like, no. I'm not saying some absolutely shitter of a tank, because that's what I have right now. But let's say I put in the work to actually gear that character. You know what I mean? Don't get your prop pally. Whoa. If it's in greens, we can time it. Well, last week, Arson, I don't know if you realize how low my tanks were in some of those dungeons, but that's the thing. So yeah, I'm just something I'm considering. All right, GG's Arson. Yo, I know you've been awake for a very long time. I really want to try to get on earlier, but my schedule's been kind of messed up. All right, GG's. The collab with Obley really helped Unholy for you. Awesome. And also, I did one with Arson too, if you ever want to play Affliction Warlock. I really like that format. That's my favorite format for learning. Panyot with the Cybearer with all the different specs. Like, eventually, I want to keep doing those. I've just obviously been busy with the season itself. Yeah, I basically, my first Mythic Vault on the Druid was so disappointing that I kind of want to re-roll off Guardian. Now, is that an overreaction? Absolutely it is. But is it justified? If you had to take a socket out of your first Mythic Vault because you actually got the worst possible trinkets in there that you would never use, it's kind of like, it's a sign, right, from the heavens that you should re-roll. Yeah, it's there. It's in the back of my head. I'm just thinking, maybe it's not a Druid season, because every other one of my characters got Biss. Warrior, Prot Warrior, Mythic Heart of the Wind. My Monk, Mythic Helmet. My Paladin, Mythic Tier as well. Mythic Chest, I'm pretty sure. And my Prez Evoker, I don't remember what I got on Prez, but something. All of them got good stuff, except my Druid. Except my Druid. My Druid got nothing. And it's like, yeah. Yeah. That was from one key on the Prot Warrior. I did a single key last week, and boom, just like that. All right. Arson, have a great night. Thanks for coming to say hi. I'm going to run a quick ad. I got to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we will decide what to do. I could honestly hunt for Resil 15 so that we would have Resil 15 for tomorrow, too. I'll be right back. Real quick. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll do some alt stuff as well tonight. Let me figure out what we're doing. refreshed. Now, I have one thing that is currently, let's call it problematic. Yeah? Let's call it problematic. I have one decision that I have to make. You know what I really want, actually? In my heart of hearts, there is something that I would like, which is Monster Energy Drink. I want 7 of them, and yet I can't even have one. Because if I have one, I can't handle caffeine. I have 0 ability to handle caffeine. Small, are you still gaming, by the way? Are you sticking around? Are you up? I might try to queue for a few things. I'm just going to look for queue real quick. Otherwise, I can get my 14 back up, potentially. I could heal it. I don't know if you're gaming or not. Let's see what's around. If I could pick up quick 15 Resil, that'd be pretty cool. I only need AA and Seat. Both of those are no fun, to be honest. Let's see if we can find them real quick. There's a 16 Pit of Sauron. I would not have a problem healing it. But I don't think he should take me as a healer. Should take someone else. Okay. Alternatively, I start working on an alt tank because I realize this. 0 caffeine monster exists. Does it actually? Interesting. Yeah, I can't handle energy drinks. I don't know if you were here that day, Wiz, where I had one in the morning. Dude, I was literally hearing colors. It was crazy. Like my vision went actually out. I am apparently just a weakling when it comes to caffeine. Like, I know I can't drink coffee, but I was sitting here and I was like, whoa, like I can't read the chat. Like, I can't see anything. Like, I was like, what is happening? Too much caffeine, apparently. All right, so what I'm going to do is play Resto Druid to get my own key up right now. That's what I would do on the Druid. So let's play Resto Druid, and we'll finish getting this done. So we'll play Resto Druid real quick. Small, you want to come to 14, see the Trump rate? It is resilient, although let's not actually spend too much time here because it's resilient. Hate this key. Caffeine makes you not see Twitch chat, but magically makes the YouTube chat appear for a change. Nope, still ignore YouTube chat on accident, though. Hi, babe. I'm locked in for hunting 15s. Gotcha. Small ones to come to 14. Okay. Take 0 monster. Oh, is that actually a thing? Interesting. I need that for Resil. Come. Bring it on. Bring it on. Not 274, damn. Great King Oo. Oh. We can go NA ping, by the way. Should we take the Great King Oo? Interesting. He is not the most qualified, but he should be able to do it, right? Do you think a warrior? I actually want to heal more warriors. I healed 1 warrior, and he was really good. We can give it a second, but I think just send it. Worst case scenario, tis Resil. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to craft a wrist piece. First thing I'm using crest for is I craft the wrist piece. Then I'll cap out my hero crest, and I'll decide whether I'm actually going to deconvert mythic crest to that. Mua! Mua! I know this guy. This guy's a shaman main. So it's interesting to see him playing Death Knight, because he's a shaman main right here. We can go NA ping. Then in that case, I don't mind. All I need is someone else probably that has a B-res Mua, because I'm gonna need a res on the 3rd boss. Is that okay with you? Does that sound good? Have that one. Yeah, that's exactly right, Finsby. I've only healed 1 prot warrior, and he basically has. Yeah, that's true. I gotta get more data. That's true. I was on that 1 prot warrior is really good. It makes me want to play my prot warrior. I'm gonna need a B-res on the 3rd boss. I'm just letting you know right now, man. How did I close this stream? Noob. I am betrayed. We need a lust, right? Oh no, we have small. Elemental Shaman, Havoc, Devour, preference. Do we care who we take? Devour is pretty good. Explain why you intend to grief on 3rd boss. Oh, I don't intend to. I just know that I will. Like, it's not an intentional thing. I promise you. Like, it's not. I don't want to grief the 3rd boss. Trust me, Wiz. If we get to the 3rd boss, I have a chance of not having to do this key again. So I'm fully locked in. I'm just gonna fail, even though I'm fully locked in. That's the reason. I'm just like, because How can I explain this? Okay. You know how when you were not like a child, but like of legal age, but enough, you were old enough that you enjoyed Japanese animation? I'm being a realist, but I'm also just kind of driving home the concept that everybody has seen Japanese animation, of course. You know, like we're talking things like Naruto or One Piece or, you know. And so the third boss basically calls back that theme, and it reminds me of home, and therefore I get too comfortable. And then I get tentacled. And so it's one of those situations where I just have a really hard time locking in. You know, I got to keep my composure. And it's difficult because I see all these little writhing tentacles around and I get hungry because I'm just thinking to myself, man, I want some takoyaki now. You know, there's a lot of things going through my head basically, and I get distracted. I fully intend to lock in. I don't want to not time this. I'm just saying it's probably going to happen. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. I have a decision to make about whether or not I care about my stats whatsoever, because this is crit haste and that's crit haste, and technically speaking, I want crit haste more than I want haste mastery. However, I don't think it matters that much because I need to catalyze one of these pieces. So I'm just going to catalyze the helmet and call it a day. This key is the last thing keeping me from being legally considered an augmain. All right, let's do it. Time to make it happen then. Let's get 4 set on the Resto Druid. The only thing I'm missing on the Resto Druid is, technically speaking, I'm missing the leg enchant. And then the weapon, of course. So we're going to save this as Fey Tank. And then we're going to swap weapon for Resto Druid as this right here. And then we're going to swap this one trinket. And I'm going to be playing the Litany trinket. And then we're good like this. Okay. On the way. Should be fine. Technically speaking, it's resilient. Although, please, let's just get it on the first try. I can even greed my damage. Ooh, I could play a troll build, actually. Should we try Keeper of the Grove? Or is that going too far? I think that's going too far. I should also get up and move around. Ooh, should I standing desk this? Yeah, I definitely need to sleep more. I'm not trying to troll. I'm just... You're going blood DK. The timer is so free here, Mua. I bet you we would still time it if you went blood DK. All right. Time to rock and roll. Resto Druid setup is here. What's this? I don't even know what was clip worthy there. I'm just ranting at this point. Okay. Thought process on this. Do I want to try a weird build for Resto Druid? Because there have been a few things I've been thinking about whether or not I actually want to drop something like photosynthesis as an example. But I think this is so weird to drop something like photosynthesis, actually. Like, I feel weird about that. You were desperately trying but failing to get up the stairs. Yeah, it's not looking good, Noob. I agree with you 100%. Now that you say that, I agree with you 100% though. What would you even gain by dropping it? So Wiz, the question is whether or not my life bloom target actually needs this at all. And I dropped Harmonious Blessing for that extra point in either Reforestation or Thriving. But you get another point in Thriving, so just 3 seconds on Regrowth. And I tend to over-rejuve as a Resto Druid if I'm playing safe and I just want to time the key. So bad habit for me is over-rejuving. Technically speaking, if I'm going to have that bad habit, instead of fixing it, I could just take a talent that gives me more benefit. Mostly mana. I don't go I won't have any mana problems. Oh, flasks are finally a little less expensive. That's great. I don't have any mana problems right now on Resto Druid. That isn't a huge issue for me personally. All right, let's buy some flasks and also some oils. I do love a good oil massage, actually. I would be curious about trying oil wrestling. Like Turkish oil wrestling could be maybe kind of cool, but I actually don't think so, though. Basically, yeah, Johnny, it's weird. It does work. It's certainly a bit different. But it actually, yes, that is the build I have settled on right now. Already. Hearty Feast. Wait. Wait. Is this the most... Isn't that from Shadowlands? Wait. Isn't this Feast from Shadowlands? Wait a second. Am I being trolled right now? No, this person put down a feast. I'm pretty sure that feast is from Shadowlands. That's a hearty feast. Wait a second. He definitely ate the feast. That's a Shadowlands feast. Oh, we're getting trolled right now. That's hilarious, actually. That was clever. Well done. What's up, FLS? I swear it was one of your sexual awakenings. Yeah, I could see it, noob. I could see it, honestly. I can see it. All right, let's go. Round 10. I didn't even look what the warrior is playing. Should we check? He is playing a relatively speaking correct build. Ooh, he's even playing repercussions. All right, bet. Could go well then. Let's just bark the warrior on gather so he has a bit of an easier time gathering, but he's got the wall up. He's going to double this. Aggro problems are a little bit real now because he decided to pull like that, but that's fine. Here we go. And let's just extend this. Convoke. I convoked a global late, actually, so realistically, there's a world where I should have hit that much faster. Okay. Mua is going to be fine. I don't really need to worry about him here. So I go 1, 2. It's been a second since I played Wrestler Druid. 1 second. Yeah, Warrior plays 1 Apex right now, not 2, which is a little bit strange for sure, but does actually work out. Even though it's definitely weird, okay? All right, so now I just have to basically watch whoever gets this next one, and then we're good. Who's the Leeching Void on? Great. Small's going to be fine. Okay, now I can do damage. Perfect. That's it. We come over here now. I can pre-ramp here. But I do also kind of want to be a little better about my Wrestler Druid damage. Something I'm working on, basically. If I'm going to play Wrestler Druid more, I need to get more comfortable with doing a bit more damage. Not that it matters a ton, but still, I do think it's impactful enough. Holy. So, like, that right there is a great example about how, even if I tried to greed my damage, I was almost late in healing that. And the reason is that he clipped somebody with that circle. But is it really worth that 25k DPS here? It's a good question, honestly. I don't think so. In my estimation, it would not be worth me making this key harder in any way, shape, or form. So the Leeching Void here, I simply want to go here, Life Bloom into the Swift Mend on my DK into 1 regrowth, and he'll be absolutely chilling. I'm going to have to heal 1 more of these chains, I think. So then I come like this. Should a Wild Growth the second earlier. People who say Wrestle Druid is very easy, I definitely think at a higher level, if you're trying to weave in cat form, it's complicated to min-max. Although, technically speaking, if you're not weaving in cat form, God, this healer is so powerful and so easy right now. It's only if you're trying to weave, I think, in my opinion, that it starts getting a bit more complicated. So we get the first Rejuve out so that we can do this. This pack gets annihilated. Mua's going to be full health like right now. And then we can pull into boss. But if we pull into boss, my tank might get bled. So then I'm just going to make sure that I do this. Litany. Perfect. I've got my tank now safe. I can definitely convoke this boss, actually. I wouldn't need convoke anywhere else. So I could convoke this boss. He's not that bad. And then I just prep for this. I can Life Bloom myself because I know where I'll be standing. And then I go like bam. I Wild Growth. Swift Mend myself to extend. Focus my Evoker down. Get Hots out. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. I can even go actually help kill these ads, which might be worth doing. Help my team. A little bit of damage here. War Stomp them. Give myself a bit more room. Go straight into boss here. Tank will be fine. Feral Frenzy. Okay, tank was almost not fine, actually. So I'll have plenty of time to heal everybody after this. I'm just going to watch my tank. Let's just keep Hots on the tank then. Should have a tree proc soon as well. Maybe actually true min-maxing would have been to hold that Soul of the Forest for the next Oozing Slam so I could have 2 of them back to back. That could have been an interesting little min-max there. And chill us a 10. That's a good quit. That's exactly right. So it depends. The thing with Resto Druid is, technically speaking, the answer is always, annoyingly, it depends. Like, how much healing do I need to do right now is always basically the question. And it's not always easy to answer that question. Like, on one hand, it's like really, it makes sense. Does that make sense of why it's always a bit complicated to answer that question on a Resto Druid? Because, like, right now, if we take no extra damage, then technically speaking, I need no extra healing. Or let's example say my tank, he should be fine on this mechanic. But is he going to be fine on this mechanic? I don't know. Maybe I should have healed him, because let's say that he died right there, it wouldn't have been worth me greeting cat form at all. Then in which case the cat form was a very bad idea. Now the oozing slam will happen after this, and if I've prepped it perfectly, then we're not going to have any problem healing this. I just need to basically prep that right there. Go here, extend on myself, regrowth this, and I'm fine. Now, technically speaking, there's no other healing this fight. But if I'm wrong, then this wasn't worth it. Especially if we're going to go kill these ads. Like, we shouldn't have killed those ads. But Resto Druid is one of those healers which definitely feels way more fun to play at a higher level, in my opinion. Like, higher keys are way more fun to heal on Resto Druid with coordination, because then you can really start min-maxing it, right? Like, Mua was super aware there that he actually had to press something to live. Otherwise, he might have been in trouble. And there's just all those sorts of questions, like, do I need to or do I not need to? And the answer is, unfortunately, just it depends. Do you trust your team? Are we going to get that kick? Are we going to get that stop, etc., right? Does that make sense? Like, there's all these questions with Resto Druid. Now, granted, if I can do a little bit of damage, that feels good. But, yeah. My Prot Warrior is not doing so much damage. I wonder how geared he is. I wonder how much damage my Prot Warrior would do right now, out of curiosity. So one thing I want to do here is go stealth, so that I can stop the bleed on these Rift Stalkers, so that I can do this, so that I can do a bit more damage. But ultimately speaking, I can even probably greed one Convoke on this big guy, because I know I have my Trinket out. But then, if I make a mistake, and then the wrong person gets bled, and I have to burn an External, or whatever, it's like that was a mistake. So, there's always this mini game being played, and it's actually like a fantastic question. And it's also one reason I don't like Resto Druid. Resto Druid is not my favorite healer. It's one of my least favorite healers. It just so happens that my Druid is geared right now. That's the problem with my Resto, is like, I would rather be on a Mistweaver, actually, or rather be on even a Shaman, or even my Prez Evoker. Prez Evoker doesn't have to make these choices. As wild as it sounds, Prez Evoker is easier for me to play than Resto Druid. And it's just because I am a person by nature, as funny as it sounds, 'cause I know you guys are coming from, like, me doing my weird cook on my, he's not going to die through this. He procs his cheat death, actually. I'm coming from, like, a macroed ironfur bear, and I'm telling you, like, oh, I'm okay doing a little less damage. But I am inherently somebody who's competitive and a min-maxer. Like, I am a sweaty, degenerate min-maxer. It's just that on bear, I don't feel the need to do it. But I'm telling you, like, right now, I like doing that on all my other... Like, if I was DPSing, I would want every single competitive advantage that I could get. You guys just don't see that, because I'm playing a role which I genuinely believe that the greatest success I can offer my team is simply not playing for my own damage. However... Oh, he's dead. Okay. I Trank. I might be able to save it. I don't have Iron Bark for him. He needs to plan shield wall if he's going to take the bleeds. That's okay. We managed to kill the pull in time. Good job. Whew. Scary, scary. Scary, scary. Therefore, regrowth would be the best tool to react to damage. But does that kind of make sense of, like, when I'm actually playing other things? If I was just in... we could time this. We will double time this key with me not having to do anything else. Although this is a pull. This is a cook for sure. All right. There's going to be a Leeching Void on top of everything. So I dispel this. Let's actually put this here in case. It's on me instead. That's fine. Okay, no problem healing this. Again, I would love to at least get a Feral Frenzy off. And then we're going to go here. But that's why Resto Druid, like, if the gameplay... Oh, shit. Oh, no, my tank. He got hit in the back. He moved. Yeah, this is not a good pull. You should not pull this. Well, no, we fine. We fine. Don't abandon, please. Don't abandon. No, we don't abandon. We're fine. It's Seed of the Triumvirate, guys. We're literally chilling. We do not need to. Just don't do that pull. It's Seed of the Triumvirate. We're absolutely fine. As long as the tank doesn't die again, then we're chilling. Like, we are... There's no need to abandon right now. But the warrior did, in fact, get clipped. Okay. Just go here, maybe, if he's not confident. I mean, oh, he's going to do the same pull. All right. All right. No damage for me. Just heal. Understood. Unfortunate. No damage for little old the woo. I will proc my Litany Trinket, and then I will just be healing, because we're going to get another thing here. I will focus the tank. Again, this is a situation where I would love to be doing more damage, but clearly it's not the right decision. It simply is not the right decision to do more damage. This is actually like a super toxic pull. There's really no reason to pull a Subjugator on this. Oh, my tank's dead. Okay. Oh, well, now it's GG. Now it's GG. In future, you can not do that pull, by the way. It's kind of toxic. All good. GG's. Okay, now it's GG's. Now we vote abandon here, though. Prot Warrior stock did pull. Well, he was fine. He just didn't... He doesn't know the dungeon, because if he had made a plan to deal with the bleeds, like, the pull he did was actually kind of okay. Not that last one. The previous pull he died on, if he had changed the way he sequenced his own abilities and just planned double shield wall, he would have been fine. But I think that he didn't understand that he would get bled. Also, I'm pretty sure you can charge back almost ASAP on a warrior and cancel the knock, so you wouldn't get bled by the champions. I would have to check that, but I can do it on bear, which means I can probably do it on a warrior. Oh, we're chain dying now. All right. No problem. I felt like my Resto Druid was pretty fine, though, right? Like, Resto Druid felt all right. No problem. If I tank this, we could do it, but I did feel like my Resto Druid was feeling pretty good there. I just don't know sometimes when I need to, like, maybe try to watch the tank or not. Yeah, that pull was not the most fantastic of pulls, but it's absolutely fine. No problemo. Next to the rift, and he pulled the smallies in the back. You know, no, the subjugator on that, especially if the timing of it, like maybe if you had, you know, paladin double freedom or whatever. Just gotta. Oh no, I'm not worried. It's my keys for Zill. I'm just the way I'm doing it right now, Xerxes, is this. Here's how I do it, and it's also, by the way, the 8th day of the season. I'm not expecting everybody to. I'm not expecting every single tank to have everything done. You know what I mean? Thank you for keys. Oh, no problem, small. We'll get it later. I'll have it. All right, bet. There's a tank right there. Mua, you staying? Might have missed your response. So craft weapon with worm embellishment. It's actually a great question. Here's a brewmaster here. There's a mage, sure, and a devastation evoker. Og dev. The point is somebody knows how to pull that so that the chains and AoE are disconnected, then maybe. Or you just have a way to deal with the chains. Because you know the chains function as a snare. So A, I could shapeshift. Number one. B, if I know I don't have to heal it, then it's no problem. As an example, a double paladin freedom. So double freedom basically cancels it. Tiger's Lust cancels it. Chi-Ji would cancel. There's so many things, right? I finally got loot. Nice. Is there Bis neck? Nice. Problem with higher keys for me. Since I don't want to make the abandon, make the last 20 minutes go to waste. That's fair. That's actually true. That's fair. New tank. Oh, yeah, he can come back. He was fine, right? The Demon Hunter. He was doing good. Black Damien. All right. Dark. Oh, he wants to come back. He was here before. Yeah. Chilling. No worries. You're on NA server. Correct, I am. Well, I'm on OCE technically, but I play on NA, not EU, to clarify. Yeah, are you an EU gamer? Sometimes I wish I was EU given my timings, but should be fine. Make it work. Ah, gotcha. My gear is making me sad. I feel like I'm falling behind. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. How high is my ping? About 200. I always play with about 200 plus ping. You get used to it over time. Shout out to the OCE people. Hello. Hi. Do. You wouldn't have arson? I know. And there's all the friends I've made. Although I suppose, Wiz, I would have other friends, right? So let's imagine that I was a social butterfly and I spread my wings and then pollinated like a country. Pretty sure I would get way too tired. I don't think I can do that. That seems like a lot of work. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't want to pollinate an entire country. So let's imagine that I am not a butterfly. I don't know where I was going with this. Right. I would make other friends in the EU, I'm sure. New to your channel, been watching your videos on YouTube. Hello there, Kazuma. What is your main tank spec if you have one? Guardian. I mean, if I have a main tank, it's definitely Guardian. Yeah. Afflicting in it. Please tell Arson that joke tomorrow of some kind. Genuinely, somebody say that to him tomorrow. That was good. I respect it. Somebody please say that tomorrow. I mean, so Kazuma, for me, I have a chronic problem where I actually like playing everything. Be right back 28 minutes. My problem is that I thoroughly enjoy a bunch of different ways to play World of Warcraft. So for example, right now, the way I'm going to do it on my Druid is if I'm ever getting my own resilient key back up, then I'm immediately thinking to myself, how, like, can I be playing Resto or something, right? I like being able to do different things. That's like my absolute favorite thing in World of Warcraft is just being able to say, hey, today I'm going to be playing Resto Druid. Today I'm going to be playing Guardian Druid. Today I'm going to be doing this or whatever it is, right? I think the chains will get desynced, so I just have to heal the Leeching Void on top of the chain. No problem. Over here, big healing, big healing, big healing. And then let's go Litany this target. Feral Frenzy that target. Boom. He should be dead before the next chains go off, so no problem. Pick the high health target, send the rip, heal the tank. All good. If the tank chains, watch the external. Full of risks and cloaks. Dude, trust me, anyone who's complaining to me about their vault, you could have mine. I had to take sockets out of my vault. So I don't want to hear no complaining, okay? I don't want to hear none of this, oh, I got a bad vault. Da, 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 da. I got a bad vault. You didn't have to take sockets, man. Yes, it would count as a shapeshift. Like, that was depressing. That was so depressing, man. Having to take, like, vaults is the big destroyer. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. Well, I got a good vault last week, so I can't complain too much, I suppose, actually. So, technically speaking, I shouldn't be healing. Like, I should be shapeshifting this. Did I get a tiger? Oh, no, he died. That's why. Yeah, it was sad, man. I was struggling. Oh. This dungeon is so toxic to tank, although that was on him. So if you Ring of Peace the guys away from you, then you're going to get bled. And if you get bled, then you will die. Now, should that be a tank mechanic? Probably not. I actually don't like it. You're broke as hell. Cheeky, are you on NA or EU? I am also kind of broke as hell, but everybody should have that. Yeah, I was about to say, that was technically a misplay. You're on NA or OCE. Like, how much gold do you have? Crafts are kind of expensive right now. I got drop 0, 2, or 3 clears of norm and useless vaults. That is tough. You should get it next week, or if you can get at least one piece of tier right now. 35k total. Oof, that's tough. Yeah, 35k is not looking good for you. I'm not going to lie. I don't have external for him. I can focus heal him. He's got Fort Brew. Let's just send the Trank on this first one. And then I can at least proc Litany, and if this is on the mage, I'm in trouble. But if it's not on the mage, then it's fine. Ah, no, the tank pull too. I hate this dungeon. Ah, this dungeon sucks. Was it me? Did I do something wrong? If yeah, I mean it's Brazil, but still. Learn enchanting and get some cash. I feel like enchanting is not a bad idea, actually. Not to farm gold in this game. There are some world quests that are like 1,000 gold per thing, right? What do you mean by take sockets? I mean my vault was actually so bad that I didn't want to take anything other than, like, there was no good option in my vault, so I basically just took sockets. However, instead of sockets, I took a weapon, but the problem with the weapon is I can't use it for 2 weeks. Just get gold from viewers. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, excellent. That's what I do. Either that or I just sell keys for gold. Yep, that's true. Yep, that's also true. How do you earn cash with enchanting? You disenchant anything, by the way. Yeah, you can't take it. You can't take it. You gotta avoid it. Gotta stay melee. All good. All right, we go again. So I will say this. One of my actual favorite things about the fact that I do play other roles, right? This is interesting. Okay, that's pennies. Actually, each Dawn Crystal was like 2,000 gold before. So, you know, it's got 2 since release just with running around doing herb. Really, Dodo? It's so interesting. You have that much gold, Dodo? Do you play NA or EU? Here's what you do. You got to find somebody who has gold and then watch this. Dodo, you play NA? Wow, that's so interesting. Dodo, have I told you that you play EU? That's so unfortunate. Okay, what I was going to do. So let's imagine that Dodo came back on the YouTube chats and he was like, oh, I have like 2.5 million gold. And then he was like, oh, yeah, I play on NA. I would be like, oh, Dodo, your eyes, do they change colors? That's so interesting. Oh, I love your eyes. They're like, that's crazy. They're like jewels. They're like jewels of the ocean. I bet you that they would look crazy if you were ever standing by the beach. You're like, did you do something different with your hair, Dodo? You just basically remember what your dad may or may not have said to your mom if they had any amounts of healthy marriage. You just got to repeat that to other people. Use all the skills that you have learned, right? You got to find a way. You got to find a way. And then Dodo would be like, no, I have blue eyes. I'll be like, no problem. Asto, have I told you that your eyes, wow, do they change color? That's amazing. You ever watch Love is Blind? Just do that. Basically say the same line to at least 20 people, and 1 out of 20 of those people will probably be desperate enough to respond to it. This is just general statistics. No one has meta. Send. Your DPS is that high? Whoa. Yeah, that doesn't work in real life. Unless, I mean, it's possible that it works in the real life. Cheeky, the thing is, if it works in real life, you have to make sure that you're physically prepared for that to work in real life. Like, what if you, for example, were like, no, hold up. That was too much. I almost went too far. My bad. That was close. You almost got me. I went too far with that one. That was close. That was not good. Yeah, my bad. That was almost GG's. Very clever. Okay, watch the tank in case he decides to chain here. Dangling over the edge. Yep. Could you see what was coming next, Wiz, by out of curiosity? Do you have any idea what I was going to say? Oh, whoa, holy, what's happening? I walked to the path. I didn't realize he was going all the way around. It's okay. We recover. Easy money. No worries. Holy, I was not expecting that. I wasn't aware of the pull. I'm sorry. All right, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Health potion. Oh, that was a good click. That was good. People are like, you're a clicker. I'm like, yeah. Easy money. Okay, external my tank. Here we go. It has to do with the arrangement of the letters. It's the joke was right there. Is he line of sight? Bro. He was line of sight from me. Oh, now I'm spiraling. Oh, sorry, Mua. I got you, Mua. Yeah. That's okay, Cheeky. No one does. I don't even get the joke. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, it was a bad joke. That's okay. The thing is, basically, let me put it this way. If you get along with me, some part of you, and I don't, by the way, listen, some part of you is not normal. And I don't want to be the one to break it to you. But there was a song that reminds me of you. And it was like, I'm a weirdo. That song, that's you. If you like me as a person and we get along together, you are probably not quite normal. Just how it is. I don't make the rules. Yeah, well, you don't have to be a creep, but yes. I'll only just external my tank here. We will time this. I don't have to do any damage. Tanking is normal. It's the DPS who are weird. I feel like you have to be relatively masochistic, actually. There's some part of you that has to be either a control freak or a masochist to really enjoy tanking or healing. Like, there's actually... I definitely think that there's some logic to that statement. Really. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I think there's like a lot of truth in that statement. Well, you're fine. Don't worry. I saw you Death Strike there, but I had you. Yeah, that's true. A lot of them. I don't know who. Like, they don't really say that, Wiz, but there's like a lot of them that totally are. I agree with you 100%. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think you're absolutely right. It's crazy. It's crazy out there. I tank because of bad tanks. Same, actually. So I'm not a control freak in a traditional sense, but I also, people have asked me, they're like, Awoo, why do you tank? And I'm like, because I actually like DPSing. When I started playing this game, I was a DPS. Like, that's the thing. Like, I wasn't always a tank. But I couldn't stand how other tanks were doing it. So I ended up tanking. That's the truth of it, though, is just like, that's how it worked. Hold up. Bro, my Resto Druid is actually carrying this, so he's in a puddle. Okay, my Resto Druid is almost carrying this. He's a Realm 7 player, isn't he? Hi, Naoki. How's it going? I'm just healing now. We don't really need to do damage. We're just keeping this alive. Keeping this alive. Oozing Slam. It's okay. I definitely think that I've noticed there being some expectation problems. Yeah, I don't. This is my least favorite dungeon right now. This is easily my least favorite dungeon, too. It's not even close. Like, there are some dungeons which are kind of close. This one is not even up for debate. This is, like, an actually just... I don't know why they brought this back. I really don't know why they brought this dungeon back. It's super toxic. It's, like, it's just annoying to tank. It's annoying to heal as well. Like, this is an example of a very dated dungeon. Because, specifically, by the way... It is Seat of the Triumvirate. And the reason is because so much of the healing in here is just RNG. Like, who gets the bleed? How does this work? Who gets targeted by that mechanic? And so a lot of it is like reaction speed. And I'm not a huge fan of that type of twitch healing. I want it back, basically. Like, the reason that I like healing is because I like doing good numbers. I want to be able to basically perform well on the role that I'm trying to play, which is healer. Like, I am a healer, right? But I want to be able to do... It's anti-Resto Druid. Well, Resto Druid just has to ramp it. But, like, that's the whole point of what I want to do. I want to be able to do good healing, right? But this dungeon is basically, you just need to have faster reaction time. Faster reaction time with the bleeds. Faster reaction time with the mechanics of who gets this and who gets what and all that type of stuff. And I just don't like that sort of Twitch-based gameplay of like, how fast can I react? Like, how fast can I do all these things? Like, I just don't really love that sort of gameplay. It's whack-a-mole, but not from an HPS perspective, just from a reaction speed perspective. And I'm not a prepubescent Counter-Strike player. Like, I don't have the reaction speed. I'm old now. Like, I can't do reaction speed based gameplay. Like, it's not in the cards for me, you know? Like, I used to be young and I used to have all these abilities, but I don't have them anymore. I'm like old. I'm like, I shoot blanks. Like, I'm not fertile, and I struggle to keep up sometimes with like incredibly fast reaction speed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not young anymore. Ooh, he just died. You look 20. I'm 29. Doesn't he have double blur? Brother, you ain't old? Hey, man, old is subjective. I identify as old. I am old. I'm super old. I'm so old. My knees, I feel my knees when I stand up now. Expired. I'm basically expired. It's true. I'm spoiled goods at this point, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's a problem. I don't even think Chris from Love Is Blind would even look at me. He wouldn't even notice that I exist. I'm not young. I'm playing at 50 and have to ice your damn elbow after a 6 hour. I already feel like I have to ice my 6 hour. I already feel like I have to ice my elbow. As I normally play with a pillow, I'm realizing my pillow is not actually on me right now. The Holy Priest on heroic grade. No. I mean, I know I'm not actually old, but I got genes older than you. It is funny to me. I am dealing with the realities of the fact that I'm not young anymore. Like I used to be a lot. It's weird now. You're only as old as your ping? Oh boy. Yeah, it's not looking good for me then. I haven't worn jeans in so long. I think I did one when I went out for Valentine's Day, like a fancy Valentine's Day dinner. I think that's the last time it's the only time I've worn pants. I'm pretty sure in the last year of my life. Unless I have donut pajama pants and I got Naruto pajama pants. But aside from that, I only ever wear shorts, nothing, or a tank top. My knees are barely working since I was 10. I'm no stranger to health problems. But I do actually believe, honestly, that age is a pretty bad indicator of somebody's general, not just health, but maturity. You know what I mean? Like, actually, I know so many people who don't act their age, and even though they are older, they're not actually older. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, I know, I can think of so many people in my life who are just very youthful at 50, and I can think of so many people who are just old and grumpy and cynical at 20. And it's like, the truth is, your physical age certainly does not define you, and doesn't actually tell me that much about you at all. You know what I mean? I wish I can be 15 again. I've never in my life looked back at my life and thought that I could be younger. But I guess I wonder about that too. I've heard people say that. I've heard people say, for example, I wish I could be young again. And it's like, this is the healthiest and strongest I've ever been. I was so sick growing up. I couldn't imagine having to go through all that again. Like, I specifically made it through all of the hardship so that I could get here, so that I could actually live the life that I wanted to live. Like, I was so sick when I was younger. I was in the hospital all the time. I had incredible joint problems. We didn't know I had EDS at that time. So, like, I grew up with taking hardcore prescription meds just to function, just to keep myself alive. Like, I was hooked up to a breathing machine for the vast majority of my early life. Like, my lungs didn't work, this didn't work, I had this organ problem, that kidney problem, staged this kidney disease, and I was just, like, in and out of the hospital until I was 23. Like, I've had so many health problems that actually today is the healthiest that I have ever been, bar none, by far. And so, I've never actually had that. Yeah, basically, I feel like I'm like a Benjamin Button. Like, I aged in reverse. Because actually, I feel so much younger now. And technically speaking, my joints are better, although I joke about the knees thing. In actuality, my knees used to dislocate all the time, which actually sucked and was painful. Right now, that's not happening. Like, I don't have any more joint dislocations. I'm chilling now. So, in actuality, I would say that things are going well for me now. Yeah, I've already done the oldness. That's true. That's a good way to put it, actually. Yo, what's up? Thank you for the resub, Dark. How's it going? How's it going? But yeah, it's actually interesting. That's a great way to put it. I've never really thought about it like that, but it is actually true. I feel like I've already done all of the oldness. I was already an old person, so now I'm a young person. Although I have to deal with things that I didn't have to deal with before. You know what the sucky thing about actually surviving a life full of chronic illness is? You know what nobody tells you? This part sucks. I'm going to be honest with you. If you've ever been like chronically ill and you're like, oh, man, I'm never going to be able to like work or hold a job or any of those types of things because I just have such significant problems and whatever. If you actually succeed and you solve those problems and you become the healthiest version of yourself that you've ever become, now all of a sudden you have to pay taxes. Now all of a sudden you have to make money. And it's like, God damn it. I didn't sign up for this. Yeah, now all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, I made it, which is a problem because now you have to actually live the life, which is actually not something I'm ever going to complain about. To be honest with you, I'll never take that for granted. I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to earn money, be independent, not live with a caretaker for my entire life, and I have the opportunity to pay taxes, which is not something that I ever thought I would have when I was younger. That, trust me, is not something that I will ever take for granted. People have no idea how crazy, almost random it is that I get to pay taxes. That's awesome, dude. That's so cool that I have the opportunity to be a functioning member of society. That's awesome. That's not something I will ever take for granted. I'll joke about it, but not actually. It's kind of the same thing of like when these days, if I like, oh, like I'm not sleeping too well or whatever. And it's like, dude, do you know how cool it is that there aren't bars on my window? Like, freaking awesome, man. Sometimes I have to actually just take a step back and realize that that could have been my life and probably should have been my life. Whoops. If I had pre-ramped that and I wasn't doing any damage, we would have been fine. But also, press it offensive. Well, he blurs now. You only got to blur if you get the bleed on you. But yeah, from a different perspective, it's so cool that I get the chance to live in this world. Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, pre-ramp it. This one I can just trank if need be. Shreds through armor, but he'll be fine with this. That global right there, he's topped. But now, and I don't mind that, Cheeky, because you know how cool that is? Do you know how absolutely amazing it is that I get the chance to do that? Because the other alternative is that I'm not here. And although we can complain about all of the things that are tough about life, I get to live it. And that's amazing, because that's not a given. That was not something that I was for sure going to be able... That was never handed to me. I specifically had to fight so that I could live like a normal ass person. And I am so grateful that I won. Because it wasn't a guarantee, and there was a lot of questions about whether or not I would ever actually succeed. I did succeed. Now I have to deal with the realities of that situation, and to be honest with you, amazing. How cool is that? Yeah, you see? It's just a different way of looking at things. But there are also some days where I'm like, fuck. Nobody told me I would have to do all this. Oh, we're pulling the big pull. Okay. You see? So there's a combination of the days. I will say that there are some days I don't feel as enlightened. I would love to tell you that it's every day. That's not true. Let's just call it like this. There are some days where I'm like, God damn it. But for the most part, I try to have the perspective of, hey, isn't this awesome? This is everything you ever asked for. I would say normal. Let's go with physically. That's actually fine, Wiz. That's a very fair point. Very fair point. Yeah, that's I hear you on that. But does that make sense? Like, just a different way to look at it. Sometimes when I have like a really, really bad, like a migraine or something or whatever, it's still, even in that case, I'm like, but how cool is it that I get to experience this overwhelming sense of pain? And I really think it's actually a pretty useful perspective. I would be a weird person to torture. I think if you ever tried to torture me, you'd be like, what's going on? And I'd be like, you're so good at this. This is incredible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would just, like, I would give you the information. Like, I'm going to break, like, 100%. Like, I feel like if you're like, I would never break, it's like, you're an idiot. Like, you will. But I would also, like, be complimenting the person along the way. So I you know what I mean? No. I mean, I really feel like I would be like, this is so cool. Like, I saw this in the movies. I'm like, oh, you're going with that technique? Like, wow. I personally would do it this way. But, I think I'll respect, you know what, you're the professional here. I'm sorry, no backseat torturing. That's on me. You keep doing your thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be kind of hard for me. I feel like I'm going to want to offer some opinions. I'm a pretty opinionated person. So it could be tough. Yeah. I've got it. Ooh, that global. The little greeting, the damage there almost cost it. He's got the bleed on him. I don't have external, but I will just heal him. Nice and safe. Easy time. What is like paying taxes in Thailand? We don't actually have to talk about taxes too much. But I'm a U.S. citizen, so I pay U.S. taxes. Yes. Vlad Sepish might have some also thoughts about this. He's got an alter time. I simply heal that there. Perfect. Come back into range so that I am responsible for the F-flow, and then we're good to go. Okay, so now if he goes left here, then I need to have a big ram prepared. Have a great day. Good luck with that terrible key. Thank you. Line of sight. Oh, I dropped down too fast. What changes did you make to feel this way at 29? Good question. You still there, Christopher? Because I would like to answer that question. What changes did I make to actually like get past chronic illness and just not be like to learn literally how to like live my life without being massively problematic? This convoke works. It's enough. Whew. Every time I go cat form as a resto druid, I get distracted by chat or something. That's a good question. I would love to answer that. But are you still there, first of all? Because I know I kind of was late in responding to that. We haven't fully moved past this. Well, we can reopen the conversation. Do you think VDH or Blood DK better for pugging at this point? Blood DK, actually. I swear Blood DK is actually a good tank to pug on. It is. It's a problem. It's problematic in higher keys, but isn't necessarily a bad tank in lower keys. Like, it's actually a great tank in lower keys. It's on me. Yes, I'm interested. I'd like to make changes to your life as well. Okay. So, the very first thing that you actually need, this is something that no one talks about, but the truth is, the very first thing that you need to do if you want to successfully change your life, and I mean alter your life in a way that is truly massive. Like, you want to fundamentally be somebody that you've never been. You want to develop skills that you've never had. You want to change yourself physically, change yourself emotionally, psychologically, or whatever. The very first thing you need is the knowledge that you're going to win. Because you can't build without that. It's actually something that no one talks about. But the very, very, very foundational part of change is the knowledge of success. You need to know you're going to win. And so the first question you need to ask yourself is, how can I teach myself that I'm not going to fail? Because if you're thinking about changing your life, the chances that you're coming from a place where you have normally tried things and failed is very high. Does that make sense? Like, most likely, if you're asking me, hey, how can I change my life? It's because something isn't going well. And you're interested in making a change to that. You want to basically do better. So that means you're coming from a place of detriment for whatever you're trying to change. Again, I don't know what category you're talking about. So you need to ask yourself, how can I make it so that my brain realizes I'm actually going to win for once? That's the first question you need to solve. You either have that or you get to a place where you have literally nothing to lose. In general, the people who make the most amount of change in their life, in my opinion, are the ones who come from a place of, I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Because change is so difficult that if you have an option to not do it, you probably won't, right? Does that make sense? So you're kind of have to place yourself in this weird experiment where you say, I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Otherwise, what you actually want to be able to do then is this. You have to build on wins. Does that make sense? I'm feeling I would love to answer that question, although Wiz is right that I also want to time this key. So I might have to go full. Let me read that in a second, Trin, because I'm really interested in answering that question properly. This is still a 14, and I am still very bad at this boss. So, give me a second. Because I'm first of all, we're doing good right now. I had a really good external to save somebody getting hit earlier. I haven't been hit yet. So far, everything is actually going well right now. Wiz makes an excellent point, because if we just get past this, like, I can even talk during the next boss. Next boss is not as bad. I can even talk during this. However, here, so I could trank this. Oh, there's a trank right there. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. So basically, you have to build on wins, though. The actual question that you're asking me, Christopher, is how can I develop confidence? That's the real question you're asking me. And you develop confidence with very, very small wins. Have you ever heard that thing, you got to make your bed in the morning? I never make my bed in the morning. But you know that thought process, right? You've heard the philosophy behind it, for example. That if you make your bed in the morning, then you're basically showing yourself that you can basically, like, you're doing something. Like, you're starting your day on a win, right? That's the idea behind making your bed in the morning. The old Jocko Willink thought process. So he got hit by an orb, but that's okay. I have Convoke here, which just means I need to heal the next phase really well. I'm going to external that there. I'm healing this so far so good. I just got to do one more of the phases. Honestly, what I should do is I should wild charge to the boss. Where is it? Here it is. So then I get more time to ramp. Okay, here. Wrong target for the regrowth. Okay, boom. Powerful heals. Watch the mage in particular. Then boss is dead. Proc the trinket. Okay, nice. Hey, I did good there, though. I did actually good, though. I got a Mythic Heart of the Wind. That's a very good trinket for Palia. That's a very solid key trinket, especially if you're not going to raid. Especially if you're not raiding, that is probably your Abyss key trinket. So most likely, yes, you should take it. Our timer is a little bit suspicious. I'm not sure why. But yeah, we're good. You must believe in yourself. In that case, is losing weight. So when it comes to topics like how to change yourself physically, especially weight loss, I've never met a single person in my life who was obese or very overweight that hasn't tried to lose weight before. I've never met a single person who was unhappy with their weight, either too skinny or too large, and hasn't tried to change that situation. But for whatever reason, most likely you've tried dozens of times. It's just that over time, every time you try something, it fails. It starts off going really well, and then for whatever reason, a month later, unfortunate. And so you actually build a cycle of failure. You need to break that cycle and teach yourself, identify basically like where did the information, like, because something went wrong. Some part of the information there was not quite right. So the question is where and how do you fix that going forward? Does that make sense? So first of all, the first thing to accept here is the fact that you have tried before. What's going to be different this time? And before you answer that as an individual statement, the reason I bring that up is because it's important for you to understand you probably don't have a track record. And I'm assuming, by the way, I'm assuming a lot right now because I don't actually know the answer to these questions. I don't know you. I don't know your life. But in my experience, nobody wakes up and says, I really want to feel terrible today. Actually, people don't like to feel bad at all. It's not so much like a conscious thing where you're like, I really want to feel miserable. It's like you're trying your absolute best. You've put so much effort in and it isn't working. The natural response to that is, why am I putting so much effort in? Let me make sure I don't put this much effort in. That's what that's the human response. If any of this is resonating with you, just know that the very, very normal response to this situation is, yeah, why am I trying so hard? And then you stop trying, which makes sense, right? That's what I would do. If I kept trying something and it just didn't, and every time I tried it, basically, I felt like shit, I had no energy, and I was falling behind, and on top of that, I didn't even get the results that I wanted, I wouldn't be able to keep doing it. So that's most likely, if that's where you're coming from, then definitely, absolutely biggest thing to address is how you can identify what winning feels like. If you can identify what winning feels like, then you know what to shoot for. And then you can have a goal and a mission. I want to feel like that. I want to look like this. I want to be like that. That's where you want to get to. I think that's the phase, right? Did we get all the crystals? Oh, nope. Okay, we didn't get all the crystals. All right, locking in. Hold up. I don't think we got all the crystals. We should have a damage phase now, right? Did we miss one? Did I miss one? I'm apparently just bad at this boss. But it's okay. I have Trank now, and then I'll have Convoke, and then all good. This is actually not nearly as hard to heal. As hilarious as it sounds, I'd much rather heal this boss than the third boss. Third boss is still the worst. Third boss, easily worst boss. Okay, that's the last one there. I mean, it was an adaptation that I had to make, you know. I don't think most people would benefit from that adaptation, but it's an one that I made. Okay, Trin Guards, are you still there? Because I really liked your question. Okay. Let me read it properly. GG's. Age 18. How old are you now, Trin Guards? And how old are you now? 36. Okay. 18 years. Long time. I think that one thing that's actually really important to understand about value, about feeling worthless, you're not the only one who decides your value. In fact, in general, I think that we're getting this wrong a lot. Your identity, you are in your own head. But the truth is that your identity is formed by the people around you. Because the effect that you have on other people is ultimately who you are. And the thing that people get wrong is thinking, well, it's all on me. But it isn't all on you. Because the person that you want to be is actually dependent on the feedback you get from other people. That's just being a human being, by the way. Like, you actually do depend on this. Like, if you were alone on an island, you would have no concept of being a good or a bad person or being this or being that. Like, you would have no concept of whether you were overweight or underweight. You would have no concept of what physical ability looks like or physical disability looks like. You would actually not know. So you know based on the context of your environment. And so value comes from how you make other people feel, not just how you feel. And I think that the most important thing that you can try to do for a better sense of value so that you understand how you are is, how do you affect other people, Tringuards? And I don't mean logistically. I don't mean whether or not you are a burden in terms of being physically disabled, because that would be actually just a kind of a narrow viewpoint. I mean, emotionally, are people happy you're in their life? Because that's how I would determine value. If you view yourself through the lens of your own thinking, you're actually going to have, most likely, a rather negative viewpoint based on what you've just told me already. So you actually have to get out of your head. And what I would say is there anybody in your life that you're close to, a family member or somebody who you think actually is relatively impartial? Genuinely. Is there anybody, and the way I would say it is sometimes you have a hard time seeing yourself from your own lens. But if I was to ask you, hey, if I were to take a look at the people in Tringuard's life, how do other people talk about you? What do other people feel about you? Because that's actually what value is, if that makes sense. There's a much better way to look at it, which is that. Mm-hmm. Here, I'll look, Drabs. Drabs, the problem is for you, it's not going to burn that many calories. So if everyone is, I guess you must be hot. Although that's obviously a callous way to say it. I want to be careful about making too many jokes because it's a sincere conversation, Velanita. An anonymous gifter is gifting Tringuards a sub. First of all, thank you for the gifted sub. But second of all, Tringuards, if everyone's saying you're the best but you don't see it, what do you think it would take for you to see it? What do you think it would take? What would you need to do in your life that's still within the realm of reason? Because I don't know, again, you said that you've been disabled for a long time, so I don't know what that means. I don't know your life. But what would you need to do, out of curiosity, in order for you to feel like you could change your perspective on how you see yourself? I have a diet question. Yo, what's up? Just woke up a bit ago. Balsara also subscribed to the Prime. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. I was in pretty good shape, and then my mother got sick. Oh, okay, so this is a good one, incognito. That's actually a really good question. So you were in pretty good shape. You were doing well. Your mother got sick. you had to change your life to take care of her, and then all of a sudden you're started eating like shit. You're not going to the gym. Now all of a sudden you're having really bad self-control. Okay. First thing to understand is, do you know what the food is doing? So food, like sweet food, like pleasurable food, balances dopamine in the brain. One of the symptoms, and this was, I don't know if this has been changed in the DSM-6, but back in the day when I worked with mental illness, I was kind of shocked to learn one of the symptoms of early bipolar disorder is the craving of sweet food. And the reason is because we use that food as an external way of balancing our own neurotransmitters. So basically, I feel like my mind is in chaos and I just really want to help regulate that. And I'm going to do whatever I can to regulate that. And one of the things that I can do is consume a bunch of junk food, because when I consume that junk food, I'm going to have a response, at least in that moment, that helps balance that out. So the first thing is, you're doing nothing wrong. You're looking for a solution to a problem that is very real. Does that make sense? So like what you're telling me is you have something big happened in your life. It's actually a whole realm of mental illness that needs to be researched more, because it's one of the ways I think that we can help people in the future is understanding this a little bit more. So there's all these general recommendations that we can make as an example, Skaska. 100%, you could totally do this though. Am I a licensed therapist? No, I'm not a licensed therapist, just to clarify. This is my own perspective that I've just developed over my life, and I work with health and fitness. So I have several credentials in terms of working with physical disabilities, physical issues and joints and things like that. That's my job, to work with people there. But to clarify, right, not a licensed therapist. I do not have a degree in psychology. Was diagnosed at a young age, but like incognito. So the very first thing to understand though is, you know that what you're doing is attempting to regulate yourself. If your life still feels just as unregulated as it did when this problem occurred, just trying to solve the food is probably going to backfire. Because so if you know how to do it, then you've tried. I'm imagining over the last year, how many times have you tried, would you say, over the last year to say, nope, you know what, starting Tuesday, I'm gonna wake up, no more of this. I gotta get my life in order now. Starting Tuesday for sure. This time, 100%. How many times have you done that? Going to imagine it's a few. Right. You do it for like 2 to 3 weeks and it falls apart repeatedly. And the reason that that's happening is because you're not actually addressing what you really need to address, which is, how can I get my life to a place where this doesn't take that much effort? Because as long as it's taking that much effort, your biology is going to win 100% of the time. Psychology does not overpower biology unless you are in an extremely specific situation. But in general, you don't want to have to work that hard to get healthy. If you feel as though you are tearing yourself apart to try to become healthier, you will probably fail, because it is difficult and your body is like, I don't want to starve and I don't like this and I really want to feel better now, so give me what I want. And you'll say, no, we got to do this. This is good for you. And your body's like, I don't feel like this is good for me. Fuck you. And I'm just going to eventually keep going until eventually, trust me, you will give out. And that's normal. That's your human being. So the whole trick to all of this is, you don't want to fight your body, man. You don't want to get into that war. But there's a silver lining here though. You don't want to be at odds with yourself. Because if you're fighting yourself and fighting your urges and fighting all this all the time, you can avoid this. You don't actually. So for example, you don't want that tension, because that tension is going to tear you apart, especially if your life is still stressful and you're dealing with everything that you're dealing with. If you're still living with your mom and trying to take care of her and she's still sick, then I would come at it with a very different approach. I would change the expectation. She died. I'm sorry to hear that. How do you feel about your life now? Do you feel as though your life has any sort of balance? In general. I don't know you, but how would you say in general? Your gut influences what you crave. Eat something for a long time. True. But I also think, Wiz, that logic where you think about the problem a little bit too physically sometimes. When we talk about nutrition, people focus so much on the macronutrient side of things. People focus on, well, it's protein or it's this or it's this, or erythritol might be good for you or it might be bad for you or this or that. People forget completely about the psychological side of things. If obesity and health problems and eating like shit, if all of those things were purely physical, then you could technically wake up on a Tuesday and decide today's the day I'm changing this, and there wouldn't be millions of people around the world suffering from massive health complications. They could just decide to fix it, and that's just not how it works, right? So the way to understand it is something called the biopsychosocial model. This is something you can Google yourself, and it's just a different way to look at it, but it's actually successful in terms of the fact, Incognito, you've told me that there is a massive social element to why this occurred for you. And if I wanted to help you, I would want to address the social side of things, not just the physical side of things. If you hired me as a trainer or a coach and I just told you, okay, Incognito, so I'm going to teach you about the macronutrients and I'm going to teach you about calories and I'm going to teach you about nutrition, it wouldn't work. Like I just wouldn't be, that would be doing you a disservice, because I think you already know a lot of that based on what you're telling me. You know the basics at the very least, and the truth is you don't have to understand some crazy complicated stuff. In general, the information there is not the complicated part. The complicated part is how can I get you to do it? And that's when the psychology and the social element of it comes in. If I work with you and if I'm result oriented, I have to be willing to work with that side of things. And that's what I do with clients. That's why my success rate is so high, and also why I don't take everybody. Because although I work with people from their living room and I have access to people all around the world, I don't take everybody, because there are some people I say, I'm going to free consult with me, call me, let me hear about your situation. And then I'll think to myself, I'm not the right person for the job, or you need this, or let me refer you here, but like I might not be the right person to help you. If I take you, we're going to win. Like if I take you as a client, like you will succeed. And we're going to make sure you get there. But that, because I will work with the whole circle of your life, because you as a human being are here. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Muromo, so if you've been in this, for example, right, that's a good, so you know, and that's why I'm talking about it like this, because if you read up, the initial part of what Incognito said immediately clued me into the fact that that's what's going on. Once you solve that, like if I can get you some sort of balance, some sort of awareness about what's happening in your brain, you'll fix the diet things on your own. And that's, I think, the important thing to understand about that subject. That's why I didn't talk about, oh, well, if you do this with food or whatever, because there are a ton of tips and tricks. The tips and tricks are easy. But if you're attempting to regulate a problem, if I take away your way of regulating that problem, you'll come out with a different one. And that different one might be worse. So careful what you wish for. If I, for example, Incognito, were to lock you and I said, hey, I now have control over everything you eat, and you will, I'm going to make sure you don't eat a single thing you're not supposed to eat. Congratulations, I've probably just created a much worse problem, because the food is basically, you're attempting to solve a problem. If I take that from you tomorrow, you're gonna go off like that. That's you're asking for problems. Basically, you have to come up with a substitute behavior and understand what that thing is trying to do, if that makes sense, right? Are there guides on tanking on Patreon that are not on Discord or YouTube? Yeah, there's a ton of Patreon exclusive content, Flock, but I also plan on making a bunch more. There's also a ton of free stuff on Patreon, so feel free to browse it. I need to clean it up a little bit as well. Nogalano, you asked me on YouTube, do you think that working from home is a pro or con for most people? I feel like my sleeping schedule got messed up ever since starting to work from home. Do you think working from home? It's a great question. I think it depends heavily on the person, but actually I think that changing your location is pretty helpful, and most people don't exactly have a house with like 4 floors or a bunch of different rooms. If you did work from home and you had a house that had many different rooms, make sure you don't work from the room you sleep in. Like that's a huge benefit because you don't want to be in the same room all the time. Human beings are kind of meant to see like different places, so you need to change your environment. And I think that actually, although I work from home, I sometimes take calls in different rooms of the house just because I think it's good. And if I've been playing World of Warcraft for like 8 hours a day, then I tend to want to take the call in like a different room or something like that. Something to think about is just the variance on that is kind of a lot, if that makes sense. I think actually it's helpful to have a change of pace, and that doesn't always, you know what I mean? So Nogaluno, it's a good question because although I really like working from home, I don't know if it's actually healthy. And yeah, of course you can message me on this, no problem. It's fine to have a separate idea to work from. Yeah. Yeah. You need to be able to, and I also think that Vati, it helps me. I definitely think it helps you have a better rhythm of your life to just have different rooms if possible. But I think a lot of people are in fact living in a studio apartment or a one bedroom, for example, right? And if that's your reality, I think working from home, you got to make sure you go outside a little bit. Like I would really highly encourage you. I think there's a lot of research and science that suggests the human beings really need sunlight. There's all of the research that is showing we need to see the sun first thing in the morning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I still think that this is a min-max that maybe is impactful, but maybe isn't at the same time. Like sometimes you got to pick your battles, if that makes sense. Like sometimes it seems like, oh, if I do everything perfectly, I would ideally wake up at this time every day. I would do this thing. And then when ice baths were popular, I would do that. And I would wash my face with this and that. It's like, okay, hold up. Honestly, fry the biggest fish first because that's going to be the most delicious, the most juicy one. Get the most bang for your buck, right? But I think that that's really important is you want the most bang for your buck. If you're going to do something for your health, make sure you get a damn result for it because it's probably hard. The last thing you want to do is put in all this effort and then realize that you don't actually get the result you want from it, right? Like that feels terrible. Like imagine like you invest in a program or you spend some money on some health stuff and then you don't feel better and you don't actually get anywhere. It's like that kind of sucks, doesn't it? So yeah, I mean, if you're going to do things, but I think that sometimes people like thinking that without changing any other elements of your life, that if you just see sunlight first thing in the morning, that's basically like saying you're going to change 1% crit for 1% mastery in World of Warcraft when you are using the single button rotation. Like, bro, there are bigger fish to fry. 1% secondary stat is not going to prevent you from gray parsing. You're not going to go from 9 to 100 because you've changed 2% of a secondary stat. It is a min-max you can do once you got the foundational components in. And that is exactly what people do with their health. They focus way too much on the min-max of it and not enough on the core foundational elements of it. All right, let's see what's up. Is there a 15? I just want to fill out my Resil 15, but I'm not finding those 15s, so don't look like it. Okay. What the plan for today? Trin guards, you still here? And Skaska, by the way, what you said earlier is 100%. I agree. One of the best tips if you're like a grazer, if you're a snacker and you're just like, well, it's just because it's there. I see it and I want it. It's like you can, if you live alone, just don't have it in your house is like a massive tip for just eating a little healthier. However, most people don't live alone. Most people actually live with other people. And if you decide that you're not buying the biscuits, somebody else probably will. And so the reality of that is like, it's great advice to say, well, just don't buy it. But the reality is oftentimes people live with other people. And so it'll be in the home anyways, Yeah. I mean, no. So, I mean, incognito though, go for it. When I was at my most ripped, like when I was doing fitness modeling, like if you have kids, exactly. When I was doing my fitness modeling, I drank bubble tea every day of my life. And I ate cheesecake quite frequently as well. That was like my diet was basically bubble tea and cheesecake. But I had abs, so everybody thought I was super healthy. My insides were not healthy, but I was at least ripped. Like I had the massive six-pack all the time. my fitness modeling days, I was significantly less healthy than I am right now. But I was skinny, so that's what people think. Health is certainly misunderstood. Like, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to give up any sort of pleasure with food. You can absolutely enjoy your food and eat some nice things. Like, you don't have to stop eating Oreos or ice cream or whatever. Like, I kind of want to order some ice cream right now. In fact, I do most days. You can have these things. Like, demonizing any particular macronutrient like is just inherently wrong and also dangerous, I think, to do, because 30 years ago, like right now, the demon is like, sugar is so bad for you. You gotta not eat sugar. But the history of nutrition has always been like this. 30 years ago, it was fat. Fat's so bad for you. Fat's going to make you feel like you're going to get this and that problem and this problem. And so you got to eat no fat diets. And people did that in the 90s and the 80s. I don't know if you're old enough to remember any, maybe your parents or something. And then what happened is we had massive hormonal problems and crazy health problems because you actually do need fat as a macronutrient. Depends on what fats we're talking about. So now we separate it, though, Balsara. We say, well, it's actually this type of fat or this type of thing, or it's actually, so it's saturated fat, or it's this, or it's monounsaturated or polyunsaturated. But 30 years ago, we just said it's just pretty much all fat. And so there were many diets that effectively restricted fat. And it was like, yeah, this is a red flag. Like, don't do that. And now it's still there's a lot of people who, from a weight loss perspective, they say, well, fat is 9 calories per gram. And therefore, if you just reduce your fat intake like crazy, it's like, well, we need fat for hormones, for example, right? And history behind nutrition. One of the problems with the history, I haven't read that book myself, Murmelo. One of the problems with the history of nutrition and also the science of nutrition is that it is limited. And it's limited because how would you go about proving a point? Like, let's say that you wanted to prove sugar is not bad for you. How would you do that? I want you to design a scientific experiment that would, without a shadow of a doubt, under scrutiny, prove that it is good or bad. You think to yourself, well, I'm going to need a bunch of people, like more than one. I'm going to need probably, if it was a really good study, I'm going to need several thousand people who will eat this way, and I'm going to want to control the variables. So for example, yeah, EC is good right now. I think Bear is feeling really good. I played a few different builds this season. So you would say, for example, I need these 1,000 people to eat clean this, but for example, I need them to only consume this type of sugar, okay, but not that type of sugar. Okay, so you could try that. And then you would say, I need the other control group to, for example, not eat any sugar, but still eat clean. Are you going to keep those people in a metabolic ward for how long? Like, are you going to monitor them? No, you couldn't pay thousands and thousands of people to do that. So what you could do is say, well, okay, you're taking part of a study, so I need you to just fill out this waiver and say, I'm not going to eat this, I am going to eat this, etc. We're going to send you home. In 1 month, we're going to send you a questionnaire, and you're going to tell us whether or not you still did the thing. Also, here's $100 for participating. Most of the time, they're going to get people like around college campuses or whoever that are going to want the $100 to partake in the study. But the veracity of the information is in general questionnaire based. So they're going to send you a questionnaire like a month later, and they're going to say, hey, by the way, did you eat that ice cream? And you're going to be like, no, God, me? I didn't eat ice cream. Definitely not. Do you remember what you ate 2 weeks ago on Tuesday? I don't really remember. I mean, I know what I ate because I eat the same thing every day. But the idea is, it's very difficult to study nutrition. Like, it's not easy to get those types of studies funded. It's not easy to get those types of studies, a whole bunch of stuff, right? And now we have keto, and exactly now we have that, though. So to be fair, is sugar bad for you? I don't know. There are plenty of people who will tell me, for example, that when I cut sugar out, I felt so much better. But I also know people who have said, when I cut out all sources of carbs and I tried to go full keto, I had massive health complications. So I'm just saying, there are same people who said intermittent fasting fixed my life. I felt amazing when I did intermittent fasting. And I was like, oh, that's great. But there are other people who have either blood sugar problems or these problems or that medical condition. And if they do intermittent fasting, they're going to faint. So those people, it might not work so well for. Context. If I Google right now, and this is, by the way, I'm not taking a stance on either of these things. I'm just making a point of, if I Google right now, should I eat carnivore? There are going to be a ton of medical studies and doctors saying the best thing you could do. The second you go carnivore, you're going to feel so much better. And there's going to be a ton of research papers that are showing massively good benefits of this. And if I Google, should I go vegan? There are going to be a ton of doctors and a ton of research papers and a ton of science that say best thing you could possibly do. God, if you just eat only plants, never eat animals, you're going to feel amazing. It's going to fix all your problems. It's like, wait a second, those are the exact opposite. How can both be true? And you're like, well, one of them's wrong. That depends, though. Which camp are you in? Then the next part of it, Murmelo, is if you were going to do a study, how expensive would it be? Probably millions of dollars. Who has millions of dollars to run a study like this? Probably a massive company. What massive companies exist? Coca-Cola, Pepsi, other food companies that you've never heard of. So is artificial sweeteners good or bad for you? Well, currently, the medical literature says there's nothing wrong with artificial sweeteners. I wish I had to win millions of dollars. That'd be sweet, Squirt. If somebody wants to donate millions of dollars right now, I would really appreciate it. Yeah. The studies that are funded to prove whether artificial sweeteners are good or bad for you, who's on the signing? And also, the way that these studies are conducted, they don't have to disclose them. There's no legal requirement that they have to disclose the results of failed studies. So in other words, Coca-Cola can make 500 attempts at proving that their Coke Zero is not bad for you. And if the 497th attempt shows, oh, it's fine, they don't have to publish the 496 times that they did the study that proved it was bad. They just don't do anything with that. You just hear about the 497th time. There are so many stories of this. Let me ask you a question like this, right? So let me ask you this. If somebody offered you millions of dollars to publish something, would you do it? You're probably like, oh, okay, look, I have morals. It's like, yeah, until a briefcase of millions of dollars is put in front of you, then I question I question how strong those morals are. And then you can also, yes, and you can do that all the time, Murmelo. The history of when statins was approved, you can say that incognito, but the reality of that situation is you're going to get fired and somebody else is taking your spot. Look at the history of Ansel Keys and that whole arguments. That's a pretty published one. Like that one's fairly well established, I believe. I don't think there's a lot of people in either camp who can disprove that. The Harvard doctors who were paid. I mean, we used to have ads like 50 years ago. It wasn't even that long ago, by the way. Like 60, 70 years ago, there were ads on television that doctors were being paid to just say, oh, you've got to smoke cigarettes. You got to do it. Tell your children to smoke cigarettes. A cigarette a day keeps the doctor away. That's not hundreds of years ago. Like that's in our recent timeline. And you're like, well, okay, cigarettes, you probably shouldn't be smoking cigarettes if you're a child. Yeah, but for a while it was literally, yeah, no, I mean, it's totally fine. But the way that research catches up with these suggestions is like, follow the money first, ask the questions of morality later. And I think that it's problematic because, right, and that's actually insane that existed. Let me ask you, why is it different today? Why do you assume that everything that you hear today is not like that? Do you know what I mean? But like that's what I'm saying, Finsby. Like, why? How do you know that what you hear today is not the same exact thing happening? It's very difficult to parse nutritional and medical data because finances are involved. It's just no different than in my realm of in my work, Murmelo. I work with joints, and a lot of times I work with people who are a little older. And those people are like, well, my doctor told me I might need a knee replacement soon, or a shoulder replacement. And I'm like, okay, why did they say that? And they say, well, I went in, they did an MRI. They said that there's a little bit of inflammation. I've got this thing. It's called like bursitis or whatever. And I'm like, do you know what bursitis is? And they're like, well, the doctor said it could be really bad. Like I might need a shoulder replacement. And I'm like, what? Why would you? Well, hold on. Let me take a look at your shoulder. Let me see if I can fix it. And it's like, you have inflammation in your shoulder because you don't move, my friend. Give me 3 months. Give me 3 months. And I'm like, why would they want to do a shoulder replacement? Well, orthopedic surgeons make a lot of money every time they give you a shoulder replacement. It is very expensive surgery, and they make fucking bank. They make sometimes in private institutions, they make tens of thousands. This is in the U.S., by the way, when healthcare is a little different. But they make tens of thousands of dollars sometimes from a single replacement surgery. If I was making tens of thousands of dollars and I was like, well, I'm going to fix your shoulder by replacing it. Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to be like, okay, I've got a 3 o'clock, I've got a 5 o'clock, I've got a 7 o'clock. Can we fit a 9 o'clock in here? Can you find some? I need to get another 20. Can you, Debbie, my morning is empty. Can you hire somebody to do social media? Like we need to fill out the day. Like I'm trying to operate here. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just really like people, yeah. But you see what I mean? Like this is a very important thing to understand, because if you understood all these things, you can make way more informed decisions. The vast majority of people who get, granted, that surgery saves so many people. But for the most part, you don't need a replacement. The vast majority of people who end up getting joint replacements don't need them. They could have gotten 5 more years out of that joint, 10 more years out of that joint. I just think that it's not well understood why and where it comes from. And I'm not saying that you should be so cynical that you never trust anything. That's a problem. Exactly. And that's the hard part, is you have to balance this by saying, but modern medicine helps arguably more people than it hurts. But if you're somebody who's ever fallen through the cracks of that system, it is kind of tough to just blindly trust the word of whoever you're listening to. You should at least get a second opinion, if nothing else. Yeah, I find all of this to be very fascinating, and I love these types of conversations and stuff, because when you look into it, it's kind of difficult, in my opinion, not to become cynical. But once again, from a completely different perspective, because the other problem that people find themselves in is if you go down this rabbit hole, all of a sudden you're like, well, all of this whole system sucks. I'm like, but this system saved my life. I'm critical of it today. But if I was born in a country that didn't have the healthcare that I had access to when I was a kid, I'm dead. I don't even make it, because I was in the hospital for the vast majority of my early life, and they pumped me full of drugs. Those drugs saved my life. And then I can deal with all of the repercussions of what that does to my kidney, and what that does to my organs, and what that does to my life expectancy, and what that does to my stomach, and all those things. I deal with that later. But at least I'm alive. So you got to be careful about that, about saying one way or the other. I wish that they had told my family some of the side effects that I would have to deal with later in life, because I could have had a much earlier start and an advantage to figuring out what my body needed. But if I didn't have access to it, well, I'd be dead. And that's no good. So thank God that the medical system saved my life. Does that make sense? Exactly. And it's heavily, and that's also very true on Wheelie. And I'm sorry to hear that, Valanatia. I think that happens, unfortunately, more often than people might realize, and I'm sorry to hear that. There are also people, just there are people, and I'm right there with you, by the way. I'm more in the camp of being skeptical these days than not, but at the same time, there are plenty of people whose family members have been saved by medical intervention. And so you can't have it one way or the other. It's unfortunately a little bit of RNG. It's a little bit about where you are. It's a little bit about the socioeconomic background that you have. Like, do you have access to the healthcare that you actually need? Like, there's so many factors to whether or not this helps or hurts you. It's actually very difficult to say. Exactly. And Unwheelie, I mean, there's so many stories of this. I mean, I think it's hilarious. I live in Thailand. Unwheelie, a lot of people eat insects here, but they grew up reading. They grew up with that as their part of their diet. How's the healthcare in Thailand for you? I've never had health insurance the entire time I've lived here. And I've had different operations since I've been here. When I was 23, I was really sick. My stomach shut down. So I was in and out of hospitals around that time and all those types of things. But see, Cartman, I don't like that emotional messaging. Because when you bring in, and I'm not going to repeat that, when you bring in that sort of emotional messaging, you are actually taking away from the ability to help people in this conversation. The second you bring that sort of, but it's like this or but it's like that, actually what you're doing is you're adding a level of emotion that does not help. Because you are trying to rally people. Because if I, for example, say, Cartman, I disagree, you are basically saying I am a terrible fucking person because I can't. There's no way you can disagree with that. You see? That's very dangerous. It's a very subtle, it's an insidious technique, and I don't like it. I don't like it when you compare something that is a very real part of our world, and when you, for example, right? But it's so, and then Teresa has another point, but it's like, but rather than talk about it, when you add emotional programming into your messaging about a conversation like this, you actually immediately, you are making character assumptions and attacks. Because if you, for example, say, but what's happening right now is exactly like what happened, X, I'm going to leave it blank. If anybody says, I disagree with you, then you're like, and you're a monster. So you're immediately taking yourself out of the conversation because there's no conversation to be had. And that's just a dangerous thing. I don't think you intended to do that, by the way, but just as an awareness, be very careful about dragging different things, you know what I mean? And I totally hear that. No, and I get you. And I get you, Cartman. But there are different sides of that because where did you hear that information? Where did you read it? If you've heard an article that was presented to you like this, it's a very much a shock value thing. If you're not capable of parsing through shock value news, don't read the news. Because they're going to get you every time, man. If somebody can get you by saying, did you know they're harvesting the organs of children? You're going to be like, oh my God. And you're not going to check the veracity of the information. They've got you. Like an AI could make that headline 50 times and get probably tens of thousands of dollars of donation. We can stop this if you donate today. And you're like, well, they're not asking for donations, so it must be fine. It's like, but they are. You know what I mean? Like you have to be very, 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 very careful about that type of thing in today's world. I mean, goddamn, you have to be able to parse through information on the internet. If a headline can get you, if what I just said is like, oh, then you're God. Like, you see what I mean by that? Like, that's a really tough one. Like, you gotta have some critical thinking and just say, hold up, why would they be taking organs? And it's like, you didn't check any of the information there for what it's worth, okay? Example taken is for running a key. What's up, Felipe? Hello, hi. I started watching your channel because I began as a Druid 10 because having aggro issues. Yeah. Watch out. Nice. Awesome. I do coaching individually, Felipe, but I've never done that type of coaching. That'd be interesting, actually, though. Oh, well, I mean, I really like this conversation, but I also think I think it's important that we have this conversation. It's just difficult to have this, though. Yeah, you can, but if I don't know the answer, I'll just tell you I don't, Jebs, because I might not know the answer, by the way. Yeah, exactly, Teresa. But Also, Holy the Sea. I call you Teresa because I read your name like that, but yeah, it's not actually your name. I do coaching individually through Patreon, or if you just want to message me on Discord. Competitive. Oh, it's this guy. I remember this guy. What's up, Unzo? Let me see if I can. I'm not finding a lot of queues and stuff though. Oh yeah, I like this. I like this rep pally. I don't know if he'll want me, but all good. The timer here is not hard, and I can live it if he wants me. Good evening. Good evening. Hello. Hello. I've obviously been on kind of a rant, but I don't know. I really like these conversations. I actually think they're incredibly important to have, though. And tier leggings. As far as I know, the leggings are the one you don't want as tier. And I'm not sure how strong the trinket is compared to heroic raid trinkets. So, if there is one tier piece that has a rough secondary stats, I still think that this season you're going to be able to get your secondary stats kind of however, because you have infinite catalyst charges. So you might be able to just alter your secondaries late season as much as you want. In general, even for somebody like Brewmaster, just having more primary stat is always going to be better. Like if you have an equal item level piece, then maybe you would want to keep some legs outside of the tier legs if the stats are really bad. However, you'd be hard-pressed to convince me that any pair of legs with lower item level would be worth it. So mythic tier legs are very, very valuable, but you will probably see them again. Whereas the Solar Flare Prism trinket, you might not see again. That being said, if you don't raid, I do not know the current BIS list for your Brewmaster. I do not know if Brewmaster will or will not play the Solar Flare Prism trinket. I actually don't know the answer to that question. So I don't feel comfortable telling you what to take because I might be wrong for Brewmaster. I've not kept up to date on exactly what trinkets Brewmaster is going to be hunting for. It's a good vault either way. Congratulations on having two choices in your vault. But just know that those are... I can't actually answer that question for you. I don't think I would feel comfortable. I haven't really been thinking about the brew and stuff, though. And it's your article. No, Cartman. That's fine. It doesn't phase me. What you were saying doesn't phase me, though. As murdering someone... But they do, and that's... But that should not phase you, Cartman. Like, that's been happening for millions and millions of years. You're welcome, Jebs. Wait, it's URL just subscribed with Prime. Thank you for the Prime sub. And hey, Kaze, have I always lived in Thailand? No, I moved here about 8.5 years ago. I am originally from the U.S. I was born and raised in the U.S. I've been here for a while now. I've been here for like 8 years. I'm not going to find much in queue timer here, though. Should I move to Thailand? Well, I mean, if you moved here, I probably wouldn't want to do a gaming meetup, to be fair. I'm not a big in real life meetup type person, Incognito. That's actually not true. I might meet somebody from stream. Yeah, I was about to say. There is a world I might meet somebody from stream next week. There is somebody who is coming to Thailand, and I might actually meet up with them. That would be interesting. Well, that would be... How wild is that, though? Like 12-hour flights I don't know about. It's a long flight, but once you're here, I would posit that it's highly worth it. I think that once you get here, you're going to be like, oh, I'm so glad that I decided to go. The flight is long, for sure. For sure. Flight's long. Oh, 16 Nexus? Bet. We can do phase. This is 16 Nexus. We know we can live it. It's just we have to have good DPS. Resto Shaman, huh? Also, people slam the Guardian Druid build for not doing a lot of damage. This Brewmaster did 62k overall. I can easily hit that. Like, that's the same overall that this tank would do. What brought you there? Yeah, of course. I work so I can only listen. Last question, how long you stream every day? I stream every day pretty much. I think I'm gonna try like one day off every now and again. But first I say hello. How long I stream? I've been streaming long recently because I've been really enjoying keys, and recently we've been having some good conversations on stream. So that is part of it now. DNs, wow. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Much appreciated. So I've been streaming long these days. Normally I'd be off stream at this point already, though. Very based. Thank you, thank you. It's happened for millions of years, should not phase us. Oof, Cartman, it's tough. It's a very nuanced thing. It's very difficult for me to answer. I just mean, I really do subscribe kind of to the philosophy of if you are not capable of processing cruelty, you're going to have a very difficult time having an opinion which is not given to you. You kind of have to actually approach humanity as I believe in the good of humanity, but goddamn, we're also capable of some pretty malicious shit. And once you come at it from that perspective, you're going to actually start realizing there's a lot of bad that happens. There's also a lot of good that happens. And ultimately, I think that that's not a cynical approach to have, but rather a reasonable approach. And I think that that perspective really allows you to see the amazing things that are happening in the world. And you can have joy, like real joy comes from having seen real darkness and figuring out that there's still light in the middle of that darkness. If you're not able to process that and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this fucking terrible thing happened. This is this is unbelievable. And you, for example, like you were having that sort of reaction to it, you are not going to be able to parse through the reality of the world. And you're going to be going along for the ride. And I also think that it will limit your expression, your real ability to experience everything that this life has to offer. And that's not easy to give or teach or talk about or even really communicate. It's very difficult. Rainbow is shaped and informed by outside factors. Yes. Sure. Yeah. Our world is influenced by the people around us, 100%. Which part of Thailand are you living in? The Bangkok, big city, main city, right in the middle. And also, Papa, you were saying that you have been using WoW's meta build with Apex to try your turtle build and just time both. Nice. Congratulations. Nice. Also, make sure this isn't like a turtle build. If you're playing the Guardian Druid build, this version of it, I don't think of this as a turtle build. It does a bit less damage, about 15% less, but you're still doing competitive damage. An example being, if I compare my damage to like this Brewmaster and this key, I'm going to do exactly the same damage. I don't really think it's a turtle build. Like in this Nexus, let's say I finish Nexus with like 65k overall. Maybe I would do 80k if I played the regular suggested Apex build, but I don't necessarily think that that qualifies as a turtle build. A turtle build would be like 30 or 40k, right? Oh, no, sorry. No, that's fine, Kazi. I just get distracted. You can ask me the same question twice. Please do ask me the same question twice. It's difficult. Sometimes I get distracted. The reason I moved to Thailand, it wasn't random. I didn't actually plan to move here at all. I'd never been before. I had never traveled to this part of the world. I'd never been to Asia, actually. It was my first time in Asia. I was traveling with my best friend for 2 months. It was like a round trip. It was kind of like a crazy thing. I had basically almost never been out of the U.S. Like once or twice I had gone on a little trip here, but I was raised in the U.S. I'd never really been here. And I did not plan to move here. I had a suitcase, the red suitcase in the room, like this big. And when I got here, it happened to be at a time of my life where I had nothing going on. Like business had just failed. I had just moved back in with my parents. My life wasn't fantastic. And it was around that time I came here and I was traveling. I got to Thailand and I just had this random feeling. I was like, oh, man, what if I stayed? Like, what if I basically took a gap year? That's what my logic was in my head. I was like, my brother took a gap year and he said it was like the best thing he ever did. So I was like, what if I take a gap year and I basically decide to live in Thailand for a year? And I basically just sent it. I decided that that was the right thing to do. I canceled my return flight and I had no idea that this would be my life. The plan was a year. I've been here for 8. But there was no actual reason of like what brought me here. I can tell you what I like about Thailand and why I decided to stay. But actually, there is no reason of like why I came. I didn't have like a pre knowledge or reason or like I'm definitely going to Thailand. Like I had no clue this was happening. Yeah. No, it's a pretty spur of the moment decision, to be honest. What brought you there? What's that? An airplane? Oh, well played, well played. Actually, I swam. I'm a good swimmer. That's actually incorrect. I am a very poor swimmer. Not a strong swimmer whatsoever. No, I did fly here. Well done, Incognito. You look young. I'm old, but you look like your early 20s. I appreciate the early 20s. I would say somebody said earlier today I have dad energy, so I'll take the early 20s. No, I mean I've never felt like the age that I actually am. I am 29. I turned 29 recently. So, to be fair, yeah. I'm 29. I feel much older. I swear I am older. Like I've never felt my age once in my life, man. So I definitely feel older than this. Rust fizzle. Almost halfway to 60? Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it though? Series. The what? Hold up, holy. You're gonna have to clarify for me. Because I'm reading this as the Ludwig Michael Reeve series tip to tip. What is tip to tip? What are you referring? I have no idea what you're referring to right now. I am completely lost. Is this a vehicle? The series is called Tip to Tip. It's what? Is this like a lightsaber duel? Is this like Anakin Obi-Wan or like what's going on? Well, I'm still lost. I actually don't know what I don't know who these people are. What is this? I'm so confused. They're doing a Travels across the entirety of China. They did Japan last year by motorcycle. Oh shit. Okay. No, I have not seen any of this series. Gotcha. And they do not speak. Okay. No, I have not seen it. I don't really go outside, to be honest. Even though I live in this amazing country, I'm not going to lie, I very rarely go outside. I actively try to avoid going outside. So, I can't say that I have. I'd say from one country, I see the point and I get why they would call it that. Because to be fair, I get it. That makes sense, actually. Fair enough. Maybe Michael Reeves is one of the best content creators on YouTube. Oh, he's a YouTuber, I see. And is this Ludwig the gaming dude? I vaguely know him. Yeah, I know of him. I'm not aware of him. I don't actually watch that much. There's only how much adjusting struggling to do when you first moved to Thailand. Oh, a lot. Like, I had to do I had to learn a lot. It was a whole different country, man. Yeah, no, I mean, I had to learn about getting, like, how the visa situation works. I had to learn about living in a completely different world, culture, this, that, or the other. But I guess I have one big advantage, Holy, which is that I'm quite autistic. So learning the culture was not that hard because Thai people are incredibly honest and I'm incredibly honest. So it kind of worked out actually. And I'm just willing to be a fool. So I'm not a prideful person. So for example, I would just go around and be like, I don't know what to say. And they'd be like, and I would be like, hi, I'm trying to make friends. I don't know anyone. And they would be like, oh, okay, like come sit with us because they're super inviting and very friendly. And they would be like, sorry, we don't no speak or whatever. They would motion that they can't speak English. And I would be like, okay. And then I would go to the next table and I would be like, hi, I'm trying to make friends. And they would be like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like, where are you from? And I would be like, oh, I'm from the US. Where are you from? Like, I actually I was willing to send it. I would rip like 1,000 conversations a day. Not a day, obviously, but like I'm the type of person who, if I need to communicate with somebody, I'm gonna just put myself out there and do it. That's actually what makes me a good streamer too. I think is that I'm really willing to just speak my mind. Like I'm kind of an independent, rebellious person by nature, and I have no shame. So I adjusted really well because I asked for help. And because I was willing to put myself out there and just be honest about the fact that I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I didn't come here with any sort of ego or, or whatever like this. You know what I mean? Like that's not, a lot of people do move here with that sort of like mentality. And I think that it would be hard for you to fit in because like that's a standard farang thing to do, like white person thing to do when they move to Thailand or foreigner. But for me, I was just willing to put myself like there were so many times I would go into a conversation and just be like, hi, like I don't know you. Could I say hi? And then people are gonna be like, no. And I would be like, okay. And then I would walk away and I don't lose any sleep over that. Like that's not awkward to me. I'm just happy to say it. The Happy Camper, what's up? I got interest 265. Is Monk worth leveling if I want to take on high keys or Mythic Raid? If you're pugging, honestly, at this point, I would wait a week because maybe Brewmaster gets nerfed, but I have a feeling Brewmaster might not get nerfed. If Brewmaster doesn't get nerfed, then yes. Honestly. Yeah, the answer is yes. If Brewmaster doesn't get nerfed, I would reroll, to be honest with you. Like, you might as well get vaults on it at least. It's not a bad idea to at least get like 110 on a Brewmaster just in case. That makes it friends. Yeah, I didn't actually make friends with anybody in the expat community early on, Bathazu, which is hilarious. Like, I really only met Thai people. I would say Guardian Druid, like, can Guardian Druid do it? Yes, but the perception on Guardian Druid, I think, is kind of bad right now. So overall, you might struggle a little to get into groups at a higher level. Brewmaster is 180. You just gotta find really good friends, or if you're on NA, pay somebody some gold to get you a 10, I suppose. How much gold do you have, Happy Camper? Are you on NA or EU? This is where you gotta have deep pockets. Gotta have deep pockets. Just get a 10 at least. I don't think they're even too expensive right now. Delicious. Oh, I need to hydrate and move more too. So yeah, when I first moved here, I only actually had friends. I was only friends with Thai people. That all changed. Oh, wait a bit. I have a guild that would help. Yeah, okay, that's the one. That's what you just got to make use of your friends list though. What do you think of Marksman and Survival Hunter, Yumio? I've seen a few. I don't think they're the worst specs in the game right now for keys. I don't necessarily think they're the best specs either. Are you learning Thai language? Oh, Bathazu. I would love to tell you that the answer is yes. The truth is, I need people to help me with Thai, and here's why. When I first came to Thailand, I actually spoke better Thai than I do right now. Because if you don't practice a language, you forget everything. And I did not practice my Thai. I have no one to speak Thai with now. I work with foreigners. I work online. I very rarely go outside. I don't have any Thai friends because I don't really have friends in real life. I stream World of Warcraft all day and talk to people in English. So basically, my Thai, especially in the last like 2 years, has really suffered. I used to speak better Thai. I would say that my Thai is really, really weak right now. It's quite difficult. And Thai is a tonal language, so ma, 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 ma. Those are 5 different words. And the way that you say them changes the meaning of it. And they're not fucking similar at all, by the way. One of those means horse. One of those means dog. One of those means mom. One of those means come here. One of those means like, motherfucker, why? Why? What if I'm trying to basically get with your mom and I accidentally finally I'm like, all right, I'm about to do this shit. And then all of a sudden you open the door and there's just a damn horse. And I'm going to be like, fuck, man, everybody already thinks I'm a furry. Like, do I have to go through with this? Is it awkward if I say no at this point? Like, what am I supposed to do in this situation? Like, now somebody is going to be feeling awkward about this. And it's tough. It's really difficult sometimes, actually, that the words, like, there are some words I just refuse to say because they sound like other words. Like, I can't say I'm sorry in Thai. And the reason I can't say I'm sorry in Thai is because it sounds very similar, extremely similar, by the way, to can I fart? And it's like really, they sound identical. Like they are the same word, basically. What's up, Covey? How's it going, man? Hope you had a good stream today. Thank you. Say it. No, it's like, so, okay, like katod versus katod. They're the fucking same thing. I just said the same thing twice, but it's actually one of them is this and one of them is this. So one of the pronunciations, the tone goes down and one of them goes like this or whatever. And so the difference is, yeah, like it's so difficult to speak Thai. But it's really difficult. Because like, in public, you're like, oh, excuse me. And they're like, what? And I'm like, well, if I was going to fart, I probably wouldn't ask you first. Like I would just... sometimes you just gotta be confident. Like if I really had unk energy, I would just let it rip while maintaining eye contact. That's real unk energy. And I'm not quite there yet. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that I'm of that level. Like I'm not, like if I, for example, I'm going to the bathroom, I'm not gonna leave the door open. Like I'm closing the door. Like that's true dad energy. Like that, you know what I mean? Like in that, then you've really gone somewhere. Because you know what I mean? Like, you know, like that's when the inner unk is truly just like in the morning, you're just there with your newspaper and the door is wide open and somebody walks past and you don't even bother to close the door. You're just sitting there and you're like, and then you go back to reading your damn newspaper. Like, bro, close the door. I can see you. And they don't care. That, honestly, I strive for that level. I strive for that lack of shit. I can't do that. I would have to close. The door is closed for sure. Like, I'm not there yet in my life. So perhaps I do have a sense of shame. You know what I'm saying? Like, I on one hand, I want to tell you, like, I don't have a sense of shame. But I think that's not true. Like, I do. Because I'm not willing to do that. You see? Yeah, it's true. Like there is a world here. They'll get in the dungeon. Bet. Hello. I'll lock someone dead in the eyes. And I appreciate it. No F's given. And so the thing is, and Copper, that the way that my life works with the type of luck that I have, you see the thing is, right? This is the thing. The way that my luck is, I would do that, but because I put so much effort into it, I would accidentally shart myself. Then it's awkward. Because I have to maintain the eye contact, but pretend it didn't happen. They know it happened. They can see it happened. But I have to pretend now that it hasn't happened. You see? So really, like, knowing my luck, I should not try this strategy. I have a feeling that I should definitely not do that. All right, let's do 16 Nexus anyways. I'm so glad you guys think I'm funny. Sometimes I wish, by the way, I feel like this stream alone, the last hour of stream has had so much, like, funny content. What am I supposed... I should clip... How do I remember to clip things? I never clip things. You know, like this stream, all of that, I think it was really funny too. Like, thank you. But like, but then it just gets lost to the wind. Like, I feel like I should take that and like post it. Like, I gotta post the VOD somewhere. I gotta do something with it. That's what I'm supposed to do. Like, I just don't know how to remember to do that. Cause like, I don't think about it. I'm not planning to be funny or whatever though. I have a mod that clips funny moments. Like if you use the clip function, it's only 30 seconds or like a minute. Y'all would have to help me, to be honest. Like there is a way. So if you do this command right here, I have set this up. Exclamation clip in chat basically automatically clips something, right? So you can do that and then I can look through the clips after. But yeah, I really have to work on it, I think. Here, let me link them the route that we're going to do, basically. Pull 2 is actually with this guy. And we can save a pull in the dungeon by effectively chaining this together. We do this here. It even has notes, this route. This one has notes, though. Yeah, what's up? Sorry, newbie question. Above friend new to your channel. My bad. Big, what were you saying? I know they're not meta, but I like them both. I was wondering an endgame Mythic Plus which is easier to play. Prot Warrior, easy. The answer to that question is Prot Warrior right now. I actually think Prot Warrior is... If Brewmaster gets nerfed and Prot Warrior doesn't, I think Prot Warrior is looking really suspiciously strong this season. Genuinely. I think Prot Warrior is very good right now. If played well. And with knowledge of the dungeon. Which tank has the best survival ability? Brewmaster. Brewmaster right now. For sure. Like, Brewmaster is so tanky, it's unbelievable. If played well, to be fair. Like, I don't know, if you gave me an equally geared Guardian Druid and an equally good Brewmaster, it's possible that I'd be tankier on a Guardian Druid because I'm not a good Brewmaster, but I am a good Guardian Druid. So I think that is important to factor in. Yeah, I do think that is actually worth mentioning, to be fair. All right, we were talking for like a long time. But yeah, actually, if you guys are ever here and you think that a part of stream was like really good, can you just exclamation clip? Just so I have them at the end, because I'm not gonna ever have time or remember to go back and clip things. Like sometimes I'm like, oh man, that moment at like 6 hours and 32 minutes through stream, like that was great, bro. I don't remember that. I cannot for the life of me. There's no shot that I remember that. By the way, I make for my. Ignore notes. Ignore notes. It's just normal route. Thanks for the Boomkin tank tech. Yeah, what's up? And on Cleave Tube in second, I give nice. I mean, I'm gonna use it here for aggro too, Growins. It's not just for damage and stuff. Write down on a piece of paper. Yeah, but that involves me writing it down on a piece of paper, which I'm not gonna remember. As an example here, right? I'll show you, like, this is the tech I would do here. The reason I'm gonna do it on this very first pull is not necessarily to min-max my damage. I would actually do more damage, to be fair, if I didn't do this. If I did it in the middle. But this will basically ensure aggro. Like, if I walk through and I thrash, plus I have this up, that was actually, like, technically, that was a loose gather right there. I could have done better, to be honest with you. So that right there, that ensures that I will not lose threat. Just because I might not have tagged everything that I've run past with Thrash. And so does that make sense? Like, I have to be careful about that. I actually want to see how this Resto Shaman heals. I've only been watching. The few Resto Shamans that I've seen heal keys are incredibly high-level Resto Shamans. Our damage seems very decent right now, which is good. Because I don't see why you couldn't just time 16 Nexus, to be honest. Like, this key is not that bad. I think this is actually, like, a good 16. It's just a damage diff. Like, you do actually just get damage diffed. Yes, it only will hit things in combat. So if you walk into a pull with it, the problem is that you won't actually hit everything until it's in combat with you. So I actually do want this. I've decided that I can live this Null Sentinel, but I have to be aware and know that the second Bark Skin happens now, because this blast is no joke, and you can die, but if I can do this, it greatly speeds up the dungeon. Oops. I did get hit by that? Damn. Okay, when this all dies here, I am going to Vortex, and then Typhoon into the Vortex. That was a fair Spirit Link for the team. I'm not that worried, though. I just have to watch out. This is a 16, so I will be having the slightest bit of focus. I should have pulled this back slightly a little bit, though. Okay, I'm going to be fine here. Nice. Maybe health cookie? Nope, no need. Nice job on my team, making sure that that dies. It is this pull gets chaotic when you drag this Null Sentinel into it, but I do think it's worth doing because you get the pacing on this dungeon becomes so much better if you can nail this pull right here, I really feel like the pacing becomes extremely friendly. The timer becomes really, really good. What's up, Pump Fake? How's it going? So here, if that Null Sentinel gets another Dread Bellow out, I have to wait. My Shaman is not a Mistweaver. He will struggle to heal this. And something that's actually interesting that I do as a tank is depending on what healer I'm playing with, I will change my route slightly. Because Mistweaver and Shaman have like really almost polar opposite healing profiles. Think about Trinket rotate with the Rotting Globule. I mean, it's not like a fantastic trinket, but honestly, absorb shields for brew are very valuable. If you have it and you have no other option, it's not the end of the world. Like if you're really, your vault has like no other really comparable option, you could play it for now and you could replace it later when you eventually get Biss. You could have my vault, and my vault I had to take a socket, so I got 3 trinkets that I would literally never play. So that's tough. Like they're actually 3 trinkets. Like at least if I got Rotting Globule, I at least would think, well, like if I really want to be extra tanky, I guess I could use this, right? But nope. I'm gonna have to bark here. No need to go too fast in this dungeon. We just deal with this here. I settle. I think that this guy, he's gonna die now. This caster is no problem because he's gonna get kicked. So we're gonna go ahead now. I don't want to cat form because they do kind of charge up. Here we go. So here, Boomkin, this Starfall is not necessarily for damage. It is more for threat. Okay, I took the first mechanic, which is best case scenario. I kick this. Nice. Now, I want to pull this pull slightly in the future. A little bit. Oh, wait, hold up. How did this pull? I didn't pull that. Okay, that's fine. I didn't pull this, though. This is not the pacing. This is not the route. That's okay. I'm going to recover. I need to focus now because I need to not aim this guy toward my team. Yo, I definitely didn't pull that Dread Flail. That's okay. We're going to be all right. You just want to tank this kind of in the middle for higher keys, I think. Thanks for the quick help. Love your stamp. Thank you. Hold up. Okay, watch my own health. Lunar Beam. I can in-cap this, but I can't. I need my team to help me with that. I have no CC. I need a DK to grip it. Oh, we activated it. Yeah, we lost. I did not do this pull. I actually have no idea in our comp what would have pulled. Is it a Demo Warlock? Is Demo Warlock still bugged for threat? And out of curiosity, because I am needing to check this now because it will affect my pulls later, if a Dread Flail gets activated on the side of Nexus, keep in mind that doesn't actually normally happen, does it give percentage? Does anybody know the answer to that question? I actually don't know the answer, to be honest with you. Off the top of my head right now, if one of those guys actually does activate, do you have aggro? Like, does it count for percentage? I don't know. You can just chain him in at the very least, because that's exactly what you would do in the previous poll. Not the end of the world. Now, if we time the 16, I'll let you know after. I wonder what run I would post today. Feel like the 15 Terrace we did was pretty good. I like that run. That was like an almost double time Guardian Druid run. That was a good one. Post that today. It's okay. It's just that Void Lash. Not too scary. Not too scary. Not in danger. Here we go. So here, I want to Heart of the Wild because it's going to spawn in 3, 2, 1. Heart of the Wild's up. Star falls up. So that means they're going to come to me even if I don't have Thrash. Because that, see that Scrounger right there? I didn't have to thrash him for him to come to me, actually. He just showed up. This is like the only place I play top-down in. The activated ones count. Ooh, how much count do they give, Covey? Also, hi, Covey. Are you having a good season, dude? I hope you are. I see that you've changed your name back. I hope you've been having an actually giga time. I've really been enjoying Season 1 thus far. Keys are fun. Keys are fun. Although Guardian Druid might not be in its best spot ever, right? Can you explain the reasoning why you incarn or Lunar Beam? Yes. Playing bear's a bit... Lunar Beam with my build, first of all. Oh, yeah, at a loss, because I'm not mangling with this build. This build does not mangle. I know, super weird, super strange. I know, I figured it out. Like, this is something that I adapted after, like, a few days of playing it. I was like, why am I mangling? And I was like, I think it would be better if I didn't. And I was like, there's no way. And then I tested it, and I was like, it shouldn't work, but it does. It's one of those weird, very strange cooks. Just don't tell anyone you're playing it, because they're going to get mad at you. They'll get mad at you for having fun and enjoying something a little different. It does work. I will time keys with it. My damage is about, I think at this point, from my testing, around 15% lower than a traditional build. I am going to save Incarn because I know what pull I'm doing next. I don't mind sending the bark a little early, though, and going to gather this. What's up, Otto? How's it going? I am a big enjoyer of the cooked builds, as you may or may not know. So certainly don't copy don't just copy for no reason, but it's the way I'm liking to play. Basically, I really liked Thorns of Iron. I was a really big enjoyer of Thorns of Iron, and I was sad that Thorns of Iron no longer exists. So I wanted to, by the way, actually play a build, right? Wait. That one Scrounger was there, okay. I wanted to play a build, 1.34. Perfect. That means I don't need the Arcanist in pull 10. So I really wanted to find a build that played in the same way that Thorns of Iron played from The War Within. Because I actually liked it, and Blizzard removed it, and I was like, okay, I don't really accept the fact that you've removed this, so let me be stubborn and see if I can figure out how to play it anyways, you know? That's what I decided. I came up with this on beta. It does work, and it's just a cook. It just plays differently. I would say that the damage is lower, but it's not actually criminally low. Like, it's not like you can't time keys with it. You will be able to time all your keys with it, in fact. So far, I haven't been checked except last week. We did a 15. I did a 15 last week. But I have found this build to be omega tanky. On top of the fact that it's omega tanky, by the way, it is also very, like... Hold up 1 second. I need to make sure I'm not going to die from this Heart of the Wild, because those guys are still alive, but I still want a Heart of the Wild, the boss. It's just super straightforward. I really like it. It's how I like to play the game. That's it. Okay, so that Frenzied Regen was there. I'm going to Frenzied Regen once more. Okay, all good, though. Yeah, but it's a no raise, no apex, macroed ironfur build. And with this build, my Lunar Beam has a extremely short cooldown. Like, extremely short cooldown. So, Lunar Beam is always on cooldown. You basically never, ever hold Lunar Beam, even at the end of a pull. You just never really want to hold it. Yo, what's up, Saint? Chilling. It's 16 right now. Making sure I don't die to this. This boss kind of hurts. Okay, I got to keep the Dread Flail away. Keep the Dread Flail away. He's still alive. Kill him faster. I can't step into the beam, even though I lose a little bit of damage. My team enables the damage, though. Yes, you can. Yeah, I know. You in-cap Roar, or you can also, like, War Stomp them and stuff, too. I'm going to Incarn. Started playing to... Oh, my God, the damage is so much higher. Is it that? I don't think it's... I did a key earlier, like 14 Algathar Academy. I finished with basically, like, 100k, right? But I also died in the middle of it. That I just wouldn't have died to earlier. I was greeting my damage. Like, certainly could have played better and avoided that death, but I did die in the area that I normally wouldn't die in. Never died there, basically. This build would do 80k in that same type of pulls. Holy... I was trying to save that. Should not have tried to save it. I'm good. A 272... 14k higher. 14k, I still think that that's pretty reasonable. Also, you're a higher item level than me by a lot. I'm still 270, man. I got inted on this vault. This vault is really going to set me behind because I have nothing to spend my mythic crests on, which is like the weirdest thing. He's okay. It's okay. We kill boss. Not gonna have Incarn here though. He sat me in a chair and slap. Yeah. It was a tough vault for me as well. I got him. That off healing there. Saved. Sec aggro. Let's go. Pretty chill timer, I think, right now. I would say, like, so right now, overall, I'm at 83k. I have an AUG, so this is slightly inflated on the meters. I still think that this build is acceptable. There is a key level where maybe the build, like, the tank damage will matter, but I still don't think it's now. I still think it's going to be, like, this week, let's say. It might be around the 17, depending on which key. Some key timers are a little tighter than others. I normally have Incarn here, and I don't have Incarn right now, so little tight. A little tight. I'm going to rotate after this Bark Skin and just double SI after this stun here. Oh, I missed my kick. My bad. One Frenzied Regen into the Incarn. Drag this back so that we don't pull the Seer here, though. Out card. I think it's fine till like 19s. Yeah, something like that, Saint. This is a give or take. I think like around Algathar is like maybe the dungeon where that matters, but also if you play the Raze build, like that first pull is a lot of pad. Like I can do 1,000,000. I bursted for like 1,000,000 DPS compared to what I would normally burst. The problem with that 1,000,000 DPS is that's like pre-Apex talent going into the key, and it's a lot on those little lashers. Like doing 1,000,000 on that pull versus 250k is not a crazy difference. It seems like a crazier difference than it actually is, right? Oh, there's no way, guys. We have to fight this Seer solo? Bro, you cannot pull this guy. This guy is... We've had 2 butt pulls this dungeon. This is the second time this has happened. I'm assuming it's Demo Warlock, because I haven't seen this before. Okay, I gotta add a few mobs to this at least. So we're pulling this Arcanist, but I'm not sure what else I can really change for it, though. Oh, he's gonna activate the man. Oh, this is all gonna spiral out of control now. And those batteries are... Yeah, it's dead. GG's. Something was butt pulling earlier, too. Damn, that's... Well, this was an easy way to lose a 16. Something butt pulled earlier, too. Is Demo Warlock still bugged? I didn't pull the... Alright, well... That sucks. No, I mean, I'm not pulling this here. No, not the... No, not that one. Not that one. The one before second boss RP area. It got pulled in the previous pull, which we made work, but I didn't pull it. That's why I'm assuming that whatever butt pulled that is the same thing that just butt pulled what just happened there. Assuming whatever pulled the Seer just now. Yeah, the Seers suck. Like I don't want to pull any of them. I mean, the one that we just pulled, like that was so easy too. Even though they can't pull it there, I know. So like the thing is that we didn't pull that at all. Like, it was the DK Ghoul. Yeah, that makes sense. That was attacking the battery. That sucks. I see. Yeah, I see. His pet was attacking and in combat, I suppose, so he aggroed the Seer. I always pull this here? No. So in this route, you do a big first pull on 10, right? If you do this here, but you definitely don't pull this first Seer. You pull the second Seer because you have to pull 1. I suppose an option also is to lust the first pull to the left, and you do this instead. And maybe there's actually a world where I take all of this in the first pull here, and you do that. But yeah, you don't want to fight Seer. You're one pull the whole room. I think you could do that, and I think it might be a way to make this dungeon better, to be honest with you. I actually do think that possibly, because the Seers are so toxic, like doing this is the second pull over here. Normally you lust this pull, right? Like, the traditional first pull is that you're pulling all this with lust, but I actually wonder if that's the right idea. Maybe there's a world where you don't want to do this. It's something that I've been thinking about at the very least, but I'm not sold on it. I'm not 1,000% sure at this point what you do or do not do here. Originally on beta, we didn't do anything like this, but I think that half the room no less. So, you know, the first pull doesn't have a seer, to clarify. The first pull does not include a seer. It only includes that Arcanist right there. Like, if you want the percentage, it includes the Arcanist. But basically, like, this also pull 12, pull 13 here, rather, is this. But what if it could with the seer? The only problem in pugs is, like, people will butt pull that seer. Like, what just happened there, like, for example, we would have timed that key, like, I think we had it, I mean, as long as the boss went well, but, like, seemed pretty chill. Like, we were doing pretty good. 16 into 17, no option. Nah, this area here is super toxic. I mean, maybe if you had grips or, like, range kicks for this. The problem is that this guy fervents. I did learn this before. He fervents, so you have to be in range of him. Plus the fact that if you were to try, there's 2 bats in here. Like, this pull seems small, but it's actually super scary. And then on top of this, in this pull here, you gotta wait for it. Exactly. You can't really go above and pull even though it seems like you should, but these guys all spam cast, and I just think you don't do this. Like, maybe with a DK to grip both of these in, and also maybe, like, with a prop pally I could do it, but basically no. The answer is no. I wouldn't pull that together. Like, the better thing would be pulling it here, but then there's 3 spam casters and somebody's going to die. This pull is already hard enough without this, so I think you have to split it. It's kind of a toxic area, actually, in terms of, like, I kind of wish there was, like, a better way, but I don't think there is. At least right now, though. Oh, it's EJ. He streams? I didn't realize he streamed. Yeah, if you play prop pally, I think that's pretty doable. 16 pit? 16 pit's super easy if he wants me. I don't know. I'm kind of tired. I should actually step out right now and go eat dinner. Like, I should. That's what I should do. The right decision is definitely to get up, move, and that's definitely what I should do. 100%. I know. But they're going to take me to a 16 Pit of Sarn. But 16 Pit of Sarn is such an easy key. But alternatively, what an easy dungeon. Have you thought about that? But have you considered the fact that 16 Pit of Sarn is like a super easy key? Like, it's pretty hard to fail. I mean, it's not that hard to fail, but it's pretty hard to fail. So when you stop and think about it, why would I eat when I could just get a quick 16 Pit of Sauron? I also need to bind this. I don't know why this was unbound for a second. No. Psh. No. I tell you what, for 10 gifted subs, I will go eat dinner instead of do this key. Deal? I mean, we'll get it later. It's not exactly like, you don't need to do this. Why? Hold up. I'm doing something wrong here. Click casting. This is not a good sign for the key, at least. Click. Talents. No. Hold up. Wait. Options. Interface. Click casting. Druid. There's probably a world where I might be a little bit too tired and should go eat instead of this. You know what, Erie? The more I think about it, the more I think you're right. I think that we should just skip the 16 and go right to the 17 today, right now. I agree with you. I agree. I think you're right. I think everything's fine. At least let me stand up and like go do something, I suppose. Oh, you're in guild. Oh, I wouldn't know. I didn't mean to ignore him. Goddamn, I meant to whisper him. Oh, you're in guild. Hi. Hey there. I was wondering where they were. It seems like there are some people in this guild who do keys at least. Veloncia. This seems like a very similar name to somebody who was in my stream earlier. Awufarang. Do I know any solid DPS? I mean, yes, but are they on right now? I'm debating. There's a debate happening in my head right now. I'm trying to think about it. What I could do. What time is it right now? It's pushing it. It's pushing it a little. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, it's pushing it. But like 16th is so easy. I mean, I can get it later, right? I'm pretty sure you could. I mean, like 15 pit, you could probably just find it tomorrow. Yeah, and I'm gonna stream again tomorrow. But like tomorrow, I also want to go get like a haircut and stuff. Hi, Velenita. Wait, are you the mage in the guild? Wait a second. Wait, Velenita. Yeah, you were saying earlier, but this is a very similar Velonicia. You're not the mage in this guild, right? A buzz cut? I actually do like my hair kind of short. I don't think I go quite for a buzz cut. You guys think I should get a buzz cut? No, I'm not. Okay, right, okay. The thing I remember about you is that everybody wants to have sex with you. Unfortunately, that's the thing that stuck. You said a lot of other things that were also important, but mostly since that was your opening line, that's what's kind of stuck with me in terms of the information. So I'm sure this... Well, that's what she... Well, because we were talking earlier, and that's what she said. But that's not even my words. I'm not saying that. I'm simply repeating back what I heard earlier. No, Mythic. No, Mythic. Not a funny joke. No. I know that you're joking, but no. No. That was not actually funny. You have to be careful about jokes like that because although I get that it's I get that it's ironic, and I'm pretty sure that's how you mean it, but online when you have only one line of text, context is completely missing from that conversation, and I don't make that joke. I'm assuming that you're just being like facetious, but don't do that. Hold up. Why isn't my mod view on? Hold up. I thought funny law time me out. No, I get. I immediately knew what you were going for, but no. Oh yeah, there you go. Show mod icons. I'm just gonna delete the comment. I know you, Mythic, well enough to know you didn't. I totally get that what you were saying, but because there are people who genuinely do believe that, not a funny joke. Just because there are actually people in the world who really do think that, by the way. Why you Incarn? Incarn is Lunar Beam is always, you just always Lunar Beam. You get so much cooldown reduction on it that it's not even, you just always Lunar Beam. To your current food intake struggles, should Wild Guardians always be popped? No. There are many reasons, Ampling, why you would actually want to split them, hold it, or just time it better If you're playing DOTC, you can try to time it for a Ravage proc if you are whatever. But basically, if you're playing an EC, a standard EC build, ultimately, yes. You could just basically send it. There are some times you'd want to pop Incarn, but hold the big burst Echo of Rays. But for the most part, at least pop it before the key. If you always know you Incarn and pop your Apex before the key starts, you'll have an extra one that lasts for a whole minute. The buff of Wild Guardian lasts for a very long time. But there are some times where it is a good idea. You can hit Incarn without hitting Wild Guardian Ampling. Sorry, bad connection. Incarn is your biggest defensive and biggest offensive and stuff. Yo, what's up, Bara? No, I'm up early when I'm catching tail end of your streams. Oh, I'm also on late. Although I do think it's time for me to get dinner. I should eat dinner. Yeah, hold on. I actually think that this group took too long to fill, and instead of this, I will make intelligent, reasonable choices for myself. So, unfortunately, it is time to end stream for today. It was a fun one. I liked the stream. We had a lot of good conversations. Hard conversations. Meaningful conversations. But I respect the conversations. Thank you for having those talks with me, and I like streaming. All right, I'm going to go take care of myself. Let's go raid. I see the first person on. He's awesome. Let's just go raid Artemir. I just got here. Sorry, Bara. I know. Good morning, first of all. I hope you have a fantastic day. Thanks for the stream. Have a good night. Good night, Velanita. Okay. Good night. Ooh. Should get a haircut, though. Soon. Maybe. Good night, Moon. Good night, Soul Druid. Oh, all right. Hiya. Long stream. A little longer than I thought, but I enjoyed that conversation, genuinely. Okay. Good night.